around and using their assets to maneuver around, because they kind of go from all the different directions, right? It's kind of multifaceted approach to where they all kind of meet sometimes in certain middle ground, right? When you have radical organizations saying one thing and you have political leaders saying the same thing, but they all merge at certain points together, right? That really gives Russia a huge advantage, I think. And what that allows Russia to do is really minimize the and marginalize our gains that the gains that security service make on the ground. That's not the case in Ukraine. Ukrainian society doesn't have that problem, right? Because they clearly understand what at stake here. They understand that Russia's war, is a genocidal war. It's a survival of the nation, right? So they will not, use that type of accept that type of Russian, maneuvering, I guess, right, to destabilize society, because they know better, right? But Western countries, I don't think we are quite there yet to where we can actually, call it out the way it is, right? Because I think a lot of people, again, here in the United States at least, they are willing to ignore some of the facts in order to stay in line with the political agenda of whatever party or even fraction of a party is trying to pursue, right? Even if that means kind of accepting blunt and lies from Russia, right? Because they really try to support their political side of this election that's coming up or whatever it is. So but we have to be a lot more prudent with that, and I really wish that our security services would be a lot more aggressive in discovering those assets that Russia uses, but also bringing them to kind of to light, right, for society to really judge them, right, and really understand. We have pretty nice mechanism to do that. One of them is the Foreign Agents Act, right? So that needs to be a lot more, I think, in the press. That needs to be a lot more discussed on the kind of open platform. And I understand there's some, uh, I guess, concerns for security, right? Operational security because of ongoing investigations. But that's what Russia does, right? They kind of create this perpetual, chase my tail, and then it can go forever. But at some point, I think, we just need to say, okay, let's stop. This is what it is. These are people who support Russia. These are the organizations that have direct links, financial or otherwise, with Russia. So people need to be aware of that. Anyway, thanks, Tracy. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Pickle Flickerfella. No, I absolutely agree. We do. We need to certainly learn more from the Ukrainians. I really think their transparency is making a huge difference. As I think reporting on this case, really quickly, not just investigating it, but getting that information out there to counter any nonsense. And I think it's also interesting to note that this week there's been a massive increase in what it looks like the sabotage cases as well. So it's all happening at the same time, all these psyops that we're talking about. So, I do think it is a lot of it for destabilization, as you said, which is exactly what Russia is looking at doing right now all across the world. And of course, that is intended to divide international support for Ukraine. That's the main thing. And they keep harping on this corruption thing. This narrative keeps coming back out again and again, despite all the incredible work that Ukraine is doing. So I do think transparency, public reporting, and coming down on these cases really quickly is one thing that's going to make a huge, huge difference. So, Shaggy, anything you want to add before we go on to the sabotage cases and talk about the people who got their face flat on the floor this week?
No, you crack on. I'm enjoying my cranberry crackers. You crack on, Tracy.
Are you having the co-host diet, Sir Shaggy?
I am. I just realised I hadn't eaten all day, and I'm munching, cheddar cranberry. Oh, sorry, Wednesday now with cranberries and Jacob's cream crackers. So you crack on.
Ooh, I love a bit of Wensleydale with some cranberries. Very nice indeed. Delicious cheese. In case you don't know, everybody, the co-host diet around here is crackers with something. Okay, we've been joined by Steve, who's got a mic open, but we keep our mics closed, Steve, around here until we're called on. I don't know if that was intentional, but if you would like to speak, please go ahead. You have to unmute your mic now. I don't think Steve wants to talk to me, Sir Shaggy. He did this the other day as well.
He's showing us connecting to me, so I think he's having problems.
Yeah. Okie dokie, so let's go on and talk about some people that got their face flat on the floor this week then, shall we? So check out the second post in the nest if you've not seen it already, and you will see the people that I am talking about, because this is the sabotage cases. Now, as I said, intelligence community did warn of this not too long ago. They said that sabotage attempts would be increasing in Ukraine, and it seems like most of them are focusing on trying to affect military logistics, and also not just personal cars of military officers, but also affecting military logistics in terms of supplies for the armed forces of Ukraine. So this case here we're talking about involved the National Police, and the SBU together with them detained 6 FSB henchmen. Yes, I did say 6. And they were trying to set fire to vehicles, military vehicles, specifically in Odessa. So in 2 weeks, these attackers tried to destroy more than 15 official SUVs. As a result of this special operation, all members of the enemy cell were detained almost simultaneously in different parts of the city, which is fantastic, right? One of those simultaneous operations where they all get nabbed at the same time. So they turned out to be Odessans. Now, what surprises me in this case is the age of them, because I've mentioned this many times. Most of the collaborators, sabotage cases, things like that we see involve older people. And I've spoken about whether that's, because they have some kind of nostalgia for the Soviet Union. And actually, some of them, when they've been arrested, have mentioned that, which I find quite amusing. One guy even said on video once, "Why did you do it?" They asked him, and he actually said nostalgia for the Soviet Union. So that is something that's interested me. And of course, it kind of makes sense when you think about the progression of things. But yeah, we're seeing more of these cases now involving younger people, but not just Ukrainians, also younger Russians, younger FSB officers as well, which I don't really know if that means anything just yet. I have to continue to check the pattern, see if it becomes a trend. I will, of course, let you all know what I spot in those patterns, because they do jump out at me when looking at these cases. But I just thought it's interesting to mention anyway. So these 6 Odessans are between the ages of 18 and 24, and they actually worked as couriers for a popular food delivery service. They came to the attention of the FSB because they were active users of Telegram channels and in searches of easy warnings where they left their resumes, which is kind of odd, right? So in one of these chats, a representative of the Russian Special Services answered the young man who'd left his resume and then offered money in exchange for destroying the cars of Ukrainian soldiers. Of course, he said yes. And then the curator from the FSB, during the commission of the crime, they acted mostly in pairs. So they've gone around in pairs together, which again, I think is kind of interesting because, well, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what happens in Ukraine, but here in the UK, people usually go delivering food on their own, not together. But of course, what would I know? So working under the cover of these couriers, the people on their own scooters travelled around the city where they set the addresses and set fire to the parking lots of the defence forces. So it's not just one car here, they're actually looking for the parking lots of defence forces cars in particular. And then they would send the photos of those to the Russian curators for approval. I mean, can you believe that, Sir Shaggy, right? It's bad enough that they do this, but then in between doing it, they've got to send the photos to the Russian FSB agents and say, well, should I set fire to this car then? I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It just makes no sense to me, but I guess it's not supposed to make sense. So after they got permission from the FSB agents about which cars that they wanted setting on fire, the vehicles at night were then doused with flammable mixtures of liquid, and that I found interesting. A flammable mixture, I can only assume that is to aid them being set on fire, to make sure it's more flammable, in other words, rather than just using one particular ingredient, I guess. Then the perpetrators filmed the fire because they have to report this to the aggressor, which I find kind of amusing, because just stand around and film your crime so you can get caught by the SPU. That will do fine for me. So in future, the occupiers then plan to use these videos as well. So it's not just the case, and this is what I'm talking about in case of sabotage and psychological operations as well, not just the warnings that we've had from Ukrainian intelligence, from strategic communications, but also bits of information like this in these cases. So these were planned to be used, and the SBU found evidence of this, and they were going to use them in further psychological special operations against Ukraine. So they're more destabilizing and more chaos causing, basically. And you know what they will say? They will say, well, look, Ukraine doesn't support what's going on. Look at what people in Ukraine are doing. This is what they try to do. They try to pretend that everybody in Ukraine feels the same way as these people committing these crimes, when of course that is absolutely not the case. You know, as Pickled Flicker fella said, it's not a monolithic society, and everybody does not feel the same. And that is what a democratic society is all about, because we live under the rule of international law and democracy. We do not live under the rule of the Russian special services and the Russian nonsense. So the SBU, of course, have documented all these subversive activities of the henchmen, arrested all of them in hot pursuit. Self-made incendiary mixtures and mobile phones with evidence of the crime was also seized from the detainees, and all 6 persons have been notified under suspicion under Part 1 of Article 114-1 of the Criminal Code. Now, that is obstructing the lawful activities of the armed forces and other military formations. I expect, I can't say for sure, but from knowing what I know following these cases and the crimes that have been committed there and the classifications of the criminal code, I would expect there would be more charges to be added onto this, because that's not really that much of a serious charge, I don't think, given what they've done. And seen as they are under martial law and these people have been setting fire to military vehicles, I absolutely expect more charges to be added onto this case. So at the moment, they are looking at 8 years in prison for that charge. So definitely not long enough. And I certainly think more charges will be added at a later date, which of course I will be looking out for. Pickled Flicker fella?
Basically, this might be one of those instances where me and you slightly disagree on something. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to add any more charges. You know why? I mean, it's a serious crime, but you have to be kind of pragmatic in this situation. I remember reading some of the articles related to similar stories, right? And Ukrainian law enforcement system is fully aware that, unfortunately, during the full-scale invasion, right, active war and multifaceted threat that Russia has, not only in the battlefield in terms of kinetic means, right, but also the hybrid warfare, you cannot really expect to have stringent sentences for every citizen who falls victim to some of the propaganda, right? The fact that it's young people, I think it speaks to the fact that Russia is really running out of assets inside country, like professional assets that they had used, and they really stretching thin and trying to do these pesky, acts of sabotage, essentially, right? But those individuals, they're probably going to be even released on the parole because, Ukrainian operations, special operations, or security service, basically what they do is, they really assess the level of threat this individual might pose next time, right? And a lot of times, 9 times out of 10, young people like that, they commit these crimes not because they are ideologically aligned with Russia, but simply because they need money, right? Unfortunately, Ukraine is facing a lot of um, financial difficulties, right? Ordinary people, and a lot of them are unfortunately driven, to basically, do activities like that, right? It's unfortunate, but what's going to happen next is that those people, they're going to be under surveillance, right? So for Russia, it's really dangerous to try to come back to those individuals and try to ask them to do any type of um, nefarious activity again, right? They're just not going to be able to because, Ukrainian special operations and security services will have that information already under control, and they can leverage that against Russians big time, right? So that's why I really don't think there's going to be a greater prosecution, to be honest with you, because again, it would be just, unfortunately, Russia would actually use that even more aggressively, right? Because it will stress the penitentiary system that the Ukrainians have, right? It would really kind of undermine and erode a lot of their activities and programs the Ukrainian government, and people trying to pursue right now across all the different regions in Ukraine. So that's just, my humble opinion on that. But the biggest point that I want to really to emphasize is that I think the fact that they're using, trying to target young Ukrainians and using their financial hardship, so to speak, right, to entice them to commit these crimes. It's really not a serious threat, I think. But the other point, sorry, I just remember that I really wanted to make, Tracy, is that it's not, we shouldn't kind of consider it's a mission by itself to destroy somebody's car, right? Especially when we're talking about military or high-ranking, official in Ukraine, because typically it would be done in parallel to other activities. So, for example, the Russian special operations, and they have, special services, right? They have access and they know they can contact all the people in Ukraine, right? No matter what really rank you have and all that stuff, right? They constantly entice them to commit acts of treason, but Ukrainians just don't do it, right? So in order to create more pressure, the Russians could be saying like, okay, well, look, if you're not going to cooperate, we know where you live, we know where you park your car, and now they use those other kind of low level activities with burning vehicles, and they say like, hey, we need you to burn them some cars, you're going to earn some quick cash, right? That's probably why they were taking pictures before and after, right? Before, in order to identify the individual, the Russians are probably trying to target, right? And then after, just to make sure that the task was done and they get paid, essentially, right? But all of those activities, in the hybrid kind of warfare, if you will, right? They kind of interconnected. I have a sneaky suspicion, and I wouldn't be surprised that they are used to achieve some of the greater leverage, exert more pressure on some of the brave Ukrainian defenders, and try to influence them in order to achieve some kind of battlefield and advantage, for the Russians, I mean, on the battlefield, because they're not doing well right now. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. I do think you're right in the point that you make that Russia is running out of people, and a lot of the people that they had doing things like this sabotage activities have been caught thanks to the SBU. So I think that's an interesting point that you make. 2 things that I noticed that are missing from there, looking at the criminal codes that are, and following it from previously, and I don't know if these will be added, but I find it interesting. One is the charge for committing these crimes with a group of people, so conspiracy, so that is a more serious charge. However, I noticed that they pointed out that these 2 went round in pairs, so whether that is making a difference in terms of the law, of course, I don't know. And the other thing that I noticed that's missing as well is the charge for propaganda. Now, that was amended just after the beginning of martial law. So I think so the martial law was introduced, so it was about March 2022, I think, and the classification, it was updated within the criminal code to make the propaganda a more serious crime whilst martial law is in place. And that is because, of course, it's intended to destabilise for that reason. So that's something else that I noticed that's not on there. I think, if I remember rightly, it's Article 436. I would have to double check the exact number in the criminal code, but that's certainly not on there either. So I'm looking to see if those get added. But I do think you make an interesting point about the age as well. And I also believe that, in the coming years, that some people will get parole because there are so many people that have been arrested for collaboration. And just in terms of some of the cases, the level that Russia goes to force some people into doing these things. I mean, in one case in particular, they'd gotten hold of the guy's family in Crimea, and they were torturing the guy's family in order to get him to commit crimes. So there's lots of things like that that are involved as well. I mean, certainly in this case, it just seems like they've been paid. But of course, all I can say is what's being told to us in the public reporting for now. But I think you make some very good points, Pickled Flicker Fella. And I'm glad that you and I disagree finally on something.
Well, my view, my view on that is I would throw the book at them. Yeah, there's a war going on. They're collaborating with the enemy. Yeah, they've created, well, they're burning property. Those vehicles could be used in the future to help save lives. And if they're burnt, then those people might die. So throw the book at them, mobilize them, and send them to the front. Sorry, I would do that. None of this namby-pamby stuff. There's a bloody war going on. So if they choose, for whatever reason, if they need money, well, they don't need money. They've got a job. There's couriers. They're earning money. Yeah. So it's not that they just want more money. Yeah. Or for some reason, or from some ideological reason, they want to do it. So throw the book at them, mobilize them, and set an example. There's a war going on.
Well, Russia certainly likes to capitalise on people, don't they? And if you are greedy, then that is one thing where Russia will suck you in. But I know what you mean, though, Sir Shaggy. There's many, many people that are not doing these things. So I can kind of agree with what you're saying. There's many people who are struggling under some really, really difficult conditions, and they're not choosing to do this kind of thing. And as you say, we're under martial law. It's kind of a lot different, isn't it, than just committing these crimes at any other time, because, you know, it's a threat to the national security of the country, especially when you're doing that to military vehicles as well.
Exactly. You need the military to stop a genocide, and these people are basically working for the Russians. So no parole, nothing like that. Either bang them up or send them or mobilize them. That would be my my two options.
Sir Shaggy carries a big stick, just like me. I like that, Sir Shaggy. Throw the book at them.
If you're F around, you better find out, especially with a genocidal war going on. And it's your people that get genocided. So, yeah, I wouldn't have it. That's just my outside view. I don't know if that's too harsh or not, but that's just my view.
Well, I would have them all breaking rocks, but we can't do that nowadays. So, unfortunately, people in Ukraine do an excellent example at being, well, a lot more humane than I would, because I would certainly throw the book at them too. And this is why I am not a judge. Anyway, they've got flat on the floor from the SBU.
Yeah, well, you crack on with your reports, Tracy.
Okie dokie, so let's see who got flat on the floor next, shall we? Because that is not the only sabotage this week that we have had, unfortunately. So we have had them henchmen, 6 of them, setting fire to cars in Odessa. And then we have also got another case where Russian henchmen set fire to not just military cars this time, but also volunteer cars. And this goes to what I was speaking of earlier, just about the whole general chaos. So, you know, Russia never just has one aim, do they? It's all about destabilization, demoralization, dividing, all those words that Russia likes to use. So the SBU and the police have worked together here again. So they've been working very closely together this week, the national police in Ukraine with the SBU. This is not something that always happens. It depends on the nature of the cases, of course. So these case materials involve an occupier. So they recruited a 25-year-old resident in this case in Cherkasy, and his 20-year-old roommate. And they were also looking for quick money on the internet. Now, they wanted to destroy the cars of Ukrainian defenders. And this was at the beginning of July this year. A representative of the aggressor country responded to their resume and offered them money as well. And it's pretty much the same story, only this was in a different area. They identified 3 potential targets, photographed them, sent them for approval, and then, of course, they set fire to them, again, being told that they've got to film them. So I think this is significant, right? They're asking them to film them every single time. And so it really shows, I think, that desperation as well in terms of material that they need for their ongoing propaganda. So while at the scene of the crime, those involved filmed the motor vehicle that they'd set fire to, in order to later transmit that to the report that they gave to the curator. So they even have to give like a proper report on everything. They treat them like these people are really just employed. It's ridiculous. Employees of the SBU and the police arrested both the criminals in a matter of hours. So they got them pretty quickly. And according to the investigation, the curator and those involved took place through an anonymous chat messenger. It doesn't say which one, just a popular messenger. And I always find that quite interesting. And they'll be looking at 8 years in prison as well. So that it comes into the same category. It's the same crimes that they're looking at. So it is interesting that all 3 cases are looking at the same crime. However, what I find interesting about the 3rd case, and this is involving ammunition as well, though, so this is not just cars, this involved the counterintelligence of the SBU. And again, it's FSB that are doing this, spying on the defence forces in Vinnytsia in this case. The enemy was most interested in the locations of warehouses with weapons and ammunition. So we've got Ukrazaliznitsa cabinets, we've got military cars, we have volunteer cars, and we also have locations of ammo warehouses. So it definitely speaks to sabotage, if you ask me. Can you just take over for a moment, Sir Shaggy? Apologies.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Actually, we've got a hand up. Ruse.
Yeah, well, it doesn't end with the crimes they commit. It's still a gain for Russia when they're caught and imprisoned, because they are now useless to themselves and to the Ukrainian society. That's why I like your idea about recruiting them. Well, put them in prison for half a year and then give them the option to join the army. Because there is the door for redemption or even penance, both in their own eyes and in the societies. They won't have to live labeled traitors for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, at the moment, you've got Ukrainian convicts who some of whom have volunteered to be in the army to fight for their country. So they're trying to redeem themselves in that way. And these people, yeah, exactly, give them the option of. I mean, it's nice to actually give them an option. Give them the option of either a prison sentence for their crimes in a genocidal war, or join the army. One of those two. Yeah, what do you think, Tracy? Are you back yet? I can see your microphone going.
I'm back now. Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Apologies. Somebody decided to knock on my door. How dare they?
It wasn't the police, was it?
No.
Or was it pizza?
Hey, if I get any law enforcement knocking on my door, it better be the SBU. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it'll be with a medal.
Although I'm not sure I would want that, really, joking aside. But yeah, so we've got lots of sabotage cases this week. I mean, I'm with you, Roos. I would do that with them. But unfortunately, we don't get to make those decisions. And we go by the rules-based international order, don't we? And that's not the way things are done nowadays. But yeah, I would send them all to the front line too. So,
don't get me wrong. I wouldn't get taken send them to the front line straight away. I'd give them the option of joining the army in a combat battalion and train them up. And if they said yes to that rather than prison, I'd train them up just like you would every other mobilized person. I wouldn't use them as meat, just like the Russians. But at least give them give them a chance to think about what they've done. Their in effect traitorous behaviour, and try and redeem themselves ASAP, or sit and sue in prison.
Yeah, I can't say that I disagree, Sir Shaggy. But like I said, this is why I'm not a judge. Okay, so let's cover the last case of sabotage then, and this is quite important, I think, because this is the one that involves the Ukryzaliznytsia facilities, specifically near the border. So the SBU, together again with the National Police, neutralised a subversive group in Chernihiv, which, on the order of the Special Services of the Russian Federation, tried to destroy Ukryzaliznytsia facilities near the border. According to the available data, by setting fire to the relay cabinets and signal installations, the rioters then hoped to disrupt the transportation of personnel equipment and, of course, ammunition of the defence forces to the front line. The sabotage group included 4 residents of the Odessa and Chernihiv regions. The extras were looking for easy money in Telegram channels, where they were later recruited by the Russian Special Services. I'm noticing a pattern here, Sir Shaggy. This seems to happen quite often. So, to carry out the enemy task, the saboteurs first scouted the locations of the railway power and equipment specifically, and then photographed them again in order to coordinate the goals with the occupiers. After a command from the curator, the FSB curator, the accused then committed arson with the help of a highly flammable mixture. So it seems to me that they've been told about this mixture. I mean, I can't say that for sure because that's not what they're saying. But each time in each of these cases, it's always the same mixture, a same flammable mixture that they've used. So I think that's quite interesting. And we've been joined by
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if it's like petrol and styrofoam or something like that, napalm. But Hopsy.
Hi. Yeah, great show. I always like this segment, but I gotta disagree on something. If you've ever served in a frontline unit, you realize the number one thing, it's not competency, it's not leadership, it's trust. These guys are never going to be trusted, nor should they be. You literally are probably, you might as well sentence them to death, because when it hits the fan, even if they show a modicum of human frailty in the form of fear, something like that, I know I'm not trusting that guy ever. I'm never going to let him behind me with a weapon. And you just can't put those guys in frontline units. The best they can hope for, if they want to be useful, they can go work shoveling cow shit in Western Ukraine. And then if they do that well for a while, then maybe they can upgrade to a different kind of shit. And maybe eventually you let them work in a hospital or something like that for the mildly injured. And if after many years they have earned their freedom, then you deport them to Russia, because they chose a side. There's no backsies on this. I'm sorry. There isn't a guy who's ever held a weapon, fired in anger, that would trust them any farther than he could throw a full-grown elephant. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I get that point. I get that point. Yeah, I get that point, Hopsy. I was just thinking of the penal units that are being created, or the convicts in the Ukraine that are being created. And
here's the difference. You stole a car. You burglarized your neighbors. You committed some other, heck, you did arson for pay, in sort of a mob version. You burned down a restaurant, something like that. You didn't pick the Russian side. You did it for your own enrichment or your moral failings. Those people shouldn't be deported to Russia, but you chose to do something for the enemy who is killing your people. Therefore, you are a killer. Therefore, you should never be trusted. I'm sorry. It's a little black and white, but it's not the same as stealing a car. You want to steal a car and you're sorry and you've served some time in prison and you're going to be put in a penal battalion that handles, logistics or something, because I don't, and maybe you can earn your way to the front line, or you go to the front line. Hey, the Ukrainians are desperate. It's not the same. It's just, they are they are a Grand Canyon apart. And the only similarity is they committed a crime, but the motivation matters.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah, fair
Hopsy.
enough. I'm convinced.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, really. I was being a little bit facetious, but I do take what you're saying. I wouldn't want to serve with these people either. I wouldn't trust them either. And I absolutely agree with you. Something that is interesting, I don't know if you've seen actually the notification from the GUR this week about the project they're having regarding collaborators, because those that have committed these crimes and have expressed an interest to be returned to Russia, that's something that they are looking at. Did you see anything about that, Hopsy?
I think I saw something about it during the sort of the hours around the prisoner exchange, and I think that these guys would be excellent in a prisoner exchange because to me they're combatants, for enemy combatants, and should therefore be traded for our the Ukrainian POWs and or any Ukrainian citizen that they can get, that hasn't collaborated with the Russians. But that is their only value to society, period. And they made a choice, and I'm sorry. These things have consequences, and if you're not smart enough to figure that out, that's also not my problem. You made a choice. Now live with it.
I agree with you. I don't feel sorry for them either. What I find interesting in this case is, so whereas the others were looking at 8 years, and I don't know what the difference is here, because they're all responsible for, the only difference is here is in this case that I'm looking at, they're setting fire to Ukrizaliznitsia cabinets, and that's to disrupt, obviously, the, armed forces supplies. In the other case, it's military vehicles, but to me, it means the same thing. But in this case here, they are looking at life imprisonment, where the other one was looking at an 8-year sentence. Now, I find that really interesting, and I really want to find out more about why one case is looking at life imprisonment and the others are looking at 8 years, when they're essentially the same thing to me. The only difference is the equipment that they've set fire to, but it's still to disrupt military logistics. Okay, so we've got a couple of hands, so let's go with Roos.
Yes, I agree. There are a lot of people that cannot be returned to service, especially not with a weapon. But they could be mine clearers. Some of them, at least, not all of them, or driving an ambulance. They don't need to carry a gun for that. And there are those who did this when they were 17 and needed quick cash to buy a dress for his girlfriend. And there are those who did it of more ideological reasons. So for me, it's not black and white. And if people can be saved, it's a good thing for Ukraine. But it's not our decision. It's the Ukrainians. That's about the difference in sentences. You're probably looking for a sentence as an illegal combatant if you actually destroy military equipment, while you are just looking for a sentence as a civilian crime if you destroy civilian equipment, even though it's used for the military logistics. That's quite the difference.
Yeah, but I think they're both used, aren't they? Because setting fire to military cars, and in particular the cars of military officers, and it wasn't just one car; it was several cars in a car parking lot, in a parking lot that is just military vehicles only. Okay, let me move away from the noisy seagulls. I apologise, everybody. Go ahead, Jenny.
I think it was Hopsy that said that they should not be turned over to the military and serve on the front lines. They have already betrayed their country once. What's to say that they won't do it again? And this time they will risk more people's lives. So I would probably just send them to Russia. because they did pick a side, unfortunately. And I have been young and in desperate need of money, because when you're young, you don't earn that much. I never once thought of betraying my country. That's a serious crime. Whether you're spying or you're willfully destroying property of the military. I was quite the unruly teenager, but I didn't do any of that stuff. And so I don't think that youth can be used as an excuse. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thanks, Jenny. Actually, Hopsy, while you're up, have you any thoughts on if you've seen them, the F-16 pictures today over Odessa and the armaments that they seem to have on them, or any thoughts on that? Thought I'd take advantage of you being up.
Took a quick glimpse at them and heard some discussion in the back channels. My impressions, I haven't sort of sat down and gotten out my books and done the research, is that these are MLU, midlife upgrade F-16s. We kind of knew that. Looks like they've had some more kit put on them that is fairly sophisticated in both terms of defending the airframe and to provide eventually, for targeting for air to ground missions. I'm still of the mindset that let's say they have, I think, maybe as many as 16 planes at this point. I still think their primary mission is going to be the forward edge of the battle area, providing an extended air defense umbrella, because you have some pretty effective weapons delivery platforms already in the Ukrainian inventory, the Su-24s that are able to, that they recently put out a video. Might have been Tracy talking about it before, launching a couple of scalps potentially, or anyway, that's a fairly well developed capability for the Ukrainians. They don't have the numbers they want to, obviously, but because of the basically 16 jets is sort of maybe an average sized squadron in the West. You can do a lot with a squadron of F-16s, but you're going to have to focus on the biggest mission at hand. And I think the biggest mission at hand is stabilizing, then pushing back the Russian ability to interdict on the front line. That being said, once they achieve that, or a version of that, more jets will be coming, and there probably won't be announcements, except, yeah, we got another 10 jets, 2 weeks ago. That kind of backdoor stuff, or people just sort of doing the math and figuring out that the force has increased again. But in looking at those pictures, to circle back around to what you asked me, they look to have a fairly robust capability, and that they're going to be a very effective tool, with that will have a larger and larger impact as the numbers increase. That doesn't, and that in combination with more ammunition, love to see some more capabilities given to the ground forces, and as the Ukrainian recruitment and the lowering of the draft age, et cetera, makes their forces more robust, in combination with the eye-watering attrition numbers for the Russians, gives me a glimmer of hope. And better late than never, but that leaves a very bitter taste in my mouth when I say it. And I still am ticked as hell at my government for what they've allowed to happen in Ukraine, and the weakness they've shown, and putting my grandchildren at risk for future conflicts by not stopping this in its tracks with the ability, giving them the tools, and showing the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese that the West is not to be trifled with. We want to live in peace with you guys, but if you attack, you've unleashed a tiger, and we haven't done that, and it keeps me awake at night.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I agree. Tracy.
No, I completely agree. I think we all feel the same, don't we? So it is good to see now, yeah. And I thought it was interesting that that video came out this week of those two Scalp EG missiles. It's the first time we've seen the video, isn't it? So I thought it was quite interesting that they chose to release it now.
Yeah, I think that was maybe because it was, as you say, Air Force Day. That was on an SU, I think it was, rather than F-16. Unless somebody wants to correct me on that one. So it's all good. Obviously with the 6 or 10 they've got, they can probably sort out pockets of the front. I guess HOPC obviously can't cover the whole front, but as more planes come, those pockets can get wider and deeper. So that's good. That's good. That's for the future. Hopefully not too far. HOPC.
Yes, I mean, I like the analogy you just put forward there. They would if we were thinking about the front line in terms of putting out forced fires, these guys, these squadrons, their initial tasking to a large degree will probably be going where they're needed the most often, and then as their capability and let us not forget the experience and tactical, the widening of their tactical abilities to operate inside the airspace and become more familiar with their aircraft and their weapon systems and the integration and working through the integration on the ground. As they become more and more capable and their numbers increase, their ability to project force upon the Russians will also be, greatly enhanced. Will F-16s change the course of the war? I think we've heard it a million times here. No. Will they assist in the course of the war, keep things moving in a positive direction, help give the Ukrainians more options? Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, HOPC. Tracy, back to you.
So, did you see what the spokesman of the Navy said today? He said something I found quite interesting today. 5 military airfields remain in occupied Crimea. 2 of them are no longer equipped with aircraft. This is a fact. These aircraft could be relocated to the mainland, but to supply them with fuel and other necessities, of course, one must have appropriate logistics. I think that's quite a quote, don't you, Sir Shaggy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is quite quick.
Okay, so any more comments, anybody, or any questions for HOPC regarding aircraft whilst he's here? Please take the opportunity if you would like to. If you don't know how to come up to the panel, you can press the microphone icon in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will send us a speaker request, and we will then raise you up to the panel. So, anything else, Shaggy?
No, I'm okay. You carry on with the SBU stuff. There we go.
So we've a couple of more things to go over, and then we will move on to more news. Or if you want to keep talking about SBU, of course you should all but know by now, I'm always happy to keep talking about SBU. So a couple of other interesting cases. Now this one I found interesting. Go ahead.
Tracy, as we asked if people wanted to come up to ask a question, Genesis Man came up, so maybe he's got one before you start your thing.
Welcome, Genesis Man. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. Excuse me. Thank you, Sir Shaggy. HOPC. So, thanks for the things on the F-16s. I'm seeing some stuff about the helmets that the Ukrainians have been given. Don't know if you've seen that or you know about them. Apparently, it's you look at a target and your weapons go to it. I don't know if that's actually what they've got, but any comments?
Yes. Some of that queuing technology has been around for quite a while. And helmets, believe it or not, can be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point, depending on the level of technology put into the helmet. You'll see this quite often with these aviators wearing helmets that have a large projection out on their forehead and a weird looking visor system, and a lot of information is projected onto that visor in front of their eyes at the proper focal point, that they can see what the jet is doing and the weapon systems are doing, no matter where they're looking. So if you're looking to the left, your HUD projection and your weapon systems and other things that indicate the status of the airframe and some crucial information is projected onto the visor in front of you. And I haven't seen those pictures, so I don't know if they've gotten the full Monty, as it were, on those kinds of systems. But as far as the queuing systems being slaved to, say, the seeker heads on sidewinders, or some of the laser designators and things like that, they may have gotten that. They're all different levels of technology. And the interesting thing is, to use these helmets takes a lot of training and familiarity, because it's not natural initially. But I have never used one. They came after my time. But so if I wanted to see what the HUD was saying, I had to look at the HUD in front of me. But these just make you that much more able to absorb information while performing mechanical tasks. And even if they've just got the most basic kind of queuing helmet, it's still an enhancement. And the Russians have these queuing helmets too. What level of sophistication they have, I don't really know. But just evens the playing field a little bit more.
Any follow-up, Genesis Man?
No, thank you, Hopsy. So the pictures I saw was of the helmet, and you're right, it had a big band across the forehead, but also there were some gizmos and sensors on the aircraft that go with it. I suggest it's a system that they're trying to tell us they've got. That's all I saw. So it was just that. Can they actually shoot, or do they have to actually flick a button?
Well, you're still going to have to arm your weapons through the master arm panel, and make the pickle switch hot on your stick. And one of the reasons why they do that is because it's very important not to launch your weapons inadvertently. That's why they always make it a multi-step process. However, once if you're a Ukrainian fighter pilot and you've got your master arm switch off, and all your weapons are cold, you take off, you climb through 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet, whatever, turn towards the battle area, you're probably going to be doing what they call greening up your master arm panel at that point, or well before you get into potential conflict, because that's not something you want to be looking inside the cockpit and doing when you're already in an engagement or moments from it. So so that gives them the queuing, but they still have to manually pull a trigger, as it were, to get that weapon to leave the rails, and that's done for everyone's safety, and it really doesn't add that much time to the kill chain, a tenth of a second or less.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okie dokie. Any more questions, anybody, or anything you wanted to say, Hopsy, other than that? Okie dokie. So we shall continue then. I'll tell you about a couple of more things, and then we'll move to other news and any other conversation. Any topics you would like to bring up, or questions you would like to put to the panel, please feel free to do so. If you don't want to speak or you can't speak, you can DM Sir Shaggy and I, and we will be happy to read out your questions or comments. So another case this week, this is involving a spy this week of the Russian military intelligence. And he was preparing a new series of rocket attacks on Kharkiv. So the enemy's main targets were secret storage locations of important technical documentation. So the occupiers wanted to destroy technological documents and plans, including drawings, which are stored in these warehouses and are necessary for the restoration of industrial enterprises of the region. So that's quite specific. To correct the air attack, the Russian Special Services recruited a citizen who lives near Kharkiv and works in the city. He works in a city branch of a popular bank. Well, he did anyway. In order to obtain the coordinates of the targets, the person involved tried to use his acquaintances, other employees of one of the local state institutions who actually has access to this secret information. Under the guise of everyday communications in messengers, the Russians asked the woman about the locations of the secret storage documents. SBU counterintelligence exposed the spy at the initial stage of his criminal activity, and thanks to this, every step was documented, so they were caught red-handed at the final stage of the special operation. He was detained in his own apartment, and in addition, during the investigation, it was established that the person involved was also simultaneously scouting the bases of the defence forces in Kharkiv in particular. To do this, he drove around the city in his own car, recorded the locations of the defenders on a hidden video recorder, and the spy was in direct contact with a representative of the main directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. During the search of the detainee's apartment, a Russian passport was found, a car video recorder with the footage of the military facilities, mobile phones containing the evidence of the communication with the aggressor were also seized. Now, he's got 2 articles of the criminal code he's looking at. So espionage, of course, is one of them. And then unauthorized dissemination of information about the armed forces. Now, he is only looking at 15 years in prison. Now, I think this person should be looking at life in prison. But of course, I'm not a judge, and it's the judges that make these decisions in the courts in Ukraine. So what do you think about that one then, Sir Shaggy? Because that's only 15 years, and I think they should be looking at life.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying that when we offer our opinion on, or it should go without saying, when we offer our opinion on what we would do, then yeah, Ukrainian judges don't need to listen to us. But yeah, I mean, my thoughts on sentencing, if somebody's killed because of your actions, then yeah, that should be life, especially during war. If there's a potential of people losing their lives as well, even if it's things like blowing up vehicles that are used by the army, then yeah, heavy. I mean, you're gonna have heavy sentences during war because there's a war going on, and every vehicle counts. Even the SBU having to investigate these people, that takes resources away, Ukrainian resources away from doing other stuff. So yeah, you're going to come down hard on on criminals during war. It's just how it should be, in my view, anyway.
And would you like me to tell you now why he's not looking at life imprisonment? And it's the classification of, it'll probably fall in the bracket of 12 to 15 years, I would think. Excuse me. But the reason is because he was caught red-handed. If he'd have carried out those activities and there had been a grave threat to life, so there's 3 classifications, then that would have gone up to looking at life imprisonment. But because nobody lost their life, it doesn't come into that classification. So it drops into the next category, which is 12 to 15 years.
Okay, oh yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, I'm not going to pretend to even have a vaguely foggiest idea of the sentencing guidelines in Ukraine. You know a lot more than that to me, but that would make sense actually.
The criminal code knows a lot more, Shaggy. That's where I read this information from. But thank you, I appreciate that. But yes, that's the difference, because there's no grave threat to life. So nobody lost their life. And that's why it's 15 years, 12 to 15 years. But because there are those 2 charges there, hopefully he's going to get the maximum sentence of 15 years. We shall see. That is for the judges to decide. Okay, so also this week we had a priest who was detained. He was working as a Russian. Go on. Did you want to add something, Sir Shaggy?
No, I didn't touch my phone. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody's microphone open. So we had a priest this week who was also taken down. He was working for the Russian game. He was trying to prepare an attack on the echelons of the armed forces in Kharkiv region again. So lots of operations going on in the Kharkiv region. Not surprising, given what's happened recently with that attack there from Russian forces. And then, of course, all the psychological operations by Russia directed at destabilizing and demoralizing people, in particular in Kharkiv, but not just solely there, of course, the whole of Ukraine. Based on the materials of Nabu as well, there was a pre-trial investigation this week, and that was for the prosecutor. The serious anti-corruption prosecutor sent an indictment to the court against a former deputy. So he's been taken down. That was in Dnipropetrovsk. Also, the SBU reported suspicion about a main customs officer, and he was in the ranks of Ukraine. He was actually trying to sell tanks, supplying tanks to the Russians, and of course, that is not good, supporting the Russian military-industrial complex. And then on top of that, we've had one of Putin's closest associates, the Deputy Minister of Defence. A case has been built against him, which I think is pretty important because these cases are being built all the time against these people, and pre-trial investigation is still going on in this case. So this is involving two officials who are part of the Kremlin's leaders' close circle. And of course, they help that indicted child snatcher and war criminal in the Kremlin wage war or genocide in Ukraine. So these case materials show that Alexei Dimian, who used to actually be Putin's bodyguard and then later became the governor of the Tula region, is responsible for mobilizing lots of people in that region and then, of course, pushing them to the front line in Ukraine. In particular, he organised the partial mobilisation of men and then sent them to the Centre for Unmanned Systems and set up the production of FPV drones. So this is the people that they've been forcing to make these drones as well. At the same time, the Deputy Minister of Defence of the Russian Federation, this is Yumis Yevkorov, provides constant training of these servicemen under contract for the Russian forces. And for the crimes against Ukraine, investigators of the SBU and the General Prosecutor inform both of the participants in absentia of the crime under suspicion of 437 of the Criminal Code. And that's planning, preparation and initiation of waging an aggressive war. Like I say, that's still ongoing, and they are looking at bringing those perpetrators to justice. An important thing to say here is that they get served that suspicion, because these trials cannot go ahead in absentia if those people have not been served suspicion. And that is, of course, part of any law process, because you cannot mount a defence if you don't know the charges against you. And that's just part of rules-based international order. So there we go. Lots of sabotage cases this week, Sir Shaggy. Lots of very good takedowns. So I hope you all enjoyed hearing about that. Okay, so I've got lots more cases to go over if anybody wants to hear more of those things, but we can also move to other news. So Shaggy, we've got some booms that have been going off as well, I've been seeing in the background. Our lovely
you tell about the booms, then. I mean, you keep on your audio keeps on coming in and out for me, but I don't know if it's me or whether it's the app. I don't think it's you though. But I don't know.
Well, I'm having the same problem with your audio, so I don't know if it is me. Do you want to carry on, Sir Shaggy, and I will try recycle?
Yeah, could do. All right. So where are we then? So Yeah, so we've got some. I mean, I was gonna. Well, actually, I was gonna ask you a question, but if you're gonna go down, then you're gonna go down. But IT fella. Ooh. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you about this serving of suspicion thing, because I don't quite understand what that is. When the Ukrainians serve suspicion, and I mean, to me, initially the thought of you tell people that you're under suspicion, but normally I'd kind of do me investigation first before kind of tipping off the person who's under suspicion and letting them know that they're under suspicion. So I don't understand that. You can explain that if you know.
Yeah, so it's slightly different. This is something that I've commented on actually, because to you and I, it's obviously very unusual because in the UK, the police don't tend to tell you if they're suspecting you of something, do they? They just go ahead and build the case. And then the first you know is when they come and nick you or nab you. So it's quite unusual. But basically what happens is, I don't know how much of the case they build before they notify the person of suspicion, but it is a step process that they do go through in Ukraine. So you get notified of being suspected of the crime, then you get another notification when you are charged with the crime, and then of course you get arrested. So it's a 3-step process. But yeah, I find it quite interesting because, as I said, it's very unusual to us. It's just the way that things are done. But they do have to serve these cases in absentia as well. So these people, you know, it's part of that rules-based international order, isn't it? And letting people know that they are under suspicion so that they can then start to mount a defence. But I think it's kind of unusual. I think you're tipping people off when you tell them that they're suspected of a crime. So it's kind of odd to me, but that's just the way it works in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. Maybe IT fella knows, can explain it. I don't know. IT fella.
I just wanted to jump in because I can hear both of you fine. I'm not sure which of you is having the sound problem, but from this end, I can hear both of you.
Oh, brilliant. Excellent. Well, if everyone can hear both of us fine, Tracy, it doesn't matter if we only get a bit of each other. That's good. Thanks a lot for that, IT fella. Over to you, Tracy.
Okie dokie. So I was looking at something earlier, actually, which I'll tell you all about now, because Atesh were reporting earlier that they've committed some sabotage, which I thought was kind of interesting. So I've put it on my profile for you all to have a look at. So they've carried out sabotage in Makivka. So the agent set fire to a relay cabinet on the railway, stretching across the entire Kalininsky and Budenovsky districts of Donetsk. So this path goes towards Toretsk and Progress, and it serves as a logistics hub for the Russians and their supply of ammunition and military equipment, including personnel. So it looks like it's well ablaze to me, Sir Shaggy, so I don't think that's going to be working anytime soon.
No, I don't think that's going to be working anytime soon, which is a very good thing. I like that. Yeah, a nice either booms or blazes. There we go.
They're all good if you ask me. So Nefo Zizo is coming up to join us, it looks like. So we will probably hear from Nefo Zizo in a moment. But whilst we wait for him to jump up on the panel, I will tell you about something else. Let me see, what else can I tell you? Oh, yes, let's look at these pictures. So satellite images of the damaged S-400 anti-aircraft guns. Oh dear, what a shame. This is in the heights of Kayabash in Balaclava. So before that, the complex included 4 Pu 5P85 SMs and a 9.2 HE6 radar. So definitely that's good news. In the photo, you can see that one of the radars and the degree of damage is not really established. So sometimes it's hard to work these things out. And I like it when they give you the descriptions like this. There are other 2 there that are not seen in the picture, and possibly they were towed away. Of course, I can't say that for sure, but it's interesting that the satellite footage is starting to come out now. So we wait to see more of that.
Good stuff.
I saw your mic open and close then, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, so good stuff. Oh, Tracy, I'm going to have to do. I'll speak to you in sentences rather than little one-offs. But I can see that NATO Zizo has managed to come up. Can you see that he's here?
I'm here, but I have no news or anything I want to talk about. Maybe if you guys say something, maybe I get triggered. But for now, I don't have anything.
Okay then. So I guess we will go on to other news. So let's tell you about some booms that the lovely boomologist has been telling us about in the background. So thank you very much for that, resident boomologist. Ooh, that was a picture I just didn't want to see. Thank you for that, David Bailey. That's a very nice picture indeed. Apologies, everybody, that kind of caught me off guard. So let's go to these booms that the lovely Mockers has been telling us about. And now I've got to scroll back really far to find them. Goodness me. So what have we got here? Fire at a machine building plant in Luhansk. 12 explosions rang out. Oh no, as Mockers puts it. I like that. So we've talked about that. Strikes at the Higher Military Aviation School of Navigators. Ooh, that's interesting as well. And oh dear, what's this? Rostov region. At first the grass caught fire and then a fire spread to warehouses. Let me see if we've got some secondary detonation. I guess that's what we are waiting for there. So there are the booms for now.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, you kind of read out the booms that I've seen as well. I'm wondering if the popcorns run out in MriyaReport or not, or when somebody's going to start taking some videos of what actually occurred there, because all I saw from there was a bit of smoke. Well, quite a bit of smoke actually, to be fair. But apparently, as you pointed out, and I pointed out this morning, the rest of the city was sat there watching it, and it's like, well, what were they watching? I'd like to know what they were watching. So we need some videos. Nathan Zizo.
Yeah, I saw photos today of the German-made Skyex air defense system in Ukraine. This is a anti-drone system that can shoot down drones and things like this. Is there anybody that knows anything that maybe knows how effective this system is and how Ukraine uses it? I think this would be quite good information to know, because it's a very good system. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mentioned this morning in my session with Mockers. So yeah, there was a very nice picture. It was a very sexy piece of kit. As Mockers and I agreed, they shoot, and this is off the top of my head, they shoot ahead munitions from a 35mm barrel. So I'm lying here at the moment with my eyes closed, trying to remember what I read on my screen this morning. There's 4 different types of munition that comes out of them. Basically, they target like UAVs or even artillery shells in the air and stuff like that, and the ammunition blows up. Is programmed to blow up just in front of its target, and it releases a load of shrapnel, anything from about 190 odd pieces all the way up to about 860 pieces, I think. Yeah, and that's how it does it. So apparently, like things like an IRS, from the article I read this morning, an IRST or IRIST missile costs around about $300,000 to $500,000. However, one of these to take out a target costs about $4,000. So an order of magnitude or more less expensive than it would take for a missile to do for an IRST anyway, to do the same thing. And they cost about 90 million. That's all from memory. These are.
Yeah, do you think it is a game changer if they supply Ukraine with more of these air defense systems? Because as you said, it is very much cheaper to actually get those drones down. But do you also think it's a game changer in because it will stop more drones, and less drones will be likely to penetrate. Do you think this, Shaggy?
I don't think it's going to be a game changer. If there was the amount of them, if they delivered thousands of them, then yeah, that would be definitely a game changer from a taking drones and helping out point of view. But thousands aren't going to be delivered. It's a bit like with Gepards. Gepards are really very handy, but there's not enough of them. It's like with everything that's being given to Ukraine. It's just not enough of it being given. Ukraine's a big old country. It's got a lot of area to cover and defend. And drones and things like that can fly in and around and everywhere. So yeah, there's just not enough of them that are going to be available now or even in the near to medium term. So yeah, so yes, it could be, but no, it won't be.
Have you seen the pictures of that fire in Rostov-on-Don? If you haven't, I've just posted them because I don't need Genesis Man to tell me, although if Genesis Man wants to come and tell us, I would be delighted that he does so, but I don't think we need him to tell us that that is not a grass fire, Sir Shaggy. Have a look at the colour of that smoke. I don't think
Yeah, I've actually just managed to have a look. I can tell you from my expert cough knowledge, I don't think that's an electrical fire because I don't see anything. I don't see anything blue and lovely. Will might say, or I'm going to say, but I'm not going to put words in Will's mouth. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of grass there, but there also looks to be a little bit of dark smoke as well, which looks like it could be maybe oil or something like that, because you can see some canisters and stuff like that, or some yeah, well, whatever they're called, oil tanks of stuff in there. So I'm thinking it's a mixture of grass on the far right hand side, but kind of more in the middle. That could be something a bit more interesting. What do you think, Tracy?
Well, apparently it's very near, would you believe it, to an oil depot.
Yeah, it definitely looks oil depot-y with all those. I mean, there's a lot. I'm just slowing the video down now so I can have a look. Yeah, there's a lot of those tanks, isn't there? There's some on the left which haven't been hit yet, but there's some on the right near where that grass is. Like the grass looks to be burning in a kind of a white smoke, but there's a lot of black smoke, and there's a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's about 7 canisters, and they're probably going to have some behind them as well. They look to be on fire, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe the first video is of when the fire was first set. So it seems like it was set on the grass with some lubricants, which I find kind of interesting as well. So then maybe it spread further to the oil tanks, because of course then the second video, the smoke is very, very black, isn't it? Which wouldn't surprise me being near an oil depot.
Yeah, and the handy thing is the wind is blowing from right to left as well, so it's actually blowing towards the tanks and stuff. So hopefully a few more of them will go as well.
And another video for you all to look at, which has just dropped, and I've literally just posted it. I was thinking information was a little bit scarce when I put together the frontline report for today, actually, the frontline update. And I'm not surprised, actually, because we know that, of course, what's going on, that Russia's mounting more attacks or trying to. So now I'm actually looking at this video. This has come from, this is another Russian assault that's been repelled on the positions of the 79th. and the 47th separate infantry battalions. Enemy losses here are 1 tank and 3 armoured vehicles. So I've just posted that video for you all to see that too.
Yeah, cheers, Tracy. I'm looking at the second video now. That's a lot smokier. Yeah, that I reckon that second video must have been taken after the first one. That smoke has got a lot thicker and a lot blacker. So that looks as though that fire expanded between the first and the second videos.
Yeah, exactly. So let's hope it expands even more and hits all of those, well, I don't know, oil tanks, whatever kind of fuels are stored there. That would be definitely very good. Cripple those military logistics of the Russians.
Yeah, exactly. We'll wait and see. Thanks for posting the videos, Tracy.
No problem. I think everybody wants to have a look at them, or I'm sure they do. So I cannot fail to mention that who won gold anyway. Did you hear about that, Sir Shaggy? It was only the SBU.
Yeah, I saw that. Very happy about that. I think there's how many members in the team is it? Was it 4 or 5 or 6? You'll know.
Yeah, 4 members of the team, and one of them, Olha Karalan, she is in the SBU, and she's also a trainer in the SBU as well.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I've seen quite a few different photos of her. Some of her competing. There was one this morning I spotted. I think it was in Vogue actually. So she was in a dress, but with her helmet, not the Ukrainian coloured helmet, but a kind of just a normal helmet. So she looked lovely in those pics. And she looks very, very happy. They all look very, very happy to have won. And yeah, congratulations. But I can see Zizo's got his hand up. Zizo.
Yeah, I want to ask, have you guys seen the reports about that Russia is providing Iran with military equipment, that they're flying military transport aircraft to Tehran and back?
Yeah, I mean, Russia's been supplying Iran with military equipment for quite a while. I don't. Yeah, it's just more military equipment going there. Obviously, we don't want Russia supplying anybody with military equipment. Although the flip side of that is, if they're supplying somebody with military equipment, that military equipment won't be used against or directly against the Ukraine. So bit of a catch-22 whether I'm liking that or not. If they want to give their sparse military equipment to somebody else, I don't know whether I'm for or against that. Actually, I think I'm actually I don't want to say whether I'm for or against it. I'd rather the plane that was going to that third country fell into the sea, so no one got it. But that didn't happen. Zizo.
Yeah, I agree here that I would love to see those planes fly into the sea and not arrive in Tehran, that they can terrorize other people with this kind of weapons. Because as many people may know, Israel faces a real existential threat from all these kinds of different terror groups in the region that are supported by Iran. So every weapon does make a difference here. And it's another escalation of the side of Russia against the West, because the West has been building up the Israeli military for years and years. And yeah, of course, Russia is trying to help wipe out Israel. And sending weapons to Iran, it's a big escalation, because we don't know what they've sent. And every time we do something or something, it is portrayed in the media like we are the one escalating. But when Russia is escalating, you hear nothing in the mainstream media. No single mainstream media I've heard about that Russia is actually supplying Iran, and that we maybe should take out these planes or something. Nobody is talking about it. And every time we are actually doing something against Russia. We are attacking those fighter planes, for example, that are in Russian territory, things like this. Then our media is telling this is a huge escalation and things like this. But we are actually, I think, we are kind of playing the game wrong here, because we can always look at what we are doing and what are the consequences of that. But we should also look what is Russia doing and what are the consequences of this, because it is really many people know there's going to be an all-out war in the Middle East, and it will not be like the war in Ukraine. It will probably be bigger and with catastrophic consequences. And Russia is really having a big hand in this game they are playing in the Middle East. For them, it's a game, but at the end of the day, it will cost human lives. And Russia is again getting away with it, and they got away with too much, I think. every time Russia has some kind of plan like this, or is something doing like this, I think the people should know, and the news should actually play into this effectively, because otherwise Russia is just allowed to do these things, and we cannot just let all these things happen anymore. So that's kind of the point I wanted to make, and thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how big it could get over there. Obviously, there's worst case scenarios, and there's better case scenarios than the worst and stuff like that. Some of the things I see, I mean, I know the US has got warships and aircraft carriers in the area. I know that when Iran tried to attack Israel a few months ago, that there was an international coalition of shooting down drones and missiles, and they didn't do that to help Ukraine. They sporadically give Ukraine some things so that Ukraine can shoot them down. Yeah, there's kind of, I would say there's more boots on the ground or boots on ships and pilot butts in the air helping in the Middle East than there are helping Ukraine. Ukraine seems to be more on its own with aid rather than direct involvement, because shooting drones and shooting missiles down on behalf of Ukraine will be very good. Actually, we've been calling for that since the start of the full-scale invasion. No fly zones and stuff like that. But for Ukraine, it's not. It doesn't seem to. That's fell on deaf ears. F-16s are only appearing now. But yes, it's not good. It will, in some ways, if Russia does start to arm Iran more. As we know, it's got a dwindling supply of arms and munitions for its genocidal war into Ukraine. So that's just going to compound that problem. So part of me thinks, well, how much could it actually give to Iran? And if it does give to Iran, then Western allies seem to be a lot more willing to deal with things that are going to be flying towards Israel or given to the Houthis and stuff like that, and bombing Yemen, than they are helping directly in Ukraine. So yeah, so it's quite complicated. It's not good. Russia is definitely involved in both of them. Israel itself is not defenseless. Israel can also defend itself. It's got fairly decent military, should we say? British understatement there. So it's not toothless. It's got decent airplanes and decent stuff. Yeah, it's a small country, which is positive and negative. It's a small country with big teeth. Has a very small land area to defend, but that also means that it's more concentrated. So yeah, it's complicated. I concentrate on the Ukraine side of things. Otherwise, my brain will explode. Basically, if I have too much information going in. Zizo.
Yeah, what you said in the beginning, we're not doing enough for Ukraine, and I think this is mainly the fault of Europe, because we cannot ask the United States to solve every conflict in the world, including Middle East, including the South China Sea. So the United States needs some leverage to put their focus elsewhere. The United States cannot save everybody, but the United States does have the biggest capacity to produce things, and we can actually invest in the European military industrial complex for them to make stuff they're gonna send to Ukraine, for example. So we don't need American boots on the ground or something like this. But it would be very great if Europe could spend more on defense and actually get the help of America to produce this. This would be very great. In my opinion, this would be the best thing that Europe can do for Ukraine. And yeah, it is the situation with Russia. It is really not good, and they are trying to get conflicts going all around the world. So we really need to be prepared for this, and yeah, spend more on defense so we can help Ukraine better. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, one positive thing for what if we're going to compare, like how much the US spends on its military, how much Europe collectively and individually, each country spends on its military, and Israel, how much it spends on its military. Subtract how much aid we get. I mean, I don't think Europe gets that much aid from the US. Israel does get some military aid, quite a bit from the US, but it also does pull its finger out and spends its own budget on its own defence as well. So I think the US, just off the top of my head, the US spends the most on defence, followed by Israel. This is kind of per capita, and then Europe doesn't really much, and we need to pull our finger out in Europe because it's not you don't it's not a free lunch, as it were. Defence, national security. So yeah, we need to pull our finger out. I mean, things are improving somewhat slowly and glacially, but yeah, I'd like us to get on definitely more of a war footing. I think it's turned. That's how I'd like it. What do you think, Tracy?
Yeah, I agree. But didn't we think that there were 6 F-16s in Ukraine? Because
originally we thought there were 6, but that's gone up to 10 today.
I was going to say that's what I'm seeing, 10 now. So I just thought that was interesting. And also I'm noticing President Zelensky is saying that they will not speak about the future F-16 missions for obvious reasons. And Sersky is saying, well, there will be more missions and more things will get destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the sidelines, and even the experts as well, who are not directly involved in the Ukrainian military, would love to know numbers. We like facts and numbers and stuff like that, but there's OPSEC. So just because we don't know doesn't mean to say they are there or they aren't there. We just don't know. And yes, sometimes it's frustrating because we can't do our completely amateur guesses from our point of view, Tracy, or our better guesses from people who've been in the military, but they need facts and figures as well to be able to extrapolate and come out with theories. So yeah, what can you do with 6 F-16s? What can you do with 10 F-16s? What can Ukraine do now? Well, it's best if we don't know that, because if we knew that, then so would the Russians. And we don't want the Russians to know exactly what the Ukrainians can do. So yeah, we just gotta accept that there is the fog of war. Sometimes the fog of war protects your enemy. Sometimes the fog of war protects yourself. But there is this fog of war, and it's there, and you can't see through it all the time. So that's the way it is. Tracy.
Yeah, I agree. And we want to know, don't we? But I've been convinced that F-16s have been there for a while anyway. I think that they've had at least a couple of them there, but that is, of course, just my very limited and humble opinion. I don't know. I'm thinking, going back to all those planes that were taken down, those Russian planes over those periods of times, and I know everything that all the experts have said, but I'm just going to think, yes, they were there previously, and there's more of them there now. So that's going to please me. Some things that I can tell you, which are some couple of things that I'm looking at. So something interesting, the GUR have released information about who was part of this crew that destroyed the Russian Tu-22 M3 bomber. So I'll go over that in a minute. I think people will remember that incident. But one thing that I want to talk about before I forget is this warning here, when I just go back and find it, because what's happened is the Russians have created a fake version of the Reserve Plus app. So this is the app that everybody has to sign up to, conscripts, people within a military age bracket that are eligible to be conscripted. And that's the app that everybody's been signing up to. So the Russians have now created a fake one, and the Ministry of Defence are warning about that. So they've created a web application. It looks like the Reserve Plus app, and it plans to distribute that among Ukrainians in order to collect personal data about them and, of course, fool them. It's essentially like a phishing scam, isn't it? Like an elaborate phishing scam. So the Deputy Minister of Defence, Katerina Chernyhenko, she's been warning about this, asking everybody to be extra careful, check the resources that you are using, make sure that it's the correct Reserve Plus app, which you will find at reserveplus.mod.gov.ua, and not to follow the links that imitate the name. So be exceptionally careful. So the Ministry of Defence said that there is another one that says it's in brackets. I'm going to post this information so everybody can look at it anyway, because it's Minister STVO Obrony Ukraine. That's the fake one that they've created, which, as I said, I will post that so people get the exact pronunciation of the name. But I think it's pretty important that we warn people about that. So Russians trying it on again, Sir Shaggy.
Yeah, they always try it on. They try it on from so many different angles as well. I mean, when I was younger, we heard about it. I mean, I'm a cynical Gen Xer, so lived through a bit of the Cold War and all that. So yeah, kind of prepared slightly, somewhat, even though I'm from the UK. Obviously, somebody who's a Gen Xer from Ukraine or one of the countries which was formerly occupied by the Soviet Union knows even more than I do as well. But they're going to try from every single angle. The opportunists, they're kind of masters at it, and yeah, they're very good at it. They'll try and turn the screw from any angle where it's going to hurt us, and I think that's only going to get worse before it gets better. I'm sorry to say, and we've got to be aware of it. We've got to be vigilant. We've got to be we've got to try and be proactive, or at least very quickly reactive when things show up. But proactive will be better.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a long way to go yet, and I think things are going to get a lot worse, and I think we have to be prepared for that. And given what our, experts like Chuck Farrar say about at least another couple of years, things are going to get a lot worse. The pressure is going to get a lot worse on Russia, and then that is going to cause Russia to try and make more pressure in these sabotage ways that we've been talking about as well. So everybody needs to be exceptionally careful, certainly when it comes to phishing. Everything's increasing, isn't it? The cyber attacks are increasing. This hybrid warfare in general is increasing. And I think actually that's happening more around the world than it maybe is in Ukraine, because I think this is something that they've done in Ukraine, the Russians, for a long time. It's nothing new there, is it? But exporting that terror around the world is something that Russia is trying to do because, well, they want us all divided. They want us all panicking. They want us all fighting, arguing, all the rest of those things. And we cannot allow that to happen. So everybody needs to be exceptionally careful, especially when it comes to clicking on links and things like that. We've talked about the increase in phishing scams coming from, Russians trying to create fake accounts, pretending to be various different state agencies in Ukraine. And of course, the energy minister was one of those. And in fact, actually, interestingly, I was looking at something earlier on that Russians have tried to attack critical infrastructure again in Sumy and in Poltava this time. But yeah, so it's definitely all going to increase, and it's going to get harder and it's going to get tougher, but we just have to suck it up, pull our socks up, because you know what? We are not on the front line, and we are not living in Ukraine facing a genocidal invasion every day. So this is where we hold the line, right, Sir Shaggy? Would you like to hear about this Tu-22 operation now?
Yeah. In a second, I'll just say one thing though. Yeah, I mean, one of the ways and what we do here is we try and educate our listeners and ourselves as well, from our listeners and from fellow speakers and co-hosts regarding what Russia's up to. But I'd definitely have a healthy, go about with a healthy dose of skepticism. If somebody's offering you free lunch, then it's probably not free. So it goes back to those kids, the 20-year-olds who wanted to get some cheap money by torching some cars in Ukraine. Well, you're going to ask why, and is it worth it? It's not cheap money if you're going to end up 8 years in prison, is it? It may seem so on the front, and so if somebody's offering you an easy answer, if somebody's blowing smoke up your arse and agreeing with you, kind of ask yourself, am I actually right? Just because somebody's agreeing with me doesn't mean to say I'm right. So you've got to do some research. You've got to educate yourself. You've got to find decent sources of information. You've got to keep rechecking those sources as well. Just because a source of information was correct once doesn't mean to say they're correct all the time. So you've just got to be aware and be vigilant. Be vigilant from what you consume, news-wise, media-wise. And if somebody says, click this link and become a millionaire, you know what? Have a little bit of healthy skepticism and think, you know what, may not actually be a millionaire. If I click that link, something bad might happen. Yeah, just that, Tracy.
Yeah, we're absolutely right, Sir Shaggy. Protect yourselves. That's what we have to do. Be careful. So this is a very interesting operation talked about here. So I don't know if you will remember when this Tu-22 came down. So the GUR have identified war criminals from among the crew of the destroyed Tu-22 M3 bomber. How can they do that if it was destroyed? Well, I shall explain. So they've released these exclusive details of an operation to destroy this Tu-22, a strategic bomber of the Russian Federation, and this was carried out by the GUR. So on the 19th of April, as well as establishing the data of the Russian war criminals from among the crew of the aircraft, this was published in the documentary material. So the Tu-22 bomber, which was destroyed more than 300 kilometers from the front line, fell near the Bogoryv farm in the Stavropol region of the Russian Federation. The plane with the serial number 111 belonged to the 52nd Heavy Bomber Aviation Regiment of the Russian military unit, and that was at an airbase in the Kaluga region. The Air Regiment is part of the 22nd Guards Heavy Bomber Air Division. So that's the long-range aviation command of the Russian Air Force. On April the 19th, it took off from the North Caucasian Air Base in Mozdok and to the village of something I can't pronounce in the Krasnodar region. The launch point of the Kh-22 missile on the territory of Ukraine was his last flight. The plane was hit at a distance of 308 kilometers, far enough. Let's put this in a fruitful way. So the downing of this long-range aircraft, this has been reported here by Budanov, said in an interview at the time. Subsequently, the military intelligence unit of Ukraine established the names and detailed information about 4 war criminals from the remaining crew of the destroyed bomber. All 4 were able to eject, but only 2 of the war criminals survived. The commander of the ship, the deputy squadron commander for military and political work, and they give his personnel number, all his details. They even give the address that he was living at, and say that he was divorced and has a daughter. Also, there's a pilot, which they again give all the details of here because they like to give all the details of the war criminals. An assistant commander of the ship and the pilot operator. Their full profiles are available on the website of the GUR, along with other war criminals, with a detailed description of their names, and they are posted on a special portal. This is called the Book of Executioners of the Ukrainian People. This is constantly updated and supplemented. And for more details about the operation to destroy the bomber and the war crimes by the Russian pilots against Ukraine and the radio interception of the conversations, you can go and check out that website, and you can also see a video. Now that's pretty interesting, right? So Shaggy, that's a lot of information to release, and you also get to hear the intercepted conversations and see the video of the bomber coming down as well. Do you remember when this was taken down in April?
Oh yeah, oh definitely, yeah. I mean, I did a little video. I put Swan Lake on it, if I remember correctly. Spliced a couple of videos together, and Swan Laked it. Yeah, so I definitely remember that. But I just want to do a quick PSA for 30 seconds. So in 7 minutes, Thomas Tyner is going to be on with Axel and David. So put your kettles on now, make your coffees and teas now, get that beer out of the fridge now, because in 7 minutes time, Thomas is going to be on and you won't want to miss any of that. So that's it. Tracy.
Very exciting indeed. Thank you very much for that, Sir Shaggy. And we will also have a public service announcement about our fundraiser in a moment, I think. But first, I will tell you all about, let's talk about drones. Who's going to be getting lots more Maguras, do you think? Only the GUR. And how many will they be getting? Well, how many does 1.5 million hryvnias buy, do you think? Because they've just been donated 1.5 million hryvnias to the scouts of the GUR so that they can buy more attack drones in the form of Magura 5s. That sounds great, right, Sir Shaggy? I think that's a lot of
Got me
drones.
again. He got me again just as I was actioning David's request. He always do this. He always do this. There he is. Hopefully I brought him up. Yes, he's up. Excellent. Yeah, 100 million hryvnia. Divide by 40, which is about 40, isn't it? So what's that? 20, just over $20 million. That's a lot. That's a chunk of change.
How much does a Magura 5 cost?
I don't know. Actually, how much?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I've got no idea.
I don't know. I'm going to have a look at Amazon. I'll have a look on Amazon EU and see what it says, shall I?
Maybe Budanov will tell us. So
yeah, Budanov.ua. We'll have a look and see what his shop says, shall we?
So, yeah, go ahead and give us a retweet. Everybody, there is a card in the nest about Thomas Tyner. Tell everybody that we will be joined by Thomas Tyner very shortly indeed, and we will be having a sit rep. So I think that will be David and Axel that will be taking that away, and that will be a fantastic conversation. And that gives me enough time, I think, to talk about our fundraiser, which, of course, is the first post in the nest. I mean, this is a really exciting thing, I think. It's really unusual. It's not something that MriyaReport have done before. And this is, I think, it helps. It's a multifaceted way to help. That's how I like to put it, Sir Shaggy, because, you know, not only are we helping, if you make a donation, helping Ben to be able to make this film. And if you don't know who Beneficial is, well, you should know by now. Go ahead and follow him and go across to thezeroline.com and check out his first docu-film that he made. I'm sticking with the docu-films. I like that word. Everybody else can call it a film or a documentary or whatever they want, but I'm sticking to docu-film. So this is my new way of calling them, because I think that's what they are. They're not really documentaries and it's not really a film, is it? It's kind of a bit of both. But this is called Citizen Gunfighters, this one. And it's about ordinary people in Ukraine taking up arms against a genocidal invader. And if you've seen To the Zero Line, you will understand about the way that Ben makes films. And I think it's pretty important because it's from the perspective of Ukrainians. It's not from the perspective of a journalist or, you know, anything like that. Ben doesn't put his own spin on it. You know, it's just really, it's like a glimpse into their lives, into their everyday lives. And, you know, the fight against this barbaric invader that's committing genocide. And, you know, we all understand here that Russia's intent is to erase Ukraine's heritage, art, religion, the future of Ukraine and their children. And that is another reason why this is really important, because it counters that propaganda as well, and it gets that information out there. It helps people to make those human connections, which is really important. You know, people need to see what's going on, and you know, a lot of the things that are coming out there, the news items, it's not cutting through now. We've all spoken about the lack of international media showing what we want them to show in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. And this is a completely different perspective. Like I said, it's from the perspective of Ukrainians themselves. Just, I mean, you know, everyday life, you just think about everyday life that you go through. How many times do you get stressed out in your daily life just by, you know, silly, ordinary things? And then imagine trying to live and work in Ukraine and do that at the same time. It's got to be pretty impossible. But nevertheless, inspiringly, they are getting up and finding ways and making new things out of old rusty ones. It's just absolutely humbling, inspiring, and we need to get this story out there. So, Shaggy?
Yeah, we do. I've got a rough price for you for a Magura 5, courtesy of Wiki. It says $273,000. But I mean, you can have a bag of salt with that as well. I've no idea. There was a report on the BBC from last year sometime saying the Ukrainian government did publish the price of one drone. Didn't say which one, and it was about $250,000. So maybe around that ballpark figure. It might be around that, just that.
I wonder if that price includes all the additions that were added on, though, you know, like grads and flamethrowers and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Although if they're making a lot of them, usually the production costs come down, and things like that. So I mean, $250,000 maybe a big pinch of salt on that one there.
Okie dokie, it's time for you and I to go, Sir Shaggy. So we have David and Axel coming up to do the old switcheroos. So make sure you give us a retweet, everybody, on that first post in the nest, and make a donation if you can, because this helps people in Ukraine earn money, cameramen and people like that. Everybody employed on this project is Ukrainian. So you're helping Ukrainian people, you're helping the Ukrainian economy, and you are helping Ben to be able to make this film and get this film out there, which is really important. So you can help in many different ways, and I don't have any more time to talk about all the rest of them. So go ahead and have a look on that thread, and you will be able to see more information, and I'm sure you will hear me talk about it again soon. So make a donation if you can, and if you can't make a donation, just go ahead and retweet and tell everybody about it. Raise awareness, and that is how we all work together as a community around here. So good evening, Axel. Good evening, David.
Good evening, good evening.
So I shall be doing the switcheroo with you, David, I think. Or Sir Shaggy's already popped off, so I'll wait for you to jump up beside me. And then it's going to be, well, not quite a Tynaton sit rep. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think we all are. It's always a pleasure, and we had him on, was it, I can't remember when it was, not long ago. Thursday night, wasn't it? And we didn't get much chance to talk to him because we also had Malcolm Nance, and there was a lot going on with yeah, whatever it was, the clown show regarding Karamurza and the criminals. Anyway, so we're looking forward to this. This is going to be good.
Yeah, there's lots to talk about as well, isn't there? Especially with the F-16s and, of course, Ukrainian Air Force Day. So some very interesting things coming out. Lots of pressure going on the front line, I've noticed. So I shall be enjoying this, I think.
What have been the main topics that you've been talking about so far, Tracy?
Well, we had a little frontline report, although when I put the report together, there wasn't too much coming out other than what we've already heard about Russia intensifying their actions. And then we had the SBU segment. So we've been talking about a few of the booms, of course, and just general bits of information here and there, David. Lots of special operations we've been talking about.
And there's lots of good satellite image coming out from the airbase. I forgot the name off the top of my head. The one in Rostov that was hit, presumably by Storm Shadow or Scalp or something. So that's really interesting. There's also been a grass fire in Rostov that looks like it's been deliberately set because it was in close vicinity to an oil terminal or some kind of petrochemical plant. So that's gone up as well. Yeah, so there's an awful lot going on. Of course, they lost a submarine this morning or yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think that's a grass fire. It's near an oil depot, and the second video looks very, very black. So I think the fire may have reached the oil, hopefully, David. Okay, so I'm going to keep talking because nobody else is talking, and we are just waiting for David to pop up beside me, and then we will be ready. So yeah, the satellite image. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was atomized at the time, so nothing was working. Yeah, I think it started off as a grass fire, but as you say, I think it was deliberately set, and it's definitely It's definitely not burning grass now. It's something much bigger. So, yeah.
Okay, I see you in the co-host seat now, David. So thank you very much for your time, everybody, today. I shall see you all tomorrow, and good evening.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smet Vraham.
And there you go. Thank you very much, Tracy. And thank you very much, everybody. I can see that our friend Thomas has already managed to curve up the hill on his mountain bike and is going to be with us in just about a second. So Tracy and I will do a bit of swappity-doo, and then we'll give it a run for everybody's money on the F-16s. There you go. Buonasera.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another evening of weapons technology and ranting about politicians who don't invest in defense. And yeah, I think we start right away with
no rand.
Axel. If you have...
we start with no rand. We'll just start with weapons technology. How about it? What do you think? We'll do 55 minutes without a rand, because otherwise you and I will be doomy and gloomy.
The thing is, when I come to speak about certain, the conditions of what Ukraine has received in weapons technology, what Europe could produce in weapons technology, and then if you look at the difference, you can just despair. So anyway, let's talk about F-16 because everybody wants to hear about that.
Exactly. So why does it matter so much what level of avionics and what level of link setup the F-16s get the Ukrainians operate?
Okay, the F-16 the Ukrainians got, as far as I understand, these are from Danish stocks. The first ones are Danish F-16 that have arrived and are now in use by the Ukrainian Air Force. Today, Zelensky showed a video of the official introduction of the F-16s into Ukraine, and you could see that they are using a pure air-to-air loadout for now. So F-16s is a multi-role fighter. The F-16 can do everything. You can hunt enemy airplanes, you can hunt drones, you can attack enemy air defense positions, you can bomb heavy positions, you can bomb light things, you can hunt for tanks, you can make close air support. The F-16, it's a true multi-role fighter. That's why I have always argued it's the best fighter to give to Ukraine, because it can do everything imaginable. It can even hunt ships with anti-ship missiles like Harpoon and so on. So this is one pony that can do all the tricks. So that's, for example, why Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Portugal, and a lot of other countries only bought F-16, because with that fighter you can just do everything. Now the Ukrainians received the first F-16s. They have been upgraded. It was always clear that one of the delays is because the United States is offering Ukraine to upgrade from the APG 66 radar to the better 68 radar. So this is, the United States has a ton of different radars. They're all designated the same. The only thing that changes is the number, like 66, 68. And I think the newest version for the F-16 should be the 80.
Yeah, and Thomas, they upgraded the radar because the Israeli feedback was that this is what the Ukrainians will need at least.
Yeah, and the thing is that one of the great things about United States military design is, so if you have an F-16 with an AN APG 66 radar, and you want to put in the AN APG 68, it's a completely different radar, completely different design, completely different processing, completely different capabilities. The two radars have exactly the same dimensions. You can just swap them out. So you just unscrew everything that holds the 66 in place and you smack in the 68 and you upgrade the software in the avionics, and it works. And if the avionics don't work, you can swap up parts of the computer. It's like a Lego system. So the United States is throwing away 600 something ABG 68 radars because they're replacing them. I just checked, it's the 83 now. The newest version is 83. So the American radars are quite more capable than the European version, the 66 one. So the Ukrainians are getting now an upgraded F-16. Now people are saying these are old fighters. Yes, if you're a nation, you don't want to buy these fighters. Why? Because every fighter has a certain lifespan. You can fly that many hours before you have to make a complete check of every part, and you have to take it apart and clean it and so on. So if you have an F-16 that is that old and you want to buy it, you buy something that you have to check every few hundred hours for defects, and you know after maybe 1,000 flight hours this F-16 isn't flyable anymore. So if you're a country, you don't want to buy those F-16s. On the other hand, if you're Ukraine, you will use these F-16s in combat. So the expectation is the war will end before these 1,000 or something hours are up. So Ukraine doesn't care at all that these are older airframes. What Ukraine cares is that they are updated to be able to use modern air-to-air missiles to finally shoot down all these Russian planes that drop glide bombs on Ukrainian positions. Because as it turns out, the biggest problem for Ukrainian frontline troops now are not enough infantry and Russian glide bombs. The Russians are dropping like 50 of those glide bombs per day. And the problem is these glide bombs, if they hit, they annihilate an entire Ukrainian position. So Ukrainians have a little bit of chance with radar to see these Russian planes coming. And since the Russian planes have to angle themselves towards the position they want to bomb, so the glide bomb glides in a straight line there, the Ukrainians can warn the troops to leave the position, wait for the impact, and then return. The problem is that then a lot of Ukrainian equipment and positions, trenches are destroyed, and the Russians attack exactly there. And this is the way how the Russians right now advance. So the Ukrainians had an interest to get F-16s, no matter how many hours are left on the airframe. And the second thing was that these F-16s need to be able to help the Ukrainians defeat the Russian fighters dropping the glide bombs. So the Ukrainians will receive former Norwegian, Danish, Belgian, and Dutch F-16s, which all have been upgraded, right? And are now able to deploy newer version of the AIM-120 MRAM air-to-air missile, which has the range required to destroy these Russian planes. However, for now, I don't think Ukraine will use the F-16s for that. The simple reason is that Ukraine at the moment doesn't have enough F-16s, so they cannot start losing some of them. Secondly, more importantly for Ukraine is to finally have something to hunt down
Sorry, Thomas, I lost your audio after hunt down.
someone out there.
Yep. Is there anybody out there? No, of course. You said hunt down and then you were silent.
Oh, no, hunt down the Russian drones and cruise missiles in Ukrainian airspace. Now, this is a little introduction, as you can understand from this little bit here. Everything is really complicated. There's an immense amount of technology, training, planning, operational things going on here. So even if we spend an hour talking about it, we will still only touch all the things that are going on with the F-16. So I think we will divide it into things now, in two blocks. The first block is what Ukraine can do and likely will do with the few F-16s that have arrived now, because they have arrived, I think, 6 pilots and 8 planes for now. Not because the West doesn't have enough planes for them, but because the pilot training takes longer than expected, because you don't want to give the pilots a sloppy training, because a sloppy training would mean that they will soon get shut down, lose a valuable F-16 and lose a valuable pilot's life. So that training is much, much longer and more intense than people expected it. And so Ukraine is getting like around 6 pilots every 3 to 4 weeks now. Not that many as people have hoped, but at least it's a start. So,
and we have to, Thomas, we have to highlight this, that pilot training remains one of the bottlenecks generally. And the lack of planning for pilot training and capacity in the US is a massive, massive throttle on the capability buildup of Ukraine. Because we do know already, and we had the discussion with Colonel Jeff and a couple of others, Hop Fifi as well, that there is far too few places available. So this will continuously constrain what Ukraine can touch upon, and this is what leads into what you were discussing.
Yeah, the pilot training is a problem because many countries have already decided, to replace the F-16 with the F-35, which means these countries scrapped their F-16 training, then had to restart it for the Ukrainians. The United States is also replacing F-16 with F-35. So the best instructor pilots have switched over from F-16 training to F-35 training. And countries that have the F-16 with some training capabilities like Israel refuse to help. So long story short, there's a limited capacity for pilot training. And the US Air Force correctly says, we have to first look for ours. So like 10 years ago, there were a lot more pilot training pipelines because the US helped to train Dutch pilots, Belgian pilots, Danish, Norwegian pilots, Polish pilots, Italian pilots in 2001, Romanian pilots, Portuguese pilots, Chilean pilots, Egyptian, and lots of those have been, scaled back. And so the United States says, we have scaled it back. We need still to prioritize the American pilots for the US Air Force, because the US Air Force is in a constant combat with Iran and other creepy regimes. And whatever places are left for Ukraine, Ukraine gets. Now the United States could increase the capacity, which would either require to train new F-16 instructors or to take F-35 instructors out of the F-35 program and send them back to the F-16 program, which would then throttle the F-35 training pipeline, which the US Air Force clearly doesn't want, because the F-35 is their most important investment. So Ukraine is in the unlucky situation that there is a limited amount of pilot training spots, and whatever the Ukrainians can get, they take. Denmark, Netherlands, and these countries all have sent some of their pilots who still can train F-16 students to help with the Ukrainian training. But, it's still not enough. And the next problem is that so many good Ukrainian pilots died in the first 2 years of the war that Ukraine has to train a complete new generation of pilots, which means young people starting with a turboprop plane or a glider, moving on to a small supersonic trainer, then a lead-in train, and that takes a year, 2 years until you get those people ready to even go into advanced F-16 training. Another problem is that some of the older Ukrainian pilots that have been reactivated do not speak English. But the language of the F-16 plane, the language of the whole training program, the language of the avionics, it's all in English. If you watch the video today of Zelensky presenting the F-16s, even on the outside, all the instructions of those Danish Air Force F-16s are still in English. So if you don't speak fluent English with all the technical terms, you cannot fly that thing, you cannot maintain that thing, the F-16. So Ukraine, I mean, if you look at countries like Germany or Switzerland who want to switch to the F-35, right? There's a 3-year program before the first of the new fighter jets arrive to just get the first 6 to 8 pilots ready. And those are experienced pilots. Those are pilots that all speak perfect English. Those are pilots that all flew already Western combat jets. So there's a 3-year program to get the first pilots going. But Ukraine has now the problem that they don't have 3 years. So we're training whatever pilots they have with intense English classes and F-16 classes. But for a real Air Force, let's put it this way, for a F-16 force that can be decisive in this war, Ukraine will take 2-3 years to develop it because it's just too few pilots, too few pilots that speak English. And even though we have the airframes now because of all the donations from different countries, the pilot training is a bottleneck. And it's not just the West's fault, it's everyone's fault. I mean, Ukrainian pilots didn't have a need to learn English. Now they have a desperate need for it and need to do it to fly F-16. The West...
And Poroshenko never asked for pilots to be trained in the West because he never asked for Western airframes. There was no planning in the Ukrainian armed forces from 2014, 15, 16 onwards to do so. Mr. Inat had highlighted this, that whilst there were discussions and scenario planning, only in 2019 it came to them that they really had to do something different. But unfortunately, the political landscape was, shall we say, adverse.
Let's put it this way. I said since Poroshenko became president and began to reform the Ukrainian military, he is reforming and preparing the Ukrainian military to win a war against the Donbas rebels. I always said that's the wrong thinking because he needs to prepare the Ukrainian military to win a war against the Russians.
100%.
There was a completely wrong assumption that Russia would never invade Ukraine in the Poroshenko administration. And so they wasted basically time on training pilots in English. And I mean, you don't even have to have F-16 training. They could have just given these pilots all very intense English lessons. And there's a lot of private companies who train basic fighter training, you know, with supersonic small jets that you can pay to give your pilots training. This is something that countries like Egypt and so on, there's a flight school, an Empire flight school in the UK. There's a Leonardo flight school in Italy, where basically countries can pay for their supersonic fighter jet students to get basic training. Costs a lot of money. But, you know, then the pilots are basically ready to just go directly from that and into the training with F-16 or F-18. And yeah, so Ukraine got the first F-16. You cannot blame the West for Ukraine getting at the initial phase now so few F-16, because even if Ukraine had 100 people that could speak perfect English and go directly into F-16 training, the West wouldn't have the pipeline because there was never an idea that Ukraine would, you know, need that many pilots. and there was no chance to upgrade as many F-16s in time, because you still have to fly them over to the US. You still have Lockheed Martin then need to take out the radars, put in the new radars, make the checks, update the avionics software, take some test flights, fire some missiles to see if everything works, come back, read out the data to make sure the whole thing functions. So we will see Ukraine get each month more and more F-16, but the pace is so that we will not see decisive changes on the front line due to the F-16s for now. Because if you have just 6 pilots for now and you send them to the front line and you lose 2 to Russian air defense systems, it's a disaster. So what the Ukrainians will do, that's the next point that I want to talk. What the Ukrainians can use their F-16s for now, in this moment, is air-to-air hunting of drones and cruise missiles. Right now, the Russians attack with 100 Shahed drones and 20 cruise missiles, right? In their attacks. And what the Russians do, they program different ways to the target for each cruise missile and each drone. So let's say 60 of those drone and cruise missiles come in from Crimea over the Black Sea and fly towards Kiev. Now, if by chance the drone or cruise missiles flies above a German Cheetah air defense system, lucky you, you can shoot it down. But the Cheetah has just a radius of like 2 kilometers that it can defend. If the drone flies a little bit outside,
more like 4.
Yeah, but still, you have to see it and you shoot it down. And cruise missiles are too fast. Anyway, if they don't fly very directly above the Cheetah. So yeah. So you can also use, if you have a NASAM system or IRIS-T system, and the drone comes in range, you can shoot it down. Very good. The problem is that if you use an IRIS-T missile that costs 100,000 euros to shoot down a 30,000 euro drone, then the numbers, the financial numbers just are wrecking your ability to defend your country, because the drones are produced much faster than the air defense missiles. So, I mean, you can also use a Patriot system, which has missiles that fly 120 kilometers to shoot down these drones or cruise missiles. Just shooting a $500,000 missile at a $30,000 drone, that doesn't make sense, especially because you will need those missiles later to defend against cruise missiles or other air attacks that the Russians will inevitably send. So for the Ukrainians, the Shahed drones, the Ukrainians built up battalions with machine guns and searchlights, and basically positioned them all around Kiev or other cities, to shoot down the incoming drones. So you have a chain of a truck with a machine gun on it and a truck with a searchlight on it, every like 300-400 meters in a circle around Kiev. And these guys shoot down an immense amount of the drones. Still, you have these guys out there 24 hours, and you have to hope that the drones don't come 20 at the same moment at the same location, because then the machine gunners will be overwhelmed and so on. So as you can see, this air defense with a country as vast as Ukraine is just very difficult. And now comes the F-16. So there's 60 drones and cruise missiles coming in from Crimea over southern Ukraine towards Kiev. And let's say you have 4 F-16s in the area. What's the fastest object among all of those? The F-16. The F-16 flies 4 or 5 times faster than a drone, and the F-16 flies even faster than a cruise missile. Cruise missiles fly 100, 200 meters above ground at subsonic speeds, and the F-16 flies at supersonic speeds. So what happens now, you can use the F-16 to go and hunt down the drones. The F-16 has an internal autocannon. How many rounds? Some 500, I think.
Yeah, close to 6. Yeah.
Okay. It's a rotary cannon, so there's an immense rate of fire. So basically, the F-16 can go after the drone, put it in their crosshairs, and blast it with 20 rounds of their 20mm ammunition. Cheapest possible way to shoot it down. And then the F-16 can turn around and go for the next drone. And if there's a cruise missile, which is really much more difficult to shoot down with an autocannon, the F-16 can use sidewinder missiles. Now, sidewinder are a very old design, which is pretty good because the sidewinders are in service since 60s.
Oh yeah, like
Since the 60s.
69, 68, 67 something.
And there's 10,000s of old missiles in Western weapons depots that are all basically beyond their usefulness because they're not, up to the task today to shoot down an enemy fighter jet. Because the enemy fighter jets of today have countermeasures that will confuse the infrared heat-seeking seeker of the Sidewinder. But the drones don't have that. Drones are like a lumbering piece of rock that slowly flies in a straight line without doing any maneuvers, without any countermeasures. So Ukrainian pilots can shoot down those with their autocannons, or can use older stocks of F-16s, which the Europeans are happy to get rid of because it's costly to dismantle them. Same goes for cruise missiles. Shooting down them with autocannons, difficult. Using an old Sidewinder, very easy because the cruise missile has no awareness of its surroundings. It flies in a straight line. It has a huge heat signature, and the Sidewinder is faster, way faster than a cruise missile. Sidewinder should be 2.5 Mach, 2.5 times supersonic speed, and the cruise missile is just 0.8, so below supersonic supersonic speed. So as you saw today, the Ukrainians got F-16s, and what do they have on them? They have very old L&M Sidewinders. So these are 80s designed, sorry.
By the
That's
way,
an 80s
Thomas,
design.
I'm told
Yep.
that I'm a narrow-minded German idiot, because evidently that's true. Because the first time the Germans were trying Sidewinders was 1967. The Navy actually introduced them a lot earlier, like 1954, and the U.S. Air Force did it in 64. So there you go.
Yeah, so that these are just old missiles, but they are working for these very old. I mean, the drones are just the simplest and most old design that exists. So even the old systems, there's L&M or even older versions of the Sidewinder, they will work wonders against the drones, as will the autocannons. And the Sidewinder missiles will also work wonders against the cruise missiles. What happens now? Imagine there are 60. No, we have a wonderful example. When did Iran attack Israel? In April?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. But I'm equally stunned. I think it's April or could be May, but
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
And
I know what
the
you mean.
Iranian,
There's a saturation attack from their side.
yeah, the Iranians shot 300 drones, something, and cruise missiles from Iran towards Israel, which all flow over Iraq into Jordanian airspace, where a whole bunch of US, Jordanian, Saudi Arabian, French, and British fighter jets waited for them and shot them all down with their autocannons and Sidewinder missiles. Not one escaped. They were all shot down. So that's why Ukraine can now protect its cities, its airfields, its factories so much better, because it can send up F-16s, you saw they also have fuel tanks to extend the time they can be airborne. It reduces speed and it reduces agility, but if you're just hunting drones and cruise missiles, you need those two things. So Ukraine can now much better protect its cities and key locations. It will also help Ukraine because this means that their stocks of air defense systems and their missiles will not be taxed as much because they don't need to use NASAMS, IRIS-T, Patriot systems all the time to defend cities like Kiev. They only need those now to shoot down those enemy drones and missiles that have escaped the F-16. So we have here immense improvement of the Ukrainian air defense capabilities inside Ukraine. So, for example, a city like Kherson or Kharkiv will not profit from that. Why? Because the distance to from where the Russians, launch into Ukraine is just too short. And if you fly a Ukrainian F-16 that close to the border or the front line, there's an immense risk you will lose it to a Russian air defense system or a Russian fighter jets with an air-to-air missile. So the first 100 kilometers of Ukrainian territory towards the front line and the Russian border will not profit. Anything that is further inland will now be protected by F-16. You can even now, have F-16 patrols 24 hours in the air. Like one team is 6 hours up and the next team comes up. And since they're fast enough, they can loiter somewhere south of Kiev. And if there's an attack towards Dnipro, they can, with supersonic speed and afterburners, get there in time to help defend the city. So for now, the F-16s will give Ukraine a breathing space to defend itself from Russian air attacks, which is desperately needed because the Ukrainian electricity grid and heating systems are really badly damaged. And there's an immense need to protect whatever is left of Ukraine's electricity grid and heating plants from Russian attacks. So this was part one of what Ukraine can use the F-16 for now. And if there's questions, let's ask questions. Then we go to what Ukrainians might use them for next.
Alrighty. So if the audience has any questions, and if you've not been completely utterly bamboozled already, feel free to come up now. Otherwise, thou shall remain silent. Skyex, please.
Yes, very quick question. So I am picturing like a circular diagram around a city, such as Kiev, and I'm just wondering. So the Patriot systems will be a closer in circle, and then the F-16s can patrol a wider area. And I'm picturing your description's really wonderful, very clear. But I'm just trying to picture like how far off the F-16s are compared to where all of the other air defense that's already in place has been in place for a while, where that will be. And thank you very much.
So, Thomas.
Okay, I had to unmute my microphone.
No worries.
Yeah, it's a good question.
How does it fit into a layered air defense?
You want the F-16s to fly as far away as possible from the target to shoot down as many enemy air attack capabilities as possible before they even come in range. Now, ballistic missiles like Iskander, ballistic missiles leave the atmosphere and then come down at hypersonic speeds. You can't defend those with F-16s. It's a purely thing that only the Patriot system can do. Everything else, the F-16 can hunt down. Let's put it this way. Battle of Gettysburg, people have heard about it, right? The infantry is the air defense systems. The northern United States, the Blues, the Yankees, have made a defensive line on Cemetery Ridge out of infantry and artillery. And they're going to defend that. And the cavalry are the F-16s. The cavalry is roaming far and wide away to disrupt enemy supplies, enemy movements, to spot enemy troops trying to, go around, to disrupt enemy communications and so on. So we have the infantry is basically entrenched and waiting for the enemy to arrive, while further out the cavalry is hunting. And the F-16 are a cavalry. They're mobile, they're fast, they're equipped, they're going after the enemy, while the Patriot system, NASAM system are stationary and they defend a spot. I guess that answers the question.
Yeah, let me add one thing. The key element is that the F-16s and the air defense capability of aviation is extremely vital within the layering of air defense, because it also integrates the transition from air defense into what can then become a combined arms, close air support mission to support a counterattack whilst in movement. It's a very, very complex thing, which a multi-role plane such as the F-16 can evidently do best, albeit that it should be supported by a proper gunship like the F-15.
Yes, but Ukraine will not get F-15 or F-22 because those are just for people to understand, a classic United States doctrine is that there's two jets. One is a air-to-air combat fighter, and the other one is a multi-role light fighter for the ground attack. So for the Navy, F-14 Tomcat, supersonic speeds, missile loadout, hunting down the enemy aircraft. The FA-18 is the ground attack version, and the A-7 was also a ground attack plane of the US Navy. With the US Air Force, the F-15 is the fighter that hunts down the enemy aircraft, and the F-16 is the bomber. Initially, the concept with the F-22 and F-35 was the same. F-22 hunts, F-35 bombs. Yeah, that has changed over time because obviously you don't have the money any longer to develop 4 fighter jets, 2 for the Navy, 2 for the Air Force. So now the fighter jets are all multi-role, like the Eurofighter can do everything. Even though, for example, the Italian Air Force insists that the Eurofighter is used only in the air-to-air role to fight enemy planes, and the F-35 is used in the bombing mission. So some nations stick to this separation, that one is for one thing and one is for the other. But most air forces like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, they all went for a single fighter jet that can do all the roles. The French now with the Rafale 2. So yeah, it was once the basic idea that you need to have 2 fighter jets, one for the air superiority mission, one for the ground attack missions. But that has gone out the window with lower defense budgets. So more questions, I see.
Yeah, I was just about to add one thing. The F-15, and especially the Strike Eagle version, or the X now, will never run out of favor because it is just the one thing which has long range, a good, sensible, reduced radar signature, and the biggest bloody weapons loadout one can imagine. It's an extremely important feature of fighting, and as you quite rightly said, of course, nobody will get the F-22, and even the Americans won't be getting any further of it because somebody stopped it. But there you go. All righty, good. Let's go to Furies. George, how are you? Kalisperas.
Kalispera. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Thomas, for coming up. I got 2 questions. You don't have to answer them now because I know you've got a timeline of things you want to discuss, but just something to keep in mind. First question is, you know, as the Ukrainians get a little bit more use, get some experience using the F-16s to do what the roles, obviously, you know, which is their primary now, shooting down, you know, cruise missiles and things of that nature, you know, and bolstering their air defense. Do you see Ukraine, maybe in the near future, maybe over the next month or two, setting up an air defense trap somewhere closer to the front? In other words, i.e., moving a maybe an Irish T or a one of the Franken Sams, you know, the books that have the Western missiles on them, moving them to the front, maybe to surprise the Russians and take down a couple of Su-34s like we saw last fall. And then my second question is, if and when French Mirage 2000s arrive, right? How does that change the structure of the Ukrainian Air Force? Because the Mirage 2005, you know, it's capable as an air-to-air. It can also do the job right now that not all the jobs that F-16 can do, but at least it can shoot down cruise missiles. But also the Mirage 2000s can carry Exocet missiles and are are not too bad as a strike aircraft, moving out toward Crimea, maybe to hunt some Russian assets there. So I was just wondering if you want to talk about that now or maybe later.
The Mirage is an interesting thing here. That should be discussed. Very good. And let's talk first about the Mirage, because the Mirage, French multi-role plane, the Mirage has two small, how to say it? It's in 2 points, it's less capable than the F-16. The Mika missile is not as good as so there's different things. The Mika missile is the standard French air-to-air missile. It comes in an infrared variant that looks for heat signatures to strike. That's a short-term, medium-term range missile. And it also comes in a radar launched, in the radar homing version, which is a longer range version. Now, to hunt drones and to hunt cruise missiles, the Mika infrared is perfectly fine. The Mirage has the speed. The Mirage has the autocannon, 2 autocannons internally to hunt down drones. So once the Mirage are there, they can definitely take on the mission to hunt down drones in the Ukrainian airspace and hunt down cruise missiles in Ukrainian airspace. The Mika radar homing variant is less capable than the American AIM 120 MRAM that the F-16 has. So to use the Mirage, let's say, to ambush Russian fighter jets or fight against Russian fighter jets, does make less sense because the F-16 is more capable in that regard. So I would assume that once Mirage arrive, the Mirage will take over a large part of the air defense mission. I think the Mirage can hold 6 to 8 Mika. I would have to check. I think they can hold 6 or 8 Mika air-to-air infrared missiles. So yeah, that should be a massive improvement of Ukrainian air-to-air defense capabilities. Now, the little problem here is that the Mirage 2000 version 5, so that's the Mirage 2005, 2000 is the designation of the Mirage, and 5 is a version. So the French fly the Mirage 2005, the 5th version, which Ukraine will receive. I believe, but I'm not sure, that the only version of the Mirage 2000 that has been optimized for anti-ship combat is the Mirage 2005 Mark II, which is an improved, okay. So the Mirage 2000 is the plane, the 5 is an improved version, and the Mark II is an improved version of the 5. So, you know, it's like a doll that is, every time it gets better and better. Or software, you know, it's like an update of the software, version 5.2. And the only country with the Mirage 5 Mark II is the Greek Air Force. Now, Greece agreed to give Ukraine supposedly F-16. And right now, the French are giving or selling the Greeks Rafale fighter jets. And in turn, the Greeks are returning their Mirage 2005 Mark II to France. So if the French are willing, it would be amazing if the French were willing to give Ukraine a few, maybe just 2 or 4 of the Mark II, because the Mark II uses the Exocet anti-ship missile. And if you're a British person, you remember that missile because it almost sank half of the British fleet during the Falklands War.
Yeah,
so
not
this is
half.
a lot. I don't remember, like, how many ships did they sink? 3, 4 of 12?
They
Of
lost
the,
two.
It was
They
4.
lost 2 to Exocet.
Yeah, 2 to Exocet, 4 in all.
Okay. And so this is an extremely capable missile, and there are like 8 versions by now. Always improved with the seeker, always improved with the range, always improved with the warhead. 8 versions? I have to check how many versions there are now, because the French keep the Exocet missile is also a very, very old design, which the French introduced in the 70s something. And so there should be 3 or 4 major updates, and within those major updates, always 2 or 3 smaller updates, like, you know, like Mark 1, A, B, C or something. So if the Ukrainians get Mirage 2005 Mark II with a newer version of the Exocet missile, which this would allow the Ukrainians to basically hunt down and sink every remaining Russian ship in the Black Sea. So hopefully this happens.
But Thomas, the French have what, close to 50, like 48 Mirage F mothballed, literally mothballed. So if Monsieur Macron were really ever serious about anything, he could have just said, you know what, that's fine. All of these Mirage ones had to be updated so that they can actually give you good indication as to how much kerosene you have used. You don't have to guess anymore. We've fixed that for you because the Greeks needed it because they didn't have the money to pay for the kerosene. So they need to know exactly what's in the tank, so to say. I'm joking. But seriously, they have those 48 mothballed. They're not giving them. And these are 5F. That's fine.
Axel,
Yes.
really quick, and Tom, just some info. So the French right now are phasing out. They have 37 of the Mirage 2005, the 2000-5 Fs, but their radars have been updated. They still call them the -5 Fs, but I believe they have the same radars with the SAR capability that the Mark IIs have. But anyway, Thomas is right. Greece wants to get rid of their 24 Mark IIs they do have left, because they want to up their number of Rafales from 24 to 30. That's the new goal that they have. So, And those Mirage, as Thomas knows, those Mirage 2000 Mark IIs can fly low, and that's what I mean. They can pretty much hug the terrain, fly low over the sea, and launch their exocets,
Well,
be gone before Russians even know what
yeah,
happened.
well, you wanted them to fight off the Turkish Navy. Come on.
Oh yes. But we're getting F-35s, and the Turks aren't. So.
Yeah. One of the things is that the Mirage, if you go to YouTube and enter, there's some amazing video of French Mirage pilots with the 2000 flying like at 8-9 meters above ground through the Sahara Desert looking for Islamistic terror groups. I mean, they're flying, they're hugging the terrain at incredible low heights. So because obviously the French
they had a lot of replacement engines, Thomas. They used up a lot of their blades.
Yep. Again, this doesn't matter for Ukraine, because if those engines have 600 hours left, you can fly 100 missions, and if you fly 2 missions a week, it's 50 weeks, and maybe the war is by then over if you have the equipment. This is one thing that people have to remember. The Germans built the best tanks of World War II. Panther and Tiger were the best tanks, and it was useless, because to build one Tiger with the same amount of hours and material, the Americans built 6 Shermans, and the Soviets built, I think, 5 T-34. So yes, we have a Tiger tank here, amazing, and he's up against 6 Shermans. And the next thing is that if you invested that much in a tank and it gets destroyed, the average Tiger was destroyed after 3 weeks. And after 3 weeks, the Tiger was gone. Of the 6 Shermans, there were still 3 or 4 left. So the thing is, the Ukrainians don't care. If you're a general in a European military and you buy some equipment, you have to convince your politicians that yes, for 20 years, this will not break, this will work. We will get a frigate that for 20 years doesn't require a lot of fixes. Ukraine doesn't need a frigate that works 20 years. Ukraine needs a frigate that works tomorrow for maybe a year, because then the war might be over. And in that year, that frigate will go through an immense amount of combat and fighting and horrific stuff. But if the war is won, no one cares. You can take it out. So Ukraine should get everything we in Europe have right now, because even if our military is like, we cannot give it to them because this tank has only 200 hours left. Well, 200 hours is longer than Russian tanks survive on the front right now. A Russian T-90 that arrives at the front is gone after 4 days through the drone strike or anti-tank missiles or artillery strikes or HIMARS strike. So if you have some Leopard 1A5 tank that is running away somewhere, like in Switzerland, give them to Ukraine, because, yes, it's not the best tank, but if it can do its job for 5-6 weeks, perfect. That's the philosophy behind.
But the tanks in Switzerland, Thomas, you have to tell people this. How are these tanks in Switzerland bedded by night?
Out in the open.
Exactly. But have they been well treated?
Nope.
Oh, come on. The Swiss have treated their tanks well. Don't tell me that. The maintenance level is fantastic.
No. Wait. The best equipment in Europe that is stored is the American equipment. Because
Norway.
No. The Americans during the Cold War built in Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Germany PUMCUS site, prepositioned material stocks. These were.
I was just saying Norway. Apologies, Thomas. I only said Norway. That's where the United States Marine Corps has its base, but exactly the same kind of sites as you said. Yes, of course.
These are climate-controlled halls and caverns where the equipment is stored in a way that you can get in and drive it out and shoot right out of the hall or of the cavern with the gun. These systems are all ready to go. The sad part is that during the Cold War, these squadrons held the equipment for, I think, 5 divisions. So a total, I think, of 18 brigades in all tanks, Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. And today they hold, I think, 1 or 2 sets. So this is the best equipment in Europe, and the Ukrainians should get that. But the United States is sitting on it for an emergency, you know, in case there's a war between Russia and the Baltics, and the US has to quickly bring over 2 combat brigades, so they keep this. The US Army sits on it. But this is by far the best maintained material in all of the European continent. It's even better maintained than most equipment of European armies, because the US Army equipment in these sites has been bought in the US, shipped over, driven maybe every 2 months for 5 minutes, repaired, fixed, and checked up, and then we again put back in this climate controlled storage, and only left them when they went back to the United States to get upgraded to the newest version, and then came back, and then again drove around like 20 minutes every 2 months around the base and then back into the storage. So there's also one storage like that in Korea and one in Kuwait, and one is completely on ships in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, in case, so that the United States Army can move that quickly to Korea or to the Arabian Peninsula or to Europe as needed. So there's 5 complete armored brigade sets that are in climate controlled storage that the US Army has. Fun fact, the US Army has 5 complete brigade sets, which means the tanks, the infantry fighting vehicles, the howitzers, all the trucks, all the engineering vehicles, like everything, every vehicle a brigade needs, and every piece of equipment is in that storage. So the brigade arrives and everything down to the nuts and bolts and food parcels, everything is there. 5 such heavy brigades the US Army has in storage, which is a more powerful force than any other European army fields except for Poland. So the Germans don't have 5 heavy brigades, the French don't have, the British don't, the Spanish don't, the Italians. Together, the French, Spanish, and Italians have the same kind of combat power of what the United States Army just has in storage, ready to go. So if we want to help the Ukrainians, we should just give them these brigade sets, because then Ukraine would have some of the best brigades on the continent. But the US Army will not part with it, because correctly it says we cannot part with that stuff, because if there's an emergency in Europe, we will fly 2 sets of personnel from Texas to Europe. They will go in these bases, take out the equipment, and 20 minutes later they can fight. Yes, they're a little bit far away now, because these depots are in Belgium, Holland, and West Germany, and the fight is in Eastern Poland, but still, you know. So if I would have something to decide, I would say that the United States gives this equipment to Ukraine right now, and in turn builds new storage sites like that in Poland, and fills them up again with new equipment for emergencies, because then in the future these equipment storage sites are closer to where the war will be. It will give the United States military industry a huge contract, because they have to build 200 Abrams tanks, 400 Bradleys, and so on to fill up that storage sites. And Ukraine would get some really amazing kit to kit out 2 brigades with the most modern equipment. But, you know, it's not going to happen. It's a dream I have, but, you know, I can still dream.
By the way, we managed to be non-gloomy for 56 minutes. I find this astonishing, Thomas. Well done. Having said this, of course, those 5 locations full of applicable sets are very well maintained. This decision could have been taken at any given point in time in the last 2.5 years. It hasn't been taken because it's not a decision by the generals, who may well protect their equipment. This is a political decision. Let's go to Clarence Beeks.
Just a second. And the other question of Furious George about how Ukraine might employ the F-16s in ambushes is something I have planned for later to discuss. So we will come to that. I haven't forgotten the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Thomas. Thomas, as you were kind of talking about some of the limitations earlier, you'd mentioned the number of pilots was a limitation for the Ukrainian Air Force. The number of pilots that speak English was a limitation. And then the training capacity of the F-16 weapon system was a limitation. I guess my question is it understood which of those limitations is the most limiting factor? And then the follow-on question, that would be, obviously, all these variables were understood, I would assume, by the planners when the decision was finally made to roll out the F-16. You know, what wisdom went into this selection, you know, in light of all these limiting factors? And obviously, somebody must believe that given these limitations, there are enough options on the table to hopefully get the Ukrainian Air Force where they need to be in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The most limiting factor is that there is not enough F-16 pilot training spots in the US. Because, I mean, you can throw in 80 students into an English language schools in England and teach them English. Then if you need to get these guys basic flight training, every Air Force in Europe is doing that themselves, even the Austrians. So up to the point when you have to put them in a fighter jet, F-16 or a Eurofighter or so on, or a Mirage, up to that, every European Air Force has some spots. So you could say, like, we grab 60 Ukrainians, young, capable, maybe even English speaking already, and we will give them the pilot training. You can disperse them, 4 to Sweden, 4 to France, 4 to Spain, 6 to Italy, 6 to Germany, 10 to the US, because all of the countries have the basic training capacity. Why? Because almost all pilots in the Air Forces go to the Air Force Academy, and during that time they learn to fly gliders, turboprop planes, basic jets, you know. Like in Italy, they go to the glider school, then they have some Sia Marchetti plane with a propeller, then they have the M345, which is a basic jet. It doesn't have any weapons options, but, you know, they get used to the speed and to flying a jet. And from that, they move to M34-6 master planes, which is a lead-in fighter training. So it's like a light fighter, which has some capacities and some radar to get them used to all of that. And then once they have that, they go to the F-35 pipeline or to the Eurofighter training pipeline in Italy. So all the European nations can train basic pilots. And English language, I mean, there are some really good English schools in Kiev, you know. So that's not the limiting factor. The limiting factor is F-16 pilot spots. And it's not better for anything else, because if you say you want to train on FA-18s, that's even more limited, because much less countries are using the FA-18. F-15, almost non-existing training spots. Eurofighter, also the same, very, very limited. F-35, yes, that's a lot of training spots, but they're all taken because every country in Europe is buying the F-35 and needs to bring its pilots there to get trained. So the limiting factor here is obviously, in the end, right now, the limiting factor at the initial stage was a lack of Ukrainian pilots with the required English skills. Next, now
Can
that
we just, Thomas, can we just say that this is not just English as people expect? We've had this discussion many times because many people simply don't believe this. But if you're under extreme stress, just assume you are going 4G and you and your 2 are facing Russian air defense. You have to be able to interlink with both NATO as well as then Ukrainian air command.
The software of the F-16 is in English.
I know, but the software
I mean,
is in English. Radio
and
traffic
there's a
is in
programming computer. How do you program the computer if there's an issue and you don't know this language? You need to know English. You need to know the English commands. So if people are like, oh, but
without any hesitation, it has to be
Yeah.
absolutely zip perfect.
Yeah, and there's messages coming up on the head-up display, and you have to immediately understand what this is saying in English. I mean, watch the video of Zelensky. He's standing next to the first Danish. These are from Denmark. Danish F-16s, and they're now in Ukraine. And everything on the plane outside, everything, even on the missiles, the pins that you have to remove to arm the missile before flight, everything is in English. There's not a single word in Danish on that plane and not a single word in Ukrainian. You don't speak English, you don't fly. If you are a pilot, you cannot fly these things if you don't know English. The instruction manuals, the training manuals, the maintenance manuals is in English. There's something broken. If you don't know the English term for it, you will not find it in the register of the parts, and you will not find in the maintenance manual how to take it out and repair it. You don't know English, you're useless. So please, people, the English language, if you have a child who wants to be a pilot, don't go with him to an air show. Put him in an English class. Unless you're an American or a Brit, but put him in an English class. The F-35, everything is in English. I might even, I have to check that, but I think that the avionics software of the F-16 uses feet and not meters even. I have to check that, but I think it's still in feet. So
well, the F4 definitely did.
Yeah. So if you don't speak English, like native speaker level, you're gonna crash that plane. If you're a mechanic who doesn't know native level English, you're gonna fuck it up, and the plane is gonna crash after start.
But it's not just native level English; it's technical and military and aviation English. At the same time, with what you just highlighted, the intuitive, near-native capability of reacting under extreme pressure, both time-wise as well as situational awareness-wise. And that's the trick. And that does not compute necessarily with what people constantly project from IT and their whatever kind of business communication in English, and saying that, oh, Ukrainians are great at English and they're all good. No, doesn't compute, doesn't work. It's not good enough if you can program in some language and send a nice friendly business email. That's just not enough. All righty. So, David, you had a question.
Yeah, I've got kind of 3 points, but on the English language topic, I don't want to go into it again because I mean my point on that initially, a while ago while we discussed it first at the time, was that I think the bigger problem is just numbers of pilots, right? I mean, I totally agree and accept the point that English language is a key problem. But if you've only got 30 pilots to start with, then and only 5 of them speak English, then you still have the same problem, right?
And if you only have 8 slots to train available for the next 9 months from now, that's even worse.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a structural problem with numbers of pilots, full stop. And the only way around this is if we get international pilots involved, right? The only way to scale up quicker than over a 2-year time frame is with international pilots. Is that first question? Is that completely cloud cuckoo land, or is it something that's actually a real, genuine possibility? Do you think?
Should I answer this now or wait for the other 2 questions?
Well, maybe I'll give you the other 2 questions and then you can position
Okay,
them.
then I will take a note about this one so I don't forget it. So this is the question about basically legionary pilots. Okay.
Yeah. The glide bomb threat, does the F-16 help in any way to address the glide bomb threat? And the third one is, how are they fitted out? What roles are they suitable for? Because as I understand it, they're mainly kitted out for air-to-air role. Maybe you can go into a bit more detail about that. There's some interesting pictures I saw with specific, weapons loading, and also I think electronic warfare pods and things like this. So maybe that's something you're going to cover anyway.
Okay, got it, everything. Okay, let's go. And thank you for those questions. And the glide bomb threat comes together with the Furious George question about the ambush. So this I will answer as last, because that segs into then the next kind of mission after the drone shooting down stuff. Could Ukraine quickly increase its air force with pilots like the Flying Tigers, or the what was the name of the air force that Cooper, or Marian Cooper, organized for the Polish military in 1990?
Oh, 1990. That's a different one. I saw that you mentioned the Americans in the First World War with the French, but there you go.
No, there have always been legionary pilots. Americans signing up in Canada to fight in World War I. Americans that resigned, let's put it this way, resigned from the US Army Air Force to fly in China against the Japanese as the Flying Tigers. They were known as Flying Tigers. These were some of the best American pilots. Yes, it's the Kosciuszko Squadron. And please, every Pole who is listening, excuse my pronunciation of Kosciuszko, because I think I completely butchered that.
I can
That
help.
was
That's
a squadron. That was a squadron of American volunteers helping the Polish defend themselves against the Soviet in 1920-21. So that's a tradition, that there is legionary air forces, right? And one of the most vile people around in the world is the former head of Executives Outcomes, the mercenary group that was so active in Africa, and then also in the different names in Iraq, during the Iraq War. I forgot the name of the founder. Shit. Sorry. Let's say who had all this. He's the brother of Betsy DeVos, the American secretary, the former American Secretary of Education.
Barlow, you mean?
What?
Barlow.
Eric Prince.
No, he was not executive outcomes. Eric Prince is Blackwater.
Yeah, that was the next
Barlow
one.
founded executive outcomes.
Yeah, sorry, executive outcomes, and then Blackwater. Eric Prince had an offer that he has 100 F-16 pilots ready to go to Ukraine for, I think, $200 million to immediately bring a 100-strong Ukrainian F-16 Air Force to Ukraine immediately, with the mechanics, with the trainers, with the ammunition. Basically, he said, I just need to get ahead and the money, because I have nations who will give me older F-16s in the Arab space, like Egypt and so on, who will give me older F-16, and I have 100 pilots. So if he, who is a mercenary and only works with people who do it for money, can find 100 pilots, if the West would allow Ukraine to hire Westerners to fly F-16s in combat missions, Ukraine would immediately find a whole bunch of pilots that have experience flying F-16s, that speak the perfect English, that don't need anything but a refresher of like 1 day to get up to date to the new software versions, because right now I think it's 7.2, and some of them might have flown with the software version 6.8 or 6.7. Not many differences, but still, you need a day to get the changes, see the changes, and get an update of the capabilities, the new ones. So yeah, there's probably 2,000-3,000 F-16 pilots that are retired. If you find even 1% of those willing to go to Ukraine, we are set. We can start bombing the Russian front line right away. But
okay, well then let's chip one thing in, Thomas. We had this discussion here on this space very, very recently, yet again with Jeff Fisher, who highlighted the same thing and who'd been writing about this since the late summer of 2022. He may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I don't really care because he's a former pilot and he knows his shit, and he's been in combat, and he has been doing EW more than anybody else here on this program, and he also has been a military diplomat, and he was even his most famous mission once driving a car for Ben Hodges through Kosovo. Not that anything happened, but there you go. Having said this, so Colonel Jeff Fisher highlighted already then, and just very recently, like a week or two ago here, that the US Embassy in Kyiv had advised certain people in the administration in Kyiv on the Ukrainian side that they should not be asking for it, that they should definitely not be asking for it, meaning the Flying Tigers. And they'd advised specifically those people who had been vocal about it to not be asking about it. And this point has been made on various occasions, as I'm told, from other sources just as well, since the NATO meeting in Lithuania and Vilnius. And Mr. Sullivan has been pressing on for this. And even since the change to CQ Brown, who is a famous pilot, this has not been changed. Of course, it's not a problem for a SPO to organize a few hundred pilots. If the Pentagon were to ask, I think people need to understand how gung-ho, patriotic and hardcore and very driven and good pilots and warrior like these men are who've been flying these bloody planes, and they are currently still about, what, 95% men, so please don't bother me with your shit. It's very straightforward and simple. If we wanted it, we could get it there. If someone like Eric Prince, who politically is not in favor, of course, of this administration, and he is an awkward person and whatnot, it doesn't really matter. If he can organize it privately, like a year and a half ago, of course everybody else could organize it just as well. Just imagine what the United States of America, the US bloody government we trust and pay with their currency, were to ask people who are serious about winning against the eternal foes of democracy and freedom, Russia and its allies. Of course they would flock to it. There's not even a question. Ask Furious George. And he's not a pilot, but he at least has been serving. He knows exactly what I mean. There is no shortage of good men and women. There is no shortage of equipment. There is only one thing. There's shortage in the size of the extremity, which we would normally account for to press the button. There's a shortage of the right arm to lift with one finger to press the button. It must be minuscule in the Sullivan House. It must be minuscule in the Biden House, because it's absolutely insane. Unfortunately, we know that Mr. Trump has small hands, so it's not going to get any better.
I just wanted to come to the point that the lack of such a pilot legion, Ukraine, I mean, has foreign legions in combat, you know, right now, Belarusian Legion, Canadian Legion, and so on, all volunteers from all over the world coming to Ukraine to help fight the Russians, especially Eastern Europeans. And I wanted just to say that the reason we haven't seen that with pilots is because the White House is blocking it. And the thing is that the White House can hardly block, you know, fighters flocking to Ukraine to an infantry unit, because you can get guns everywhere, and Europeans and Americans are delivering guns left and right to Ukraine. But, you know, fighter pilots, if the United States feels that this is too much of an escalation, to use the favorite word of this administration, then it's not happening, because the Ukrainians, if they would then say, just, you know, fuck it, we just do it on our own and ignore the White House demands, the United States would likely block the delivery of, because every F-16 that goes to Ukraine needs to be approved by the White House, because one of the conditions of any country in the world getting American fighter jets is that the United States has to sanction every single transfer of one of those fighter nations to another nation. So the Danish can donate all they want, as long as the White House didn't approve it, they couldn't give the Ukrainians a single F-16. So if you say that the American embassy basically told the Ukrainians to not ask for it, it means that there was an order from DC to let the Ukrainians know that the White House will refuse this demand and does not want this demand to be out there in the public. So that's why Ukraine gets continuously bombed, because they have too few fighter pilots, and the pipeline to get more into service is just slow for various reasons. And the solution would be always, volunteer fighter pilots. And I know there would be many that would take a chance, instead of sitting at home or flying some dust cropper plane or doing some other stuff, to go out there and air-to-air combat Russian fighter jets and shoot them down and become an ace. So there's tons of American and Western pilots who would love to do that. But if the White House is blocking that, it's not going to happen, because the White House sits at the longest, has the longest Hebel. What's that in English? I'm lacking a word. Has the longest lever here, the strongest lever here, to basically deny Ukraine any further F-16s if they would do that.
The Ukrainian Foreign Legion does seem to be kind of actively recruiting foreign pilots on its website. So I don't know.
No, they were told to. They were told to not to, and whatever is posted, just forget it. They're not even allowed to take them. I mean, the problem goes as far as that they've been threatened that Americans were not allowed to do so, which is unconstitutional. So you can't actually prevent them from doing so. In terms of you can make it difficult for them, but you can't rescind your citizenship. That is just insane. But seemingly one embassy representative went as far as threatening this, which is insane, given the fact that somebody at state seemingly doesn't train their diplomats properly. But then again, they're just chimpanzees.
Yeah. The thing is that
apologies. No. Chimpanzees are intelligent. I should not have blamed it on chimpanzees.
The thing is that the U.S. Army Air Force in World War II with the Flying Tigers basically told pilots and mechanics, would you like to volunteer to go to China and shoot down Chinese? They found a ton of volunteers, and then the U.S. Army Air Force told these pilots and mechanics, okay, and now you resign from the U.S. Army, you resign your commission, and you're no longer a soldier. And if something happens to you, the U.S. Army Air Force will be shocked that you went to China with a plane. We have no idea how you got that from the American Army Air Force stocks, this plane, to shoot down Japanese. We will be shocked. And please report back about your experience so we can put that into training our pilots to shoot down the Japanese. So there was a time when the United States was much more let's say, open-minded about these kind of things, and it was really helpful for the United States to do it, because basically you had some pilots getting some really, really good experience against Japanese fighter planes and telling the US that they need to up their game in quality and engine power and so on of the planes to fight the Japanese. So yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous that the White House is blocking it, but I have come to expect nothing but hindering Ukrainian capabilities to defend itself from this White House. So this toxic idea.
Can we just highlight one thing, Thomas? No matter which White House, at the moment, it does not seem to be the case that other than in the armed forces committees or armed forces related committees of both the House and the Senate, other than there, nobody in this current White House, nor in what might be a future White House, whether Democrat or Republican, there's anyone who really wants to do anything about it.
The thing is, the United States could just tell a bunch of pilots to know, your name is, let's say, Jack Miller. Your new name is Taras Mullerov. Go to Ukraine. They give you a Ukrainian passport. You fly F-16 missions for Ukraine, but remain inside Ukrainian airspace. So if you're shut down, the Ukrainians can pick you up and not the Russians. And please go out there and devastate the Russian Air Force to make America safer. So if there were anybody in the White House with a bit of brains, they would jump at this chance to basically annihilate the Air Force of an enemy on the cheap and on the sly by basically having American pilots go out there and with F-16s that supposedly are from Belgium or whatever, completely devastate an enemy. So with a bit of imagination, this is a chance for the US to completely rid itself of a global enemy. But as we can see again, the White House has not the creativity and not the balls to realize that what an opportunity it has been given here. So yeah.
But why do you say this as a deduction? Because just because they don't supposedly recognize what they've been given as an opportunity, that's not the point. No. They don't want it because they don't believe in it, because they believe that if and when there were to be a significant change in terms of the battle, if there were a significant and therefore detrimental effect upon Russia, an impact upon Russia, if Russia were to lose decisively, which could be and should be in the air war, that this would be considered, from a Russian perspective, a reason that there is escalation, and therefore Russia were to behave differently. This is what it is. They project this. They project the escalatory effect of Ukraine winning decisively.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you would devastate the Russian military in Ukraine and you annihilate it, with what are the Russians gonna escalate then? The Russians are only able to escalate if you let them keep some of their military forces. The Germans in 1945, they couldn't really escalate anymore because the United States took down every little bit of German military. This obsession with have to leave the Russians some parts of their military. Yes, exactly, because you leave the Russians some of their military, they still have the ability one day to escalate. If you say, you know what, the Russians have lost maybe 200, 300 planes, not just to Ukrainian air defense systems, which shot down at least 100, but the increased tempo of operations meant that a lot of the Russian planes they had, because they're really old, will now have run out of their remaining airframe hours. That means flying them now is very risky, and as we see, lots of them keep crashing because the stress on the material for all these missions in the last years have to reduce the Russian Air Force from its strength, 1,200 something fighter, most of them old garbage, to now maybe 500, 600 combat ready aircraft. So if the United States would be like, you know what, in a war with China, we should try to get our back safe from a Russian shenanigans, then that's the chance now to get the Russians for a generation out of the picture by just completely devastating their military. Anyone who is thinking strategically and wants long-term to ensure American dominance on the global scale, this is an opportunity to take out one of the enemy and basically also deny China its closest ally and the only ally who could trouble the United States in a confrontation with China. So just if you have, okay, sorry, I'm thinking at the White House there is someone with brains, but I forget that this White House there is no one with brains, not in this National Security Council at least, there's all morons, because they only are obsessed with escalation management, which basically, as we see now with Iran, it has worked wonders, and Iran is completely de-escalating because the US is always falling over backwards itself to try to de-escalate with Iran. It doesn't work this way. You know what works? Look at the riots in England. The riots in England telling on TV, you're going to go after them and you will be very harsh with them. It's not going to de-escalate. deploy the army, and if these rioters attack the army, have the army shoot a few. That's de-escalation. Because the moment these kind of people, rioters, or Russia, or whatever, Iran, feel the threat of force, all of these people are not revolutionaries who are ready to die for their ideas, you know. In the end, the Iranians are calculating their response so slowly because they're trying to calculate a response that is not endangering their regime. Same goes for the rioters. The rioters are plundering now because they feel that there's no repercussions. The moment a government goes in there and shows a regime like Iran or Venezuela, or also the Hezbollah or Russia, there are limits and there are repercussions that can endanger the well-being of the regime or the criminals that are part of it. They will step back. Escalation management that works means to go on the offensive, not to always step back, step back, step back, step back, and hope that all this stepping back will convince the other side to also step back. No. All this, if tomorrow the British police decides to step back because that will de-escalate the situation, the riots will get worse. The United States is continuously stepping back from confronting Russia, and the Russians are doing every week new and more horrific stuff. I mean, the Americans just found out that the Russians were about to deliver anti-ship missiles and ballistic missiles to the Houthis in Yemen so that these Houthis could sink American warships and attack Israeli cities. Escalation management doesn't work. And the United States, what did they do? They went to Russia and told them, basically, we have found out, don't do it. So the Russians are not doing it for now because the Americans found out. A much more useful way would have been to, so the Russians sent a team of their intelligence services and military to Yemen to discuss with the Houthis what kind of weapons the Houthis want. So a much more efficient way to deter the Russians.
They gave them advice as well, Thomas.
Yes.
They gave them advice, what they should be asking for, what they should be needing. And by the way, we know that you're good, my dear Houthis, but how about this?
Yeah. So the best thing would have been for the United States to just go there and bomb the building where these Russians were staying. And if Russia complains, the United States should have told him, what, we just bombed a terror organization. We didn't know that there were some Russians there. But you know, we will keep bombing the terror organizations. So you signal to the Russians, you don't not just accept this kind of behavior, you will punish this kind of behavior, and you will do it again. And this is deterrence. You must be willing to show the enemy that you're willing to go into a fight to defend your position, or your ships, in this case, the United States, and not just do phone calls and beg the other side to step back or offer the other sides, a way out. This de-escalation thing keeps escalating the situation because the United States thinks, at least the White House, and especially also Berlin, if we would be given a de-escalation step, we as German government or as White House, we would take it. So let's offer it to the Russians because they're just like us. They will accept it too. And it's one of the most idiotic things ever that the world has seen. But the German government and the White House keep doing it because, what goes for intelligence these days in politics is to keep doing the same stupid things over and over again. And even now, after 3 years of trying to de-escalate with Russia, they haven't learned this basic lesson. And the rant is over now because I think we have to go back to F-16s, because if not, I will just continue speaking about how stupid de-escalation management is.
We had lots and lots of questions about the capabilities of F-16, which we literally answered in the meantime. But one thing has come up again as to why on earth it is so difficult to train people, and why is it so difficult that the US can't find ways to train people more quickly? Why can't they muster more capacity for that? Could it not be mustered by the US together with its allies in Europe? How many simulators are there, and all these kind of questions? Shall we give a little tour d'horizon?
Okay, quickly. There's a limited amount of instructors, and most instructors from F-16 programs have moved on to F-35s. And since so many countries are buying the F-35, there's an immense need for instructors in that regard, right? So if you pull back instructors from that to train more Ukrainians, you create a deficit for all the European and American air forces that are buying F-35, you know? There is already like some 200 or 300 F-35 parked at the facilities of Lockheed Martin, because Lockheed Martin is producing them faster than Air Force can train the pilots. So there is no desire in Western countries and air forces to reduce the pipeline for F-35. One way would be maybe to get some retired instructors back, but then you have to give them a refresher course. They have to make again, you know, their the pilot license for these planes for the F-16. So that is also a long-term project. And all of these things cost.
And you have to pay them, not your
Yes,
politicians.
and all of them takes a longer time and costs money. And there's just no will in many countries to invest that money. And most European nations didn't have their own F-16 training pipeline because they just used the American one, and basically got spots in the United States training pipeline because that was much cheaper than. I mean, a country like Denmark couldn't build up its own complete training pipeline for F-16s because this small air force just didn't have the capacity and the money and the people to build up a complete training pipeline. So long story short, unless there would be a real massive will by the US government to invest heavily into training Ukrainian pilots and build that capacity up, we will not see an increase in Ukrainian pilots being trained. Also because the United States and the West have basically decided to give Ukraine some 100, 120 F-16s. And once you have trained that, all that extra training pipeline that you built up just for the Ukrainians quickly is becoming useless because nobody's buying F-16s anymore. And those few that the United States is retaining and training, and for that you don't need then a huge capacity that you would build up to train 120 Ukrainian pilots in short time. Next problem, even if you build up the capacity, the question remains if Ukraine can provide a quickly enough trained English-speaking people. So there is, in my view, no hope to increase the speed of training of Ukrainian pilots because it's a mix that there's too few Ukrainians that have the English requirements or the basic pilot training. There's no will in the West to invest the huge amount of sums to build up a much more vast training pipeline just for Ukrainians. Lots of countries that had their own training pipeline for F-16 pilots, like Italy, scrapped that in 2011 or 2012 when they returned the F-16s they had leased from the United States. So even if you say, you know, we would want to get this capability back, until this capability, let's say in Italy, they have again the capacity to train F-16 pilots, until that is back online, the war in Ukraine might be over and you have then a useless capability. So nobody wants to invest in that because it's basically an end-of-life system, and investing in a training capacity for that is for air forces that don't have many financial capabilities. I mean, they see it as a waste of money. Kind of like the Italian army had some AMX fighter bombers that the Italians built themselves in the 80s. And it was clear that this year, 2024, they will take them out of service. And the first thing they did when the decision was taken to take them out of service, the first thing the Italian military air force did was immediately to scupper the training pipeline, because that was instructors and people that just, were doing this. And if you know you will scrap this capability, you don't invest in that anymore. You scrap it as fast as possible to use these men and this equipment somewhere else. And the Italians shifted it in F-35 training or in Eurofighter training. So Ukraine is getting the best possible fighter for them at this point, because the F-16 can do so many things. There is no chance, in my view, that Western governments will invest the money to increase the training capacity significantly, which means that Ukraine will get F-16 at a slow pace, which means that Ukraine has to wait for certain missions because they don't have yet enough fighter jets and trained pilots, like close air support on the front line. They have to wait till they can start doing that, because you need more pilots. Because if you have just 6 pilots and you want to do a close air support mission on the front, you need 2 pilots with 2 F-16s that fly at least air cover to shoot down to shoot Russian fighter jets down in case they try to intervene. You need to have a 2-ship formation that is actually going after the targets on the ground. Then there should be also 2 F-16 in the search and destroy enemy air defense mission, SEAD missions, to make sure that if there's a Russian air defense system like an S-300 nearby, that they will be attacked and destroyed before they can shoot down the F-16. And with the current state, Ukraine can put one package together and could bomb maybe 2-3 Russian positions at the front, at the risks of losing maybe 1 or 2 F-16. And at that point, you would lose 1/3 of your Air Force, F-16 force, for just having bombed 1 position. That's not worth it. So the Ukrainians will not do that. And that's why, for now, the F-16s will have a limited factor, because they're too few, and the time frame it takes to bring in more is just so slow that, we are looking at, I think, Christmas time, we will see Ukrainians doing regular air attacks against Russian positions on the front line. Until then, I think the Ukrainians will focus on using the F-16 to shoot down drones in Ukrainian airspace. And what Furious George said earlier, what was his question was, I think he's gone now, but he had a question if the Ukrainians might use the F-16s in a combined operation with, let's say, a Patriot system to shoot down Russian jets that fly close to the Ukrainian airspace to drop glide bombs on Ukrainian positions. And I don't want to give something away here, but I am sure that the Ukrainians are looking at that, because the glide bombs that the Russians drop from their fighter bombers right now and then glide to Ukrainian positions to strike them with like 500 kilo or 1 ton bombs are currently the biggest problem for the Ukrainian frontline troops. So starting to shoot down some of those Russian jets and make it for the Russian pilots, who right now have absolutely nothing to fear when they do these bombing runs. So shooting some of those down is definitely something the Ukrainian Air Force is thinking about and planning about. You make a combined ambush with some Patriot system and a F-16, and either one the F-16s with an AM-120 MRAM air-to-air missile, or the Patriot with a PAC-2 surface-to-air missile will shoot down the Russians. Just have to make sure that the Russians have no drones in the air that could then spot the Patriot system and hit it with a cruise missile or a drone. And you have to make sure that the Russians don't have some fighter jets lurking nearby that could shoot down the F-16. So this is a complex mission. The Ukrainians are definitely looking at it because they have to. They need to take care of these Russians glide bomb dropping planes. It's complex, it's risky, so we might not see them do it very soon. They might try to slowly get into it to not risk losing their few F-16s. I mean, if you have 30 pilots and 40 F-16s in country, you can use it. And even if you lose one F-16, it's not the end of the world. But if you have right now like 6 or 7 F-16s and pilots, if you go into a mission like that and you lose too many of your pilots and planes, that's a disaster. So the Ukrainians are definitely going to plan
by
that.
the end of the year, Thomas, by the end of the year, they will have a full squadron.
Yeah, by the end of the year, they will have a full squadron of some 30 planes. But for now, I think the Ukrainians use the Patriot system right away to ambush Russian fighter jets and bombers in Russia, in Bryansk. The German Patriot system was used, very successful, shooting down in one day, how many? 3 Russian fighters and 2 helicopters, or 3 helicopters and 2 fighters?
3 helicopters, 2 fighters, yes.
Yes, so the Ukrainians immediately used the Patriot systems for that. So as you can see, the Ukrainians, given the capability, they immediately start to think about how to use it for exactly that. Only problem, they must be very, very, very careful to not mess it up and lose their few F-16. That said, the moment the Swedish donated airborne radar comes in, which has a much, much, much better range than the best radars on the F-16s, then the Ukrainians can ambush the Russians with ease and at will and with such joy that the Russians will lose fighter left and right. Why? The airborne radar posts, the Embraer, or I don't recall the name of the Swedish radar because there's a new version. That's the old version the Ukrainians get. This radar basically flies in Ukrainian airspace so far away that the Russian fighter jets don't see it. But this eye in the sky, this radar in the sky, sees the Russians and will guide the F-16s in the perfect angle to fire missiles at the Russians in a way that the Russian radars don't pick up the F-16s approaching them. So the United States has a ton of these AVAX. The United States call them AVAX planes. The United States and NATO have a ton of these planes exactly for that. To have a good air-to-air picture, spot the enemy from further away, and then guide fighter jets onto the enemy without the enemy being aware that they are coming, and shoot down the enemy. So this is why this donation by Sweden is so important, because it's a massive, massive multiplier of Ukrainian air-to-air capabilities. So the thing is, I have no idea when this plane will arrive in Ukraine, and I don't want to know, because this is something absolutely top secret, because the moment these 2 planes arrive from Sweden, the Ukrainians have the ability to ambush Russian fighter jets dropping glide bombs constantly and with ease and everywhere. And combined with the AIM-120 MRAM missiles, air-to-air missiles from the US, the Ukrainians can then shoot down tons of Russian planes. So I don't want to know when these airborne radar posts from Sweden arrive, because if the Russians know, they will adapt and not fly with their glide bombers anywhere close to Ukraine any longer. So I don't want to know, but I will know, because one day there will be 3, 4 Russian jets coming down, being shot out of the sky, and the Russians will be dumbfounded what happened here. But we will understand if suddenly a whole bunch of Russian fighter jets get shot down, then the Swedish airborne radars have arrived and are being used by the Ukrainians to prepare ambushes to shoot down the Russians. So if you know and figure out when they come, don't tell anyone, keep quiet, and just wait a bit, because the Ukrainians will use them.
And that leads to a strategic pushback. It changes
Yeah.
one part of the equation, because the civil infrastructure, which thus far, especially the power infrastructure, the everything, water infrastructure, has been targeted by the Russians. More than 50%, as stated by one of the by Energo, as well as the Ukrainian ministries, have been destroyed. There's constantly shortages, blackouts, and the likes. Ukraine has a hard time replenishing the capabilities, and it's very, very hard given the fact that how the civil, agglomeration points are allocated, and you can't just buy as much electricity and transmit it. It just doesn't work this way. So they need to find a recipe against it. If they were to be in a position to push back and push the glide bombs back, it would not only help the troops, but it would also help against that terrific damage the Russians have been, and the toll the Russians have been taking on civilian infrastructure, right?
Yeah, but most of the attacks on the civilian infrastructure came.
Thomas, you went silent.
Every time my screen goes to blank, my microphone switches off.
That's funny. I've always told my wife, every time my mind goes to blank, but there you go. Carry on.
No, most of the attacks against the energy infrastructure in Ukraine were carried out by cruise missiles. With the problem be that Ukraine is such a huge country, you know, it's bigger than Germany and France and the Benelux countries combined. You cannot defend that with air defense systems alone. I mean, you have to defend Kiev, okay, and then maybe you have to defend your airfields to protect the air assets you have, okay, and then you have vast stretches of country where there's no air defense at all because you just don't have it. The United States has an approach where they would create a SAM belt. The United States approach would be to have every 60 miles, 100 kilometers, a Patriot fire unit that goes, let's say, from the border with Belarus all the way down to the Black Sea. And nothing gets past this SAM, surface-to-air missile belt. The United States has this. So, for example, the Patriot system, because of that, the radar of the Patriot system only looks in one direction. Because the United States would create a SAM belt, let's say 1,000 kilometer wide, long belt of one Patriot fire unit after another, and nothing would get past it. But the Ukrainians have so few Patriot batteries that they can't do it, so they have to concentrate on defending certain points of their country, right? Which leaves massive gaps open where the Russians could send Shahid drones and cruise missiles through. And that's why Ukraine lost so much of its energy infrastructure, because they just didn't have the material to defend it. Important point here, not a single European nation has the ability to defend its critical infrastructure. None. Not a single European nation has the amount of air defense systems necessary to do it. So we cannot say that it's the Ukrainians' fault, because we Europeans couldn't do it either. No chance for the Europeans to do it. So this should be a lesson for Europe to invest much, much more in air defense, but we're not doing it, because except for Germany and Spain, who are a little bit buying Patriot systems, nobody's really investing in this highly expensive capability, which is extremely needed if we want to preserve our critical infrastructure in a war, right? So yes, for the Ukrainians, shooting down Russian planes dropping glide bombs is much, much more a necessity to protect the troops at the front, because deep inland, the biggest problems were the cruise missiles and the Shahid drones, which were flying which were crisscrossing the country, trying to find a gap between all the Ukrainian air defense systems to hit their targets. These gaps have now all been closed because, thanks to the F-16, with its supersonic speed, if a Shahid drone or a cruise missile comes into Ukrainian airspace and manages to get past the ground-based air defense systems, the F-16 can now fly after it and shoot it down. And that is why the F-16 is for now such an important asset for the Ukrainian air defense. The glide bombs are a problem for the troops at the front because basically, if you are in a Ukrainian defensive position and suddenly there's a 500 kilogram, 1,000-pound bomb dropping exactly on your position, nobody survives that. The blast, the heat, the shrapnel, they don't survive it. And the entire position is destroyed. This is right now how the Russians keep advancing. They just drop 1 or 2 glide bombs on a Ukrainian position. In many cases, the Ukrainian military can figure out by looking at the radar picture of the Russian fighters where the Russians are going. And then since the Russians have to drop the glide bombs exactly in the direction of where the target is, about 50, 60 miles, 40 miles, 60 kilometers away from the target, the Ukrainians can, in many cases, warn the troops to leave the position and save themselves. So what happens is that basically the Ukrainian troops leave the position, save their lives, the glide bomb hits, everything that made this position, the trenches, the bunkers, everything is destroyed. The troops are alive. But 2 minutes later, the Russians rush with motorbikes and trikes and whatever and golf carts towards this Ukrainian position and try to take it. And the Ukrainians, who 5 minutes before had properly built defenses where they could, sit in the trenches and shoot at the Russians from the trenches or the bunkers, are now fighting with the Russians out in the open with no protection from artillery and so on. So even if the Ukrainians manage to save their troops, the glide bombs are opening the Russians very slowly and very costly gaps in the Ukrainian defensive lines. And all the Russian advances of the last weeks are due to this Russian use of glide bombs. So the Russians have developed this strategy to just glide bomb their way forward. Costly, very slow, will not win the war because it's just too slow and you can only basically take a position per day because the Russians are also limited in the amount of fighter jets and glide bombs they have. But it's working. And so the Ukrainians need to find something to stop that. And the F-16 and the Patriot systems are the only things that can stop it. But as said, the Ukrainians need to be very careful how they use the F-16s for now to not risk losing them. So I think this was a complicated explanation here, but I hope people understood it, because this is some close air support combat that no normal military would do, glide bombs. It's something the NATO just flies the jet directly over it and drops a laser guided bomb or GPS guided bomb on the position, but that's NATO. So the Russians are doing a very ancient kind of, because glide bombs are basically just World War II bombs with an extended range. Because in World War II, the Hunter bombers or the fighter bombers bombed their targets by pointing the plane at the target and releasing, like a German Junkers 87 bomber, the whole plane, the pilot pointed the whole plane at the target, released the bomb, and then the bomb fell towards the target and hopefully for the pilot hit it. And the Russians are doing the same. The only difference to World War II is that they extended the range with some wings So there's glide bombs. They glide now and not just fall to that target. And they gave them some GLONASS systems that corrects a little bit with the wings, the direction, so that the bomb, even of a distance of 40, 60 miles, 40 miles, 60 kilometers, hits the target. So this is a very ancient way to use air power. And it shows again that the Russian Air Force is not a good Air Force. It's a crappy Air Force. But since Ukraine doesn't have an Air Force to respond, because the West is way too slow to give them F-16, this is the way how the Russians have been advancing for the last weeks. So anyone panicking here, the Russians are advancing, the Ukrainians are losing. No, no, no. These are small tactical successes that cost Ukrainian lives. We must not deny that. And the Ukrainians have not mobilized enough, so they are lacking reserves. So this is a problem for the Ukrainians. But none of these Russian glide bomb attacks is creating a gap big enough for a Russian breakthrough with mechanized forces, where the Russians could then advance 50 kilometers into the rear of the Ukrainians and take some important city. No, that's not happening, because the glide bombs are just too few and they just hit one position. If they hit a position, the Ukrainian position 100 meters, 100 yards away is still completely intact and nothing happened to it. So this is really just desperation on the
And they
Russian
don't have
side.
the follow-on forces. Thomas,
They don't have
also
the follow-on forces.
follow-on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you have a gap that is big enough for a mechanized force to push through, you would need a division or at least a brigade that is ready to go, fully equipped, has the fuel, has the man, has the troop, has everything to basically then exploit the gap that your troops created. So what the Russians are doing, they are picking away at the Ukrainian front line at the cost of Ukrainian lives. This is a costly thing for the Ukrainians, because every one of these attacks and glide bombs cost 10, 15 something Ukrainian troops their lives. And since there's 50 attacks every day, you can calculate how many Ukrainians are injured or killed every day. So the Ukrainians really, really need to find a way against this. But nobody, if you hear someone say, spread panic about this, that Ukraine is in danger and blah, 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 yeah, none of that is true. The Ukrainian front is not breaking, the Russians are not advancing, and it's not a dramatic change of the front line. It's just a blood loss that the Ukrainians can't afford. So that's why it's so important to find a way to ambush and destroy these Russian fighters that drop the glide bombs. Axel wrote me.
The Russians do have a Kuznetsov or the likes coming from the rear to then punch through a line after Citadel. It's just not there, and people should be very careful about it. The Russians will want to inch forward, as you said, Thomas. Their only target is the Western audience, as much as destroying Ukrainian lives. And by destroying Ukrainian lives every day and disenchanting a feeble, absolutely feeble, non-military, educated, badly sculpted, very, very meek and weak Western audience, they can win. That's what they think they can.
This is this advances and their accompanying propaganda is not a battlefield victory that the Russians can exploit, and the Russians know it. This is meant to weaken the Western and the Ukrainian resolve. And look, a military general will will get worried when there's a gap in his line and an enemy division starts to pour through. And this isn't happening. If the Russians had reserves, right, they would have already used a gap to, let's say, advance to Dnipro. They haven't, because the Russians have no mechanized reserves. And they could pour in maybe 20,000 men on foot. they're not getting very far if they're on foot. For those of you who know history, the Battle of the Bulge in 1944, the Germans found a gap between the British and the American armies and smashed through and sent a whole bunch of divisions through that tried to get to the coast and cut off the British army in Belgium from the American armies in France and in the Vosges mountains. It didn't work because the Americans had reserves on the British that they could throw into the path. Right now, the Ukrainians don't have reserves, but the Russians also don't have the forces to send into a gap and create a bulge in the front line. So this is a stalemate. And right now, both sides are losing a lot of men. And for the Ukrainian side, it's most important to protect its infrastructure, F-16s and Mirage 2000s shooting down drones and cruise missiles, Patriot systems, and so on, shooting down ballistic missiles, and to find a way to destroy the Russian glide bomb dropping planes. There's two ways. One way that the Ukrainians have to use now is to ambush Russian planes when they come to release the bombs. Why? The Russian planes that release these glide bombs have to fly very high so the bomb has more range because it glides from a higher altitude. Second, these Russian planes have to fly very straight line towards their target to give the bomb the momentum to glide directly onto the target. So if you can in any way ambush them in this phase, you can shoot down tons of Russian fighter jets. But that is not what NATO would do. NATO would just annihilate the air bases from where these attacks are launched. And since the NATO nations, thanks to the White House, who is so afraid of escalation, is denying Ukraine the weapons or the use of the weapons from other nations that can do that, the Ukrainians have to find other ways, either ambush them with F-16s or develop their own drones. And as they did with this airbase a few days ago, 2-3 days ago, where they completely annihilated a Russian airbase by hitting it, Morozovsk. What's the name? Morozovsk?
Morozovsk.
Yeah, I hate these pronunciations.
Easy. Call on me.
Morozovsk.
No problem.
The Ukrainians basically annihilated almost all the buildings on that airbase with just drones. So that's the other way. That's the NATO way. The NATO way is always to go on the offensive. And since NATO's leading nation, the United States, forces the Ukrainians to fight in a non-NATO way, the Ukrainians have to ambush the glide bomb guys. And
okay, well, we're entering doom and gloom territory again, Thomas, because you and I will then complain about Ben Rhodes and his follow-on apprentices, but they all serve at the pleasure of a president. So there's a decision which has been made that this National Security Council shall be acting as it does. Therefore, the decision is vested at Pennsylvania Avenue, and we can't change it. And it won't change until the election, and then it will change in one or the other way. And as it's now standing, it doesn't get any better because it's going to be either a continuation of the procrastination and the non-escalation and panic, or it's going to be something erratic and unhelpful. So it doesn't really matter, does it? So Ukraine has to win by itself.
Yeah. The thing is that the Croatians, in their war for independence against the Serbs, also won by themselves. And the Croatians, they didn't bother asking the West for help. They just organized themselves. And they had percentage-wise more than double the population in the army than Ukraine now. And the Croatians were just going at the Serbs. Now, Russia is not Serbia, Ukraine has a bigger enemy here. But if you really want to win it, you have to build up certain capabilities and certain weapon systems on your own, where you just ignore completely what your allies say, because you built these weapons, you can employ them as you want them. And Ukraine is doing that now with drones and long-range strike missiles. So, yes, Ukraine needs to continue developing its drones. But I would also like, I mean, Ukraine was a powerhouse in missile production. So there is the engineers. If the Ukrainians can pull it out somehow to make just produce, let's say, 20 long-range ballistic missiles to strike at Russian airfields 1,000 kilometers away, that would be so helpful. And not unitary warheads with one big warhead. Now, just slam these missiles full with cluster munitions, because I know there's a whole movement of peaceniks who don't like cluster munitions. And again, cluster munitions get their bad image from the Soviet and Russian employment of them, not from the West's employment. Cluster munitions are the best weapon against airfields, enemy troop concentrations, enemy air defense systems, enemy logistic points, and so on. The West uses cluster munitions to destroy enemy positions, enemy forces. So they aim for a minimal amount of dots among the cluster munitions. Soviet and Russian doctrine is that 20 to 30% of the cluster munitions that come down should be dots. Why? They act as, and the West uses cluster munitions against enemy troop concentrations, like the US against Iraqi troops in the first Gulf War and second Gulf War, like the Ukrainians now against Russian air defense systems and ammunition and logistic points. And the Russians use cluster munitions primarily against villages and cities and civilians. So the bad image of cluster munitions comes from the Russian doctrine, how they are produced and how they are used. And honestly, every European nation should just ditch the treaty that forbids cluster munitions, and we need to get into producing them like crazy, because it's the best weapon system ever. And Ukraine, Poland, Finland, Romania, Turkey, Greece, smart countries haven't signed up to it. Some of that countries should help Ukraine develop a long-range ballistic missile that can rain down cluster munitions. Basically a Ukrainian variant of the ATACMS, because the ATACMS that the United States donated are exactly the kind of missile the Ukrainians need, but the United States refuses refuses for Ukraine to use them as needed, which would be to strike the Russian air bases. So anyone out there with knowledge how to make a ballistic missile full of cluster munitions, go to Ukraine and help them make those, because they need those, and then come back and help Europe set up again a production of those, because these are the best weapons ever. Linda has a question. I think we will take it, and then
I was just about to go that. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Forgive me, please, if this has already been talked about, but I have noticed over the last couple of days there have been seemingly official calls for F-16 pilots and ground crew volunteers, like retired from other countries, to come and volunteer.
No, that's not true.
That's
bullshit. That's no, that's we discussed it in detail. The US has already indicated to Ukraine that it will not tolerate this. They've threatened Ukraine in the past 2.5 years on many occasions, but they've threatened them definitely since the Flying Tigers idea came up. When there was an article in the Kiev Post by friend of the space, Colonel Jeff Fisher, he got a heavy-duty response at a later stage, and the Kiev embassy of your own good old United States of America, courtesy of the French and the Prussians, did the very same thing. So no, not happening. And whilst there's a, say, posting on a page that doesn't have any relevance in that regard, but we went through this.
Okay.
But if you have a follow-up question, Linda, please carry on. Because we went through this in quite some detail.
Okay, thank you. I missed it. So thank you for answering that. I was wondering. Thanks.
No worries. I can see Thomas, our regular Swede ruse came up. I'm not quite sure whether this is going to be about Gripen, but let's check. Ruse.
Well, it's about cluster munitions, you know. You can probably order them from SAW, but there is this DWS-39, a nice cluster bomb that you mount under a Gripen. We are supposed to still have some in store, but we can't use them, so we could as well give them to Ukraine, I think.
I think the treaty explicitly forbids also the transfer, owning, production, employment, and even the design, I think, of cluster munitions. So this treaty was really meant to handicap European nations, because only European nations were dumb enough to sign it, like the UK and Germany and Italy and so on. And
I actually think they were part of the offer to buy Gripens for Finland. And that was after we signed the agreement.
Finland isn't a signatory to the cluster munitions treaty because Finland is a serious country who knows that with a neighbor like Russia, you need the cluster munitions.
Yes, but if we could transfer them to Finland, we could transfer them to Ukraine, couldn't we?
Probably. But my favorite part about the cluster munitions treaty, there's a little clause in there that says, for example, the Germans are not allowed, or the Italians are not allowed to use cluster munitions, and the military is not allowed to ask allies to use cluster munitions on their behalf. But if you ask them to just use artillery, and then, for example, the United States or the Finns use cluster munitions, and you didn't ask about them, it's legal. So all the European nations who signed this treaty basically were like, cool, we get to signal virtue, and in case of war, our military need just to code word the United States that they use the cluster munitions we are not using anymore. So this is a ridiculous European, again, you know, wiggling out of responsibility and putting it on the United States. So an Italian artillery officer wouldn't call for help from the United States and say, Russian infantry is attacking, cluster them away. He would say, Russian infantry is attacking us. Would you maybe have a suggestion how to stop them, which I cannot ask for, brothers? How is it? And then the United States would use the cluster munitions the Europeans destroyed. So it's a ridiculous treaty and it should be ditched.
Thomas, you're absolutely right. We've been asking for this for a long time. Then finally, some cluster ammunition was donated and given by the US. But if you think about it, it's so silly. If you look at the images of Chasiv Yar in recent days, you could easily, if the Ukrainians had A-10s, if the Ukrainians had cluster ammunition, they could fucking fix these bastards, completely, utterly eradicate any camouflage they have from any kind of brushes and trees and whatnot, get rid of the shit, and kill these bloody bastards. I'm sorry to make it so simple. This is about warfare. I mean, if General Westmoreland, who is not necessarily the most prolific romantic in military history, and he was not necessarily always very successful, but he had a few good things about him. If you can create a corridor between you and where the enemy can attack you of about a mile, that's a good start. Why don't we give them the tools? It is not difficult. This is ground warfare with a bit of close air support. This should be so friggin' simple. We should be beating the Russians the Ukrainians with our assistance. Actually, but doesn't matter. We should be beating these bastards into pulp. It makes me sick on a Sunday night to think about the fact that we're not giving them something which they can so easily use to get rid of this.
Escalation management. Escalation management.
The Biden-Sullivan conundrum.
Okay, let's put it this way. Escalation management, as I said before, if you want to stop escalation, you have to show the other side that you are not afraid. And the escalation management that Berlin and the White House is doing is signaling the Russians 24 hours every day that we are afraid of escalation. As said, if you tell the Russians, oh, now you overstepped, and they get a really massive slap on the face, they know where to stop and will step back. Anyway, there's Ralph has a question, and then I want quickly to go into the question of the pots for the F-16s that someone asked, and I wrote it down, but I don't remember who asked the question about self-defense bots.
Yeah, that was
That makes sense.
that
Ralph.
that was me, Ralph. Go ahead.
Okay.
I have one question, Thomas, and I first of all, hello everyone, hello Axel and everyone generally. Thomas, I have one question. It's so interesting to me. Today we see that finally, after 2 years, finally, F-16 coming to Ukraine. We are waiting patiently, Ukrainian supporters. I mean, F-16 coming to next month, coming to tomorrow, coming to next week, etc. But one of the important issue of F-16 case, how it's really helped for Ukraine. We know that F-16 very capable fighter jets, no doubt about it. But since 2022, 24 February, airport in Ukraine, it's not working. I mean, basic logistic in the Ukraine railway system, your car. I mean, whole, for example, foreign government official visit to Ukraine don't use airport, don't use airplane. Is a basic Ukraine railway system from Poland, right? And how, but how Ukraine can provide of security of F-16 fighter jet? Maybe fighter jets located in the Poland, you're inside Romania. How Ukraine and the partners fix this issue? I think that is very important. Thank you.
All the F-16s and all other fighter jets of Ukraine are inside Ukraine. They didn't even fly them from the west to Ukraine. They pulled them apart, put them in trucks and trucked them into Ukraine and then put them together at the air bases. So the Ukrainians have air bases, and the Ukrainians spent the last year to build underground bunkers. They built a ton of underground bunkers. And they built a whole bunch of emergency airfields where they took parts of the roads and widened them and tarred them. So like in Switzerland or in Finland, they can use those parts of the road as an emergency airstrip in case the main air base is attacked and the fighters have to get out. Also, as we have seen, the Russians have a limited amount of missiles. And one important thing is that the ballistic missiles the Russians have do not have the range to strike Western Ukraine. To strike Western Ukraine, the Russians need Shahid drones and cruise missiles. Those are easier to shoot down. And most importantly, the Shahid drones have much, much smaller warheads than a cruise missile or a ballistic missile. Long story short, there is very little chance for the Russians now to take down a Western Ukrainian airbase. Why? For ballistic missiles to reach those bases, they're too far away. So the Ukrainians don't need don't even need a Patriot system to defend the airbase against incoming ballistic missiles. Second thing, for the cruise missiles, an IRIS-T system, a NASAM system, a SAMP-T system suffice. And for the Shahed drones, some Gepard or some other ground-based air defense systems suffices. The Ukrainians also got German Skyex stationary air defense systems, which you put basically on the buildings around an airbase and then shoot automatically down every drone that comes in range. And most importantly, as we said earlier, now that Ukraine has F-16s, they can go out there and hunt down drones and shoot them down with their autocannons or their sidewinder missiles and the cruise missiles. Lastly, as I said, if the Russians manage to get something through, there's an airbase, and the airbase is 2 miles long, and somewhere on the airbase there's 12 bunkers, and in half of those bunkers is a underground, 10 meters, 10 yards underground, under 3-4 meters layers of concrete, is an F-16s. But which one of these 12 bunkers holds the F-16s? You don't know. So you need to bring 12 cruise missiles through. You don't know if they will penetrate the bunkers. Good luck. And so, yeah, I think the Russians have very, very little chance to shoot down F-16s unless Ukrainian pilots come too close to Russia, or too close to the front line, or too close to Crimea, where the Russians still have air defense systems that could shoot down the F-16s. So I'm not worried very much about that. I'm more worried about sabotage because, you know, as we have seen from what Ukraine has done, Ukraine has brought special forces into Russia who drove, pretending to be Russians, drove somewhere deep into Russia and then used a drone to fly just 30-40 kilometers to strike at a Russian airbase and destroy a Russian strategic bomber. So that's something the Russians could do, you know, drive around Ukraine, stay 40 kilometers away from an airbase and wait till an F-16 comes out of the bunker and then basically fly quickly a suicide drone there and hope that the Ukrainians will not react in time, or the air defense of the airbase are just surprised by this drone showing up suddenly. So that's my only worry. And hopefully, the Ukrainians have prepared for that and will have 24/7 very, very active air defense against drones that are launched from inside Ukraine around the clock, ready to go. There was another question someone said.
Yes, I've seen that both Roos and Beefeater have come up, but Beefeater first.
Good evening, Thomas. Yeah, thanks very much for coming on. I had a question I wanted to ask you, your view on a subject that I champion quite often. Do you know what the difference is between, when we talk about aid to Ukraine, the difference between committed aid and dispersed aid?
Committed is a lot of stuff that is in production, and dispersed is the stuff that they finally got. So, for example, United States is right now spending much more on buying equipment directly for Ukraine, which needs to be produced. It's much more modern equipment. That's a good thing, right? But the Ukrainians will have to wait 1-2 years to get it. Like the Germans basically told the Ukrainians, we are out of Panzerhaubitze 2000. So you will get the much, much, much better RCH 155, which we still have to produce. So Ukraine heard that 2 years ago, and now they're finally getting them. And so we have this problem here that Ukraine needs equipment now, but the European militaries really don't want to give anymore because they are all also starved for equipment. Long story short, there's much more right now committed to Ukraine than dispersed because, for example, the Poles are producing Katyal Rosomak infantry fighting vehicles. The Slovaks are producing Susanna II artillery howitzers. The Brits might restart production of Storm Shadow or an advanced system for Ukraine, and so on and so on. So the Turks are producing corvettes for the Ukrainian Navy. It takes 3 years to build one. Yeah, it's there's much more committed now in production for Ukraine than what Ukraine is right now getting. Ukraine would still need 300 to 500 infantry fighting vehicles. Nobody has them except the United States. And now the Ukrainians have started, with help of Rheinmetall, produce infantry fighting vehicles in Ukraine to basically make them themselves. Germany is paying for that, so it's a commitment from Germany, but you know, it will take quite a long time until they all get those infantry fighting vehicles, but they're brand new, so they will be better than what Ukraine has now, even the Bradley. But
can I just expand on the reason why I've asked you this question is because I have a concern that countries are using statements and positions as a means to whitewash their positions on Ukraine. By that I mean it's very easy for a country to say I'm going to commit X, Y, 10 billion euros in aid to Ukraine, but in reality they won't be delivering that. Now, just to back this up with some facts, if you take the period January the 24th, 2022 through to February the 29th in 2024. So that's basically the first 2 years of the war. The aid tracker that is produced by Kyiv University and put out there as a public record reflects some really concerning figures. And I'll round on the United Kingdom for a start. In this period, in the first two years, the UK committed 6.4 billion euros in aid to Ukraine, and that aid, of course, covers military, financial, humanitarian aid as well. They've published and proudly boasted that we're going to provide 6.4 billion euros in aid. In fact, in that period, the dispersed aid, in other words, the aid that was actually delivered, only amounted to 1.9 billion euros, which is roughly 30% of what they had actually committed in the first 2 years of war. Now, my concern is this, that again, rounding on the United Kingdom, we just agreed to double last year's budget in terms of aid to Ukraine. And I just think it's really concerning that we don't call out that there's this disparity between committed and dispersed aid. Now, you've mentioned some very particular reasons for, on the military side why dispersed aid can be delayed because of the time to build and time to procure and the likes of that. But it's important just to quantify that and for people to understand. In the first 2 years of the war, the European Union institutions committed 77.2 billion euros in aid, but they had only delivered 26.5 billion euros, which is a substantial, not substantial. It's just a small amount. It is less than half of what they actually committed. So I, for one, want to keep calling this out to make sure that we are not only upholding our commitments, but people understand that we really shouldn't be led down a garden path with promises of aid if we are not pushing our governments to deliver that aid and deliver it now. Ukraine needs that aid now. We are 2 years going on to 3 years into the war. The amount of aid that's been committed and delivered, the gap between those two is just not good enough. We need to push them. Thanks, Thomas. That's what I wanted to bring up.
Yep. The thing is that, okay, let's make a quick dive in here. You can deliver aid to Ukraine if you have equipment. Most European armies have been ruined in the last 20 years. Why? Government wanted to cut taxes like in the UK, or wanted to go bonkers on social spending like in France and Germany, or wanted to give corporations insane tax cuts like the Netherlands. So militaries in Europe are completely blank. There's, I mean, the Italian military has a need for 570 tanks, and they got 200, of which 50 aren't working. They have a need for at least 600 infantry fighting vehicles. They got 200, of which 50 don't work. The German military needs Puma infantry fighting vehicles, and in 20 years, they didn't get even half of the ones they need. And now basically they decided they don't get it, and they will just use Boxer. The UK military has nothing in its mechanized forces that is modern and working. They're completely blank. So there's two ways to help Ukraine. You can give Ukraine the old stuff and buy for your military new equipment, which the United States has been doing until now, basically giving Ukraine old equipment that the US Army, which still has an immense amount of stored equipment, doesn't need anymore because they're getting new stuff, because the United States is not going to update Bradley M2A2 ODS because they're getting a new infantry fighting vehicle in the next 3-4 years. So they're going to anyway throw them away. So that's what some countries are doing. Other countries like Germany decided that their own military doesn't even know what it wants in the future. So it's just better to just go to their industry and order equipment to give to Ukraine. With a massive problem that all the European defense industries have been also wrecked in the last 20 years, and it takes months, if not years, to get production back up to full speed. So there's a theoretical capacity of 600 armored vehicles alone in the German defense industry. The problem is that the German government for the longest time never used it, and so they were producing like 12 of that, 10 of that, 5 of that per year to just keep the, you know, workers and technology working, going, with the problem that they didn't have apprentices. They just retired all the workers and didn't hire apprentices to keep the workforce in balance with these low numbers. So Ukraine needs more equipment. The European militaries have none. The European militaries, to buy a new equipment, the European militaries should have a competition and choose the best equipment and define it. Takes years. So some European governments were just like, you know, forget it. We just tell our industry to produce stuff for Ukraine directly, so they have something. But even that will take years. So, for example, let's take the howitzers, the RCH 155, right? At some point, the German military will buy it. So the German government could have said, you know what, we just order right now 150 RCH 155 self-propelled howitzers for the German army and give all the old Panzerhaubitze 2000, which is still the best system in Europe, to Ukraine, so they have it. But then it was like, yes, but if we order for the German military, we must make these 50 tests and these 30 analyses and these 20 programs and this doctrine strategy and this tactics and this course and this and it takes 3 years. So Ukraine doesn't have 3 years until the Germans start to order RCH 155 for the military. So the German government was like, you know what? We just order this howitzer and give it directly to Ukraine. So Ukraine gets a modern system and has to wait for it 2 years because the industry basically has, you know, to gear up for production and call suppliers because, you know, the industry doesn't build the engine. It's buying from someone, and then they have to call MAN engines and say, you know, we need 48 of those engines. And MAN is like, you're not lucky because we have already 100 customers who needed 2 for, I don't know, trucks or heavy.
Also, you just MAN would say, also you just forced us to lay off a lot of our apprentices and master craftsmen because you are forcing us into what we would call the Verbrennerverbot, meaning that you forbid us to build engines which have internal combustion based and using diesel. So there is a significant policy problem in Europe which interferes with the realities of deterrence and defense.
One thing is the immense amount it takes. Yes, I understand that if your European government is buying some equipment that costs $50 million a piece or $100 million a piece for a fighter jet, you have to make sure the quality is correct and you get what you want. And you understand how you will use it. Like the British Army decided to order Ajax, I don't know how to pronounce it in English. In German, it's Ajax.
Ajax. Ajax.
Reconnaissance vehicles without having a plan how to use them. And now they're getting them late because they didn't check the quality, and they have now no idea what they want to do with it because they ordered twice as many as they actually need in their future plan. And so the European militaries have this extremely long planning phase, and
because they have not been fighting
yes,
wars as the Americans have, very few of them. And the Brits who have been fighting wars have been constantly attriting their own industrial capacity and their own army, which is, by the way, it's a bipartisan thing because both Tony Blair, as well as the Tories before and the Tories thereafter, and now the new Labour government, they all do one thing: promise a lot, but never deliver on defense.
And one thing here is also to understand that the European defense industry is not very deep pocketed. They don't have billions and billions in revenue. So an American defense contractor like Lockheed Martin, the moment that United States gave HIMARS to Ukraine, Lockheed Martin on its own immediately ramped up production of the GMLRS rocket by 50% because they understood it will be needed. And there's no government that interferes with them ramping up production, and they have the funds. But a German defense contractor like Diehl, who makes Iris-T, it's not allowed to produce more unless there's a German government permit. So they cannot produce more unless they get a German government permit. And that means the German government has to know if there's a customer first, or that they decide to buy it for the Bundeswehr, or that they want to give it to Ukraine. So Diehl, even if it wants to produce, can.
Because Diehl runs a business in what is essentially an authoritarian socialist environment, because they're being told by the government what they are allowed to produce. That is insane. But this is, by the way, the rule not only in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, the European defense contractors couldn't increase the production of ammunition until governments signed off on the increased amount of production. You can't basically go and say, I'm Rheinmetall, we produce 100,000 artillery shells, we produce next year 300,000, unless you get the government's approval for that before. And since Rheinmetall operates in Spain, Germany, Italy, and so on, they need from each of the governments the approval. So, yeah, complete nonsense. So the thing is that the European defense industry needs this government approval and then needs government contracts that guarantees them payment, because they do not have the pockets deep enough to just start production on their own. An American contractor can say, you know what, like Lockheed Martin has 200-300 F-35 parked around its facilities because they just keep producing F-35. They have the money. They just keep them producing because they don't want to slow down the production line. Not at all. And in Germany, you couldn't do that.
And they have a functioning capital market. Yes. Don't forget, Thomas, if they need more money, they have a functioning capital market to which they can go. What happens if Rheinmetall were to try to go to the capital market? Can it sell to retail investors anything?
No, just for an example, I mean, Airbus is a giant corporation, Airbus. Airbus is only producing Eurofighters if it has a firm contract, because it's not allowed to produce Eurofighters without a firm contract in Europe. And it doesn't have the money to then have like 20, 30 Eurofighters sit around with nobody buying them. Lockheed Martin knows we have 200 F-35 produced and not yet delivered. Doesn't matter. There will be enough clients. The US government will buy it. And to finance that for now, I mean, this is like $20 billion. They can just do it. Lockheed Martin has the pockets and the capital markets to do it. So European governments commit a ton of equipment to Ukraine with an industry that is really, really not capable to gear up as fast and as deep and as quickly as needed, because the governments handicap that industry by low production numbers, immense red tape, low capital. So the thing is, during the Cold War, the European and the American defense industry was the same. In Germany, Rheinmetall and Krauss-Maffei-Wegmann were just churning out Leopard 2 tanks like nuts. Like every week, 3 of, how many every week? 3? Something? or 4 every week.
Yeah, round
Yeah,
about.
3 or 4 every week, because they knew even if right now the German Bundeswehr doesn't take it, it will take them. And if not, they will sell it quickly to the Dutch, to the Belgians, to the Danish, to whatever country needs them. Spanish, Portuguese, Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, everybody gets those tanks, Greeks, Turkish. So just churning them out. And right now they're like producing 10, 12 a year. They could produce 200 if the German government would give them the permit and give them the financial means to do it.
200 is nothing.
Yeah.
Imagine. Come on, Thomas, let's be honest to our American friends. We have one of the best performing automobile plants there is, worldwide integrated, in the north of Germany. We have 4 of the other best performing worldwide automobile plants in the south of Germany. Then we have the American plants in Germany, in Cologne. We can churn out more equipment and more shit than anybody else can if we really put our mind to it. How many cars are currently being unsold of all this all these wonderful electric cars which nobody wants? Far too many. We have more than 80,000 of them standing in Rotterdam at the moment, on this very day. We have loads of them in China waiting to be shipped to Europe, which hasn't really closed the curtain on this matter. If we have unsold capacity, unused capacity, and these wonderful automobile plants, Thomas, what would come to mind what the German automobile industry could actually produce? Shall we say IFVs, maybe?
Drive engines and stuff for the Boxer or something, or the IFVs. The thing is that,
What? Engines? Thomas, don't surprise us. Germans producing engines for military equipment?
Well, they're doing it in
Unbelievable.
Friedrichshafen. The thing is that, if the governments in Europe wanted military production levels to reach wartime productions levels, we could. There's absolutely nothing that stops us. The thing is, right now, for example, if Rheinmetall gets an order for 200 Leopard 2 tanks, they would have to basically wait until the engines are made by MTU in Friedrichshafen, because right now MTU has no lever to basically put their needs before the clients that already ordered stuff. Only the German government could order.
But the MTU and others have been laying off staff recently, right? We have been actually seeing in the last 6 months many, many industrial companies, due to the massive rise in primary energy cost, as well as overall what we would call Standortkosten, associated location cost of operating in Germany, have decided that it's not worth going further, and they've been laying off. Who are they laying off? Are they laying off the longest serving people, or are they laying off the youngest?
The youngest.
Ah, okay. So they're laying off all the apprentices who have invested a heavy duty time to learning, because the German apprentice system is intense still, even today. Yes, it's not as good as 40 years ago, but doesn't matter. But still. So we have all these wonderful people who have an aspiring hope and who want to work and get shit done, who have signed up to work in Ingolstadt and thought that they have a good job coming. And they know that they can finish their apprenticeship, yes, but they're not going to get a job. Bad. Or they they finished their apprenticeship a year or 2 ago, and they've been with MTU, MAN, doesn't matter. They're now being laid off under a so-called social plan. Thank you very much. Meaning you get paid for nothing, as in you get paid for not working. What a silly thing of use of highly educated people, whilst we could actually produce the engines to defeat authoritarianism, to defeat evil. How insane must the German government be?
Actually, Thomas, I'm going to thank you and step down just to support what you just said, Thomas. The best performing member of the coalition in terms of delivering committed aid is, of course, the United States. They have delivered 90%, or 89.6% of aid that they committed. in the first 2 years of the war, they actually delivered, and that speaks to the liquidity and the ability of the defense infrastructure in the states in their ability to respond and deliver an upscale very quickly what they've committed in aid. Thank you very much. I'm stepping down. I appreciate your response.
Thank you. And no, the thing is that we need. There was an idea that the European Union, like during the COVID time, creates a fund where it, as European Union, takes on a credit on the capital markets of like 1,000 billion euros or 750 billion euros, which would then go to buy European weapon systems to give all European militaries modern equipment, especially those in Eastern Europe, where there's a much higher will to fight and a much bigger need for equipment than in the West, to get European military industry, defense industry, to produce at full capacity and to produce equipment for Ukraine and free up equipment for Ukraine. So with this European fund, for example, they would have increased production of Eurofighters massively, and then countries that now need fighter jets or want to upgrade their Eurofighters would be able to get them from this European fund for free, because it's a European-wide European Union fund. So let's say Italy says, we need another full wing of Eurofighters, that's 3.2 billion. The European Union would be like, fine, you get them. And then Romania is like, we would like a wing too. And Greece is like, we would like a wing. And then Poland is like, we would a wing. So this was the idea. And it was scuppered by the Germans, obviously, and the Dutch, because they don't want to spend that kind of money on, they don't want the European Union to take on debt. That's the issue. And so, yeah.
Yeah, because they don't want a free rider. Sorry, there's a reason for it. You need to know it. There's a free rider kind of sentiment in certain countries of Europe, and therefore other parts of Europe who actually have to pay for it don't like it, because the Europeans can't agree as to what to do. But you're making a different point, Thomas. You're saying, why don't we pick a topic where everybody can agree upon? That Europeans shall be free, and therefore everyone in Europe shall be free, and as everybody shall be free, quite funny, because that is essentially how the United States of America was once set up. That actually the federal government was there to ensure that everybody could be protected from outside invasions and the likes.
Yeah, we need some will in Europe to actually defend Europe as a whole. And all the countries are still looking only at their self-interest, and with that, divided we fall, united we win. So anyway, let me go to the questions about the pods, because someone had a question about pods on the F-16. So the thing is, the F-16, there's two kinds of missiles that go after fighter jets. One is infrared seeking, who go for the heat signature of the engine and latch onto that. And these are short-range missiles, because the heat signature is not showing 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers away. You need to be close. And to get rid of, to defeat heat-seeking missiles, airplanes carry flares, because they burn with a higher heat signature as the engine of the planes. F-16s have that automatically, they have that built in, and the pilot activates those flares. For radars seeking radar homing missiles, they have chaff, which is a mix of different metal stripes that clutter the air behind the plane to reflect the radar, to lead the radar of the enemy missile astray, because the clutter of all that metal creates a complete distorted picture of the air picture of the plane. Okay, it's just also we have chaff and we have flares. Flares against heat-seeking missiles and chaff against radar homing missiles. And the pilot of the F-16 has to activate that. There's warning systems in the plane that tell the pilot to activate it and to activate those. What the F-16s that Ukraine received have are pods. These pods do this automatically. We saw them today on the video that Zelensky posted. Basically, under the wing of the plane, you mount this pod. And this pod has sensors that look for radar signatures, they look for infrared signatures, and they look if a missile is coming towards the plane. Because if a radar homing missile sends out a radar signal, an active radar homing missile sends out a radar signal, or a ground-based air defense system sends out a radar signal, or an enemy fighter jet sends out a radar signal. So these pods recognize if the plane is being targeted by an enemy radar. These pods also automatically recognize if a missile comes close to the plane. Why? If an enemy missile flies towards the F-16s, the missile's engine leaves a heat signature in the air, and the pods automatically will find and spot such a heat signature in the air. And these pods automatically, without input from the pilot, then activate countermeasures. So one of the pods, there's two on the F-16. This is a European system. The Americans don't use it. So the Europeans, originally it was developed for the Tornado fighter bomber of the Europeans, and then it was adapted for the F-16s. So these pods come in two shapes. One is a pod that has the countermeasures, that looks for enemy air threats, enemy missiles, and then automatically starts the countermeasures with flares and chaff to protect the airplane from being hit. The second of these pods that came attached to Ukrainian F-16s is an electronic warfare pod. This pod also contains automatic missile launch systems that recognizes infrared missiles, that recognizes missiles by the infrared signature or radar missiles by the radar emissions. But instead of releasing flares or chaff, the second pod contains an electronic warfare system that is going to try to jam the enemy radar. So the Ukrainian F-16s came with two systems that are mounted under the wings, which are meant to protect the plane without the pilot's input from enemy air threats. So one of these systems is called ESIPS, electronic countermeasures, something, blah, blah, blah. And the other system is called PIDS, P-I-D-S. So these two systems are on the Ukrainian F-16s, which still retain the countermeasure systems with chaffs and flares and the sensors that came with the basic plane, which the pilot has to activate. So there will be a signal in the plane, you're being targeted by a missile, and the pilot then can release chaffs or flares. Sometimes you see video of a plane flying, and behind the planes there are there's left and right of the plane, you see flares that are ejected from the planes. These are the flares. Chaff you don't see because it's just metal stripes that reflect radar and deflect the radar away from the plane. So Ukrainian F-16s came with a very advanced self-protection system that is mounted in pods on the plane. The United States uses different pods that have the same capabilities, but they're different. So Ukrainian F-16s not only have been upgraded with a better radar and gotten the newest version of the software to allow it to use all the American weapons, from HARM missiles, JDAM extended range, glide bombs, combined effects munitions, small diameter bomb, laser guided bombs. The Ukrainian also got targeting pods, where the pilot can aim a laser at a target and release a bomb that then glides towards the target and hits where the laser is reflected. That's the key point. The glide bomb doesn't follow the laser. The glide bomb, if it's a laser guided bomb, will strike where the bomb sees the laser being reflected, which means also Ukrainian troops on the ground can laser a target. Doesn't have to be the pilot. So the United States has different systems that do the same, but the Ukrainians got the best of these possible systems in Europe. The only better system in Europe is that of the Eurofighter, but that only works with the Eurofighter. So Ukrainian F-16s are very capable. If someone says, yeah, but these are Block 20, they're old. Yes, they're F-16 Block 20 midlife update MLU planes, which have been brought up to the same standard as the F-16 Block 50, which is the best F-16 that the US Air Force flies currently. So there is a very high jump in capability with the F-16 for the Ukrainian Air Force, because not a single fighter jet they have comes even close to the capabilities in missiles, in bombs, in communications, in radar, and in self-protection and in electronic jamming of enemy targets as the F-16s that they received now. Even though the F-16, there's newer versions that are even much more capable, because this is an F-16 Falcon, and the newest version is called F-16 Viper. And those are, again, a quantum leap better than what Ukraine received. But since the F-16 can undertake any mission, air-to-air, air-to-ground, close air support, bombing, interdiction, what else? Air patrols, airspace protection, search of enemy air defenses and destruction of enemy air defenses. So the F-16 can do everything. And we can say it's not as good as a Eurofighter in air-to-air combat, but it's more than enough to defeat the Russians. It's not as good as an F-15E Strike Eagle in bombing missions, but it's much better than anything the Russians have, and much better than what the Ukrainians had until now. So the Ukrainian F-16s, super good systems, and we are happy that they have it. They will not make a difference at the front for now, because they are just too few. And the Ukrainians need to receive more and more pilots before they can start to plan offensive operations. But everything we have seen so far points to the Europeans providing the Ukrainians not with just some fighters, but with some really decent, capable offensive systems. Because if you just fly inside Ukraine to shoot down drones and cruise missiles, you don't need these pods that dispense flares and chaff and have jamming capabilities, because there is no Russian air defense systems and no Russian fighter jets deep in Ukrainian airspace. That the Dutch and the Danish and the Norwegians gave Ukrainians these pods for being mounted on the F-16s clearly shows that the Europeans want the Ukrainians to use these F-16s in an air-to-air combat role against Russian fighters and in an air-to-ground combat role against Russian air defense systems like the S-300. Only thing that
because they're also beyond the, in terms of beyond the horizon, the F-16 is the only game in town. The Mirage 2000 wouldn't be able to do that. It's a good closed circuit and close proximity interdictor, no question, but it just doesn't have the capability.
Yep, the Ukrainians get with this finally a fighter jet of the 21st century, even though there's much better systems like Eurofighter, F-35, F-22. If you don't have money to buy those, and Ukrainians as non-NATO nation wouldn't even get those because the technology in it is too sensitive, this is the best they can get, and it's better than anything the Russians have. So very good, very happy for the Ukrainians that they finally got it. Only drawback is the slow progress when it comes to training pilots, because until the Ukrainians have enough for serious offensive operations, thousands more of Ukrainian troops will die under glide bombs, and hundreds of Ukrainians might die in attacks on cities. So yeah.
100%. That literally closed the loop.
Yep.
Thomas.
I will have to go.
Very much appreciated.
Because I will have to work tomorrow. I can still take James' questions and then wrap it up with that, if that's in everyone's.
I got 6 questions on the cat and whether it has been fed.
Okay, you have 6 questions.
No, I received 6 questions, meaning from 6 different people, as to whether the cat has been fed. But I'll give it to James.
The cat is very, very happy. She's now 16 years old, has a kidney problem, gets 3 medicines a day. So I'm really a patient, and she's slowly going blind, but she is purring, eating, and enjoying her life. And she has discovered that she can scratch the expensive furniture in the living room, and that I will jump and run and give her more food if she does. So far, so good. But at 16-year-old cat. Anyway, James, give me your questions.
This sounds like the cat is playing you like Putin. There was a statement from Mark Milley: if Ukraine loses this war and Putin wins, I think you would be certainly increasing, if not doubling, ability of a great powers war in the next 10 to 15 years. So, and that was on CBS.
Defend us as a European continent that is at peace for 50 years now, thanks to NATO and the European Union. I mean, there's just countries out there. It's not just Russia. If the European Union crashes, and for example, if Ukraine gets into serious trouble, Orban would invade Ukraine. He is a fascist. He doesn't mind. He would like to conquer parts of Ukraine. If the United States pulls out of Europe, the Serbs are definitely trying to go into Bosnia and into Kosovo again, thinking that without the US, the Europeans are too weak and too cowed to defend themselves. So we don't have anyone here in Europe that can say that publicly of the generals, because our government in the last 20 years didn't promote by competence, but by ability to make nonsensical PowerPoints. So, I mean,
Well. Thomas, may I
Yeah.
interject? That's not quite true. If you read von Sandrat's public statement very recently, I mean, I like the guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm biased, but still, if you read von Sandrat's recent public statement, when the multinational core and the Lithuanian domicile German brigade was set up, he highlighted that his main concern was not the readiness of the multinational core. Stress on multinational. Not the readiness and the willingness to fight of German troops in Lithuania against the Russians. On the contrary, his concern, translate into English, was the rear.
Yeah.
Only the rear. So it's not that there are not military leaders, because that was the question of the young man, James, as to whether military leaders. Now, Europe is heterogeneous. We don't have a joint chiefs of staff of everyone of Europe in that regard. We just don't have it with different armies. The French, don't forget, they have generals who are currently still debating as to whether they would love Putin more than Zelensky. Don't forget. The Brits have a very clear designation, and Radican is grand, and a couple of other people there, so fantastic. The Swedes have great soldiers, as have the Norwegians and the Finns. We have very, very decent military leaders, but they are in Europe kowtowed and handcuffed by the politicians. And if von Sandrat, who is currently pretty much next to Freuding the most well-respected and pretty much the living reincarnation of a German tank general, says that the only concern he has is the rear, that should tell you everything.
The thing is that I remind myself always of the generals of the 90s, right? Where entire staffs threatened to resign if Bill Clinton keeps cutting divisions, or where entire German division commanders got together and said, you cut one more division, Helmut Kohl, you will have not a single division commander, and then explain that to the German people. So I remind me of that generals went there to fight with the politicians, like serious disagreements about politicians trying to cut back divisions to basically use the funds in different ways. So Bill Clinton basically canceled the plans he had to disband 2 more American divisions in 96, I think, because basically the whole the army chief of staff and the corps commanders and a whole bunch of other generals told him, we will all resign. We will not stand for it, because our task is we must fight 2 wars, one in Asia, one in Europe at the same time. If you disband the 2nd Armored Division, and I think it was the 7th Infantry Division in California, we can't. We will not take the responsibility. And so there are generals here who are leaders and can lead troops into combat. But the thing is that the German government didn't raise the defense budget once since the Ukrainian war started. They made a fund to gap over the worst equipment deficits, but they didn't raise the basic defense expenditure. It's still 1.2, 1.3%. And next year,
they actually want to lower it.
Yeah,
now.
They want to lower it. And next year, the fund runs out. And then the Germans fall from over 2%, thanks to the fund, back to 1.2, 1.3%. It's a joke. It's an insult to the other nations in NATO. And other countries like Italy can't increase spending because basically there's the 3% deficit rule. They cannot be broken, imposed by the Germans and the Europeans.
Well, they could get rid of some. They could get rid of some debt. Italy could do a few things.
Yeah, they would have to cut
balance its
pensions
books
and
too.
raise
But
taxes.
there you go.
But the thing is that then the economy.
Yeah, well, there are some leakage is there too.
Yeah, but example is these are all kinds of things. Or like so in Europe, generals. I respect generals who go out and tell the government it doesn't work like this. And if I will explain it to you now, and if it doesn't work, see, for example, the Italian Navy is getting ship after ship because the Italian chief of defense is a Navy admiral who goes to explain the government every 5 minutes what kind of ships he needs. And the Italian army doesn't have this kind of chief of staff. So Italian army is basically equipment, has a lack of equipment. And the Italian Navy is heading to a destroyer and frigate fleet of 30 ships, which is bigger than French, Germany, British, and Spanish Navy combined. Insane. But someone explained to the German president that if the Allies leave us alone, we need this kind of frigate and destroyer fleet to defend Italian national waters and the Allies that stick with us. So yeah, so we need such generals basically who tell the government, like in Germany, look, the German army has these and these problems, and if you don't raise the defense budget, we cannot fix it. And I explain it to you now because you have given us political goals that we should fulfill with the military, but you don't give us the funds to have the military. And you have to raise the funds. And if you don't do, I will not take the responsibility. I will resign and give a public press conference explaining it to the German people. And I miss this kind of generals that we had in the 90s who really threatened the government into, look, either you change the political goals, like in the US, from a two-front war to a one-front war, or like in the UK, from a forward defense in Germany to no forward defense in Germany, or I will resign. If you don't change the goals, the funds are insufficient. I will not take the responsibility for goals I cannot fulfill with the funds you have given me. And I mean, this is exactly what you expect of a general.
Well, we are in agreement, Thomas. That's fine. I expect that too. This is what I would call a responsible civil and military leader at the same time. However, this German government specifically, as well as the government of Mr. Schröder and Mr. Fischer, made it a program, and they would love to have generals resign because they would like to get rid of a few, because the ones who are as principled as you just described are the ones who don't fit their leftist agenda, which is defeatist. And that's exactly what Schröder and Fischer, that's the hard left of German politics at that point in time, did after the failure of the last Kohl government, which you described already, which was disastrous. But the thing is, it's a continuity of the governments of one of the strongest industrial nations in the world since the mid-90s, that they'd rather love to consume and abide and be, inward looking, as well as just being defeatist and sell out to the Russians. Thank you, Mr. Schröder. Thank you, Mr. Fischer, as they did. At the same time, we had generals like Mr. Harf, who actually knew that there is a military target, there's a military objective, and this military objective protects people. We can do better. We have the qualities of leaders. In Europe, we have the qualities of people. We have the capabilities. We simply need to allow them to talk. Now, German generals can't do that. In Italy, I understand, whilst they can leak, it's not really respected. French generals love to talk, but they generally, the ones who talk a lot of Putinesque. Who else should talk? Who can we rely on to guide the public as to what the military means and requirements are?
Last question. The defense ministers should do that, but most of them are not put there because of competence or because they understand the threat and the military. Most of them, under Angela Merkel, the people she hated, she put in the defense minister because she knew they would fail there, because she could cut their funding every year, and there's only people that tend to announce cuts and cuts and cuts. So in Italy right now, the defense minister is a defense industry manager whose job was building frigates and destroyers. What a coincidence. And yeah, and in German, Pistorius obviously is a very outspoken and clear and open. He's very clear-eyed about the situation. But even if he's clear-eyed and he's arguing for the German army, the government is cutting his funding. So this is the huge problem, that there is very few politicians who want to go out there and say it to the public as it is, because it means that people will have less. They have either to pay more taxes or get less social funding so we can fund the military. And economy-wise, it doesn't change, because 90% of more than 90% of the military spending is spent in the nation, on soldiers, on bases, on food for the soldiers, on clothes, on the equipment. The thing is that to get that money, either you have to take on more debt or reduce social spending or increase taxes. And I mean, in Poland, the government, and in Sweden, the government, and in other countries, the government, be it government, opposition, all the parties agreed that there is a need to prepare. And they told the Polish and the Swedish people, we have to increase defense spending. We have to double our brigade numbers in Poland and in Sweden. In Finland, there's a consensus too, you know. So there needs to be this kind, I mean, in Germany, it would have to be the government, SPD, but they're not doing it, that CDU, maybe the Greens, that go out there and say, the FDP, look, this is the situation we live in, and we have to do it, and we cannot ignore the world we live in now, and it's not happening. So people in Europe just don't want to hear it, and there's nobody to tell them. And in the Cold War, the threat was visible on the other side of the border, you know, and Europeans still pretend that there's no tragic problems or no wartime economy needed, because between us and the danger is Ukraine, who's bleeding out for us. So that's a huge problem, because yeah, I mean, if you look at German talk shows, not a single person in German talk shows is actually telling the German people that the time of peace and plenty are over. That if we want to retain some of the peace and plenty, we will have to invest more in defense. And as again, if you invest 2%, you're not spending for war. 2% means you're spending to retain capabilities. If you fall under 2%, you have to,
which includes industrial production. You have. The problem is that the Germans, when they spend 2% now today, by the way, will get about 19% less, because the high cost associated with capex deployment, because every piece of kit which you buy now is massively more expensive due to the artificially increased energy costs in Germany. Yeah. By the way, that's a statement not from me. That's a statement from the German Ministry of Defense from last week.
So the thing is that if you spend 2%, you spend to retain capabilities in. At 2%, you retain your submarine force, you retain your strategic air transport force, you maintain your air defense force, you maintain your tank forces, you maintain an artillery, a proper artillery force, you maintain a fighter force, you maintain a frigate and anti-submarine warfare force. So you maintain capabilities at 2%. If you spend under 2%, you have to start cutting. Like the Danish had to cut their whole submarine service, because at their spending level, there was either that or cut air force. And it was like, okay, let's go with the submarines. So if you spend under 2%, you have to start cutting. And it takes years, maybe even more, 10 years to rebuild this capacity. I mean, if the Danish want to rebuild a submarine service, it takes 4 or 5 years for them to even get a submarine built in some other country. And then it takes 1 to 2 years for the crew to be operational and built up, and then you have to build a new harbor and so on. So if you spend under 2%, you lose capabilities. At 2%, which is the NATO agreement, it's basically we maintain what we have. If you want to spend to defend yourself, you have to spend for 3-4%. The Poles are going to spend 5%. At 5%, you are gearing up to defend yourself, because you know there will be a war. So if people go out there and say, you know, this politician here is like Chamberlain, or this politician in Europe right now is like Chamberlain, I have to say, no. Chamberlain went to Munich and sold out the Czechs and the Slovaks. And then he went home to the UK and he raised defense spending to 10% of GDP. He immediately understood, I just bought some time with the blood of the Czechs and the Slovaks. I bought us some time. But if we don't spend immediately 10% on GDP, when Hitler turns to us, we're not prepared. So Chamberlain is much better than Scholz, much better than even Macron, because all these people, not the Germans would even spend 2%. The French just spent barely 2%. The Brits are spending barely 2%. Chamberlain was 5 times more spending on military than the politicians now in Europe. And we call them Chamberlain's. Sorry, Chamberlain was much more clear-eyed and focused and realistic about what's going on and what he needs to do. So countries that do not spend at least 2% on defense, in my opinion, should be thrown out of NATO. A lot of countries would be flying out of NATO then. But I can assure you, a lot of countries like Italy and Spain, who really are dependent on NATO, would immediately find ways to spend 2%. Ideally, NATO will spend 2.5%, because if every NATO country spends 2.5%, we not just retain capabilities, but we have some funding to finally fix the issues, like that the Germans need to upgrade their Eurofighters and that the Italians need to buy more tanks. At 2.5%, there is the financial capabilities that we finally can expand. But
no, that's not true. That's not true. That's only the indebtedness, say, restriction. The Germans have much more capability in their budget if they want to, but they need to disregard certain elective discretionary spending, which they have designed for purposes which others would call luxury items. Let's put it this way.
Yeah. But the thing stands that it's true that we should
maybe dispense with a few luxury items nobody else in Europe can easily afford other than the Swiss, and they don't have to defend themselves, do they? Or have you decided? No, sorry, apologies. I just heard the news. There is an artillery brigade led by Thomas Tyner, which has actually taken aim at Lugano. When did you decide to invade Switzerland, Thomas?
I have no interest. I have been to Switzerland. It's not. The mountains are not worth to go there. We have better mountains here in South Tyrol.
And you have the sun on your ski slopes. No, the reason why I said this is, of course, that there are many things in entitlements which European politics protects in order not to, rattle the cage and tell the people the truth. You said quite rightly that Neville Chamberlain, for all his faults, at least had a Treasury Secretary who knew what was going on. But then again, he even didn't sign the act, because when John Simon, created the budget setup, he was already acting on orders of, if I'm not quite mistaken, Halifax. But there you go. Having said this, we have one final question, as I can see, from James. Thomas, if you allow, then we'll take this one and we'll call it a night, because it has been tremendous. And thank you, James.
Yes, thank you. So go ahead, Axel. You have to finish something.
No,
okay.
Hand it to you, James.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it whenever you can come. So I was really hoping that, Peter Pavel might be that kind of guy, but I see that the Czech government is spending about 1.5% on military, and that's not enough. Is he being held back? And would he be the guy that would stand up and say this? I don't follow him enough, but that's what a guy like him seems like. He's got some respect. And he would be great on Sunday morning TV shows, I would think. I don't know about his German, though.
The problem is in Europe, nobody has influence outside of his country. That's the massive problem. So even if you put Macron on German TV and he tells the Germans to spend more on defense, the Germans would just feel like, what is he doing here? Go back to France, fix your banlieues or whatever. So this is the problem, that in Europe, that's why so many countries, Meloni and the Spanish, tried to convince the other nations, give the European Union, allow the European Union to take on a credit for defense equipment spending. And that's the problem, that you have to, it was a torturous negotiations to get the European Union to be allowed to take 750 billion credit to invest in infrastructure after COVID, to basically help the European economies with a influx of money. If the European Union would take on another 500 billion or 600, 700 billion to spend on military equipment produced in Europe, this also would be like a giant stimulus package for the European economy, because there would be 600 billion something flowing into European factories, jobs, and so on. And yeah, the thing is that you want to have the Europeans to do something, it would have to be the European Commission to go in there. The problem is that the Germans always will, and the Dutch especially, will try to block it. At one point, there was a coalition.
And the Finns.
Yeah, the Finns, I think the Finns, now that they're in NATO, and the Slovaks, Ergot Fico will try to block it again. But at some point, there was a coalition of Southern European and Scandinavian and Eastern European countries that really, really wanted the European Union to take on that fund, with the French consenting, because their defense industry would have profited from that. And the Germans, whose defense industry would have profited the most, were like, no. And so this fell apart.
Yeah, but Thomas, let's be honest, there is a reason for it. You just said the French wanted it for the defense industry. That's not necessarily the case. The French play a double game, and it's a double act. They want to create an instrument, French policy of indebtedness all across Europe. And they want to levy this upon Europe. And this has been the place, and it has been the agenda since the early days of Mitterrand. And this will never change, because they believe that they can only have a rule over Europe out of Brussels by French bureaucrats if and when there's indebtedness. You need to push people into collective debt in order to rule them. And they want a central authority. The Germans and many other nations resist that because it's a federation. And that's the whole point. Therefore, Europe has to unite for a different purpose. And the federation can elect to do one thing, and that's what I said earlier. You don't have to have collective indebtedness if everybody joins a fund. The Germans, by the way, together with the Scandinavians and the Eastern Europeans who highlighted so much, have suggested that and have actually paid into this. And the current European facility for defense is exactly that. Everybody pays in if he or she or whatever the nation can, and that's it. And actually, that could work against taxation, because the taxation should be happening on the nation state side, not anybody else. Nobody should ever give the Europeans in Brussels a possibility to tax. That's the end of it. But to give James an answer, James, so that you understand, the Czech Republic, about 35% of the total foreign direct investment in the Czech Republic is from Germany. The linkage between the Czech Republic of today and Germany is so comprehensive, so intense, and not just Germany, but also Belgium, the Netherlands, and the likes. The Czech Republic is one of the biggest industrial powerhouses of Europe because they are so close to Germany. They are so in proximity to northern Italy. Therefore, they have become a workbench. Why are there so many Taiwanese and Japanese and South Korean companies invested in the Czech Republic as well as in certain parts of Slovakia? Because of proximity, equidistance to distribution markets, and a high quality labor force, which is happily working extremely hard and with dedication and discipline, as opposed to certain other parts of Southern Europe, which do not have that. That's the difference. That's the main difference. That's why the Czech Republic is performing, but it still has only 290 billion in total GDP in comparison to Germany's 4.1 trillion. As a consequence, it's 14 times smaller. Petr Pavel, as Thomas quite rightly said, has absolutely no claim to fame when it comes to the German audience. Not even Monsieur Macron has. He definitely doesn't, actually. There's very few politicians from abroad which the Germans listen to. That's not the politicians' fault. It's not the Germans' fault. It's a matter of how they perceive who does what and who says what. What you need is to have someone who can voice concern. Typically, in the good old days, that was Ronald Reagan.
Well, it will not be Ronald Reagan. It might be Trump.
Yeah, you don't
except
have
in
anyone who
reverse.
can do that. Well, you can't do it with your Biden guy or with Ms. Harris either. So there's not a hope in hell in the next 4 years that we get anyone who has a sensible, comprehensive national security policy vocal, unless you get Mr. Mark Kelly to actually become the president, who actually has a vote on this matter, who's a naval combat pilot and a fantastic, absolutely fantastic NASA team leader. Unless you have someone who actually can map this out and convey it properly, nobody can. It's really hard. It's really bad. It's in the face of evil. The current cadre of politicians, that's my personal view, unless Thomas has something better on this, and I hope he does, is really delinquent.
We are again at the stage where we are despair with the situation in Europe. It always ends like this.
Doom and gloom again.
No, the thing is that I have been telling people since 2012, since Putin's return to the Kremlin, that he is dangerous. And since 2014, we are looking at a war with Russia sooner or later. It was obvious. And I mean, it's a decade now that we have been telling people in Europe that the times are over and that it can't go on like this. And even after 10 years, we're still not reaching the people and not the people in power. We're still basically tumbling towards a disaster. Yeah. And it's not going to get better. And I mean, at some point, the Russians might miscalculate with their Sabotage Act and a train derails and there's 200 dead. Maybe then the Europeans will wake up. But right now, I mean, the Russians are sabotaging trains, security systems of trains left and right all over Europe, in France and in Germany. And they're paying criminals in crypto over the internet to do it on their behalf. That's also a problem. And there's no response from the governments. And at some point, the Russians will miscalculate and there will be lots of dead people, worse than MH17. And I mean, if the Europeans then don't wake up after that, I mean, after MH17, we punished Russia by building them Nord Stream 2 and having a World Cup in Russia. So, yeah.
Alrighty, Thomas, I think we need to
go
back to the forge.
Yeah, I need to be for work tomorrow after lunch, so I should go and do some little email answering and then get to bed. At least the good news is Ukraine finally got the first F-16s. These F-16s are high quality, much better than expected systems, where the West invested a lot into giving them a capable, very good system that is also self-defense capable and high grade, able to shoot down Russian jets. So yeah, Ukraine got that. For Europe, bleak situation, not changing anything better. Actually, the Russians are dividing us, because I guarantee you these riots in the UK, it's a lot riding on Russian interference, posting, promoting these riots and pushing these riots. I mean, the whole story about the Algerian boxer who supposedly is a man was started by the Russian Boxing Federation to get her disqualified 2 years ago in a boxing match where she beat a Russian female boxer. So that's where the whole story and the rumor started, because the Russians were like, oh, our boxer lost, let's spread the rumor she's a man, so she gets disqualified, and our boxer is a lucky loser and proceeds to the next round. So the Russians are playing us, and I mean, these riots in the UK, if you look at the Russian internet, they're loving it, and they're promoting every idiot who's calling for more such riots. And so, yeah, we are at war with the Russians. They are fighting it. They are fighting it. And our politicians and our societies are not understanding it. And we are being killed as a society, as a nation, as also as an alliance by the Russians, not because we couldn't defend ourselves, no, because we pretend that there is nothing wrong with what the Russians do. But if tomorrow Italian sabotage groups would sabotage trains in Germany, there would be an uproar. But because it's the Russians doing it, the German government is like, well, what can you do? It's Russians being Russians. And yeah, so don't take the train in Germany because the Russians sabotage
Mr. Mürzenich would still today, Thomas, you're right, but Mr. Mürzenich would still today defend the ability of hard left terrorists in the 1970s to voice their opinion, and would then also say that it was terrible that they were forced into a position that they had to resort to violence. Because this is what these guys wrote in the 1980s, and they still believe it. They have no understanding of how things are done. These politicians are meek, weak, impractical, unreasonable, and they have no gumption whatsoever.
Yep. Guys,
all right,
I'm leaving you now, and I'm gonna eat some chocolate to cheer me up. And then look what the cat has been doing, and that always cheers me up because she's cute and sweet, and it's for 16 years my big cat love, this spoiled little brat. And we see you in a few weeks, or maybe earlier, because we're gonna have a big Iran-Israel, not war, but a big missile exchange soon, because nobody wants really war between those countries, but they want to missile each other a little bit into the, missile here, missile there, to basically not lose face, both of them. Good.
A little bit of missile fencing, like in the Olympics.
Yeah.
But then again, Thomas, as soon as the Kerch Bridge is down, you're going to be online, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But for now, the problem is that the US forbids the Ukrainians to use Western weapons to hit the Kerch Bridge. So yeah.
And who's that in the US who does that? Is that the?
It's the office of Jack Sullivan. Always goes back to him because he thinks that this is.
And who does he serve at the pleasure of?
Sorry.
And who does Mr. Sullivan serve at the pleasure of? Because he's not vetted by the Senate or by anyone else. He's only serving at the pleasure of one person, right?
His mind. In academia, it works as de-escalation management. It works because you are playing it in games against other people that are academics and are civilized and not behaving like Russians. De-escalation management, as Jack Sullivan plays, doesn't work because the Russian regime are terrorists and criminals. It's like, okay, think about the Russian regime of a mix of Mussolini and Tony Soprano. And both are furious that they don't get what they want. And now Jake Sullivan thinks, yeah, but if I make a very smart escalation management, I can calm these two guys down. And Tony Soprano is already loading up on weapons and poison to kill everyone he hates. And Mussolini is putting his army on march. It doesn't work. It only works in academia. The escalation management is an academic game that works with stupid people who have never left the academia. Because if you're the military and to try escalation management with the Taliban, you're dead. The escalation management with Mussolini, with the Taliban, with Tony Soprano works if you smack them on the head so hard that they know that if they go further, they will be dead. So there's a problem here that we have academics in the German government, also in French government, some parts, and especially in the US national security establishment, who think that with things they learned in academia with other people who have never left a university or a think tank, that can be applied to dictators, terrorists, thugs, criminals, and mass murderers. And it's stupid, but if you're taken in by your intelligence so much that you believe you're the smartest in the room, you are immune to any kind of reality check, and that's the problem we have. Anyway, guys, the cat is calling, and it's priority 1 now.
Thanks so much,
Thomas. Mille grazie. Much appreciated.
All the best to everybody. Take care.
Alrighty, that was tremendous. Thank you, everyone in the audience and amongst you here who've been joining us in the past few hours. We took a little bit more time than initially planned, but nevertheless, I think it was quite convivial. And yet again, we end up at the same place as always. Pennsylvania Avenue. There you go.
Well,
Alrighty,
Axel,
gentle people.
can we arrange some kind
What?
of emergency? You know,
What do you mean?
booms.
Can we arrange some kind of an emergency, like a
Yeah.
Kerch bridge going down?
No, I was thinking something more closer to the middle of Europe. To one of those alarm clocks to wake them up. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I don't think so. I don't think so. If you, I don't know to what extent you've been following recently what the German Chancellor and his surroundings have been uttering. They're extremely happy that they have now found comfort that there's a higher likelihood than before that the same procrastination as before will continue. That is their interpretation of the current, elevated spirits amongst the Democrat Party. Whereas at the same time, people who are serious all across Central, Eastern, and Northern Europe are absolutely, devastated. And the Western Europeans and the larger nations in continental Europe still haven't picked up that no matter who comes into the office, it's going to be equally bad in one way or another. And the only way to do it is to win it. And for that, we need to act ourselves, which is what Thomas has said beforehand. Because whether it's Harris or Trump, it doesn't matter. It's just going to be equally bad for Ukraine.
I'm afraid so. I think it is. We'll have to do everything we can to help Ukraine help themselves. I think is perhaps
100%.
the solutions that seem available.
James, let me hand over to you.
Political context. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, apologies, James. Absolutely right. You're completely correct. We have to help. This is why we're here. So, and with that, I actually, given the fact that it's now a lot longer than I thought, I shall bid you all good night and good luck. I'll pass you on into the safe hands of both Linda and James, and I shall see you again. Alon.
Very good. Have a good night, Axel, and take care. And we will see you some Tuesday afternoon, my time, and Tuesday evening, your time. So looking forward to that. All right. Well, yes, folks, good conversation, I think. And if anybody has any ideas about how Europe can, set the alarm clock to wake up the rest of Europe, I would love to hear about that because I think it's so vital. The fact that the United States is leading in the actual disbursement of goods and supplies to Ukraine, that's enough to drive me crazy because I just think it's a shame that the continent is not more invested in this than the United States at this point. And so, of course, this is your problem. We've got another 10 years after after Europe falls before they'll get around to us. So I may well be dead by then. So I don't care as much as you guys probably should. So anyways, that's kind of smart aleck talk, but seriously, I hope that somebody can wake everybody up and get the ball rolling on growing a defense industry and keeping it running and more important, recognizing the danger, recognizing that this is not a false threat. This is the real thing, and it has been coming for quite a long time. Anyways, well, with that, I'll say hello, co-host.
Oh, hello, co-host. And yeah, I totally agree with you. And you take all of Europe together. If you consider, if you recontextualize, all the European nations as being like states, because the United States is a unification of states. And a lot of these states are much, much bigger than a lot of the European nations. So it's a collection of states that unified, that has, not only independent state status, but also collective federal status. And I think back in the early 1800s, I have to Google it, there was talk of a future United States of Europe, which never really, never really evolved or transitioned or whatever. The closest, I guess, is the EU, but that's not a federation by the same, by the same standard of, the US federal government consists of multiple states. The EU, the coupling of the independent nations within the EU is different. Their structure, the relationship and their structure is different. But anyway, but you take all of and this could be wrong, but I've seen a couple of, a quote that many people are saying, right? Anyway, I've seen it that collectively the European nations, size-wise, number of people, general size of economy, etc., is about the same as the United States. So if you look at Europe as a federated being, like the United States as a federated being, there is an argument to be made, and if there were experts that would want to have receipts that would prove me wrong, that would be fine. But until then, I'm considering them approximately the same size. So now there's a war going on right across the border of the European states. So kind of like, if you consider this a neighborhood, right next door to me, there's horrible things happening with my next door neighbor. The neighbor next to them is murdering their dog and their kids and their spouses, etc., etc. And this criminal behavior is happening right in my neighborhood, like on the other side of my next door neighbor. So I should be concerned about that. And I would think that I would be at least as concerned as another member of the neighborhood who lived a block away or a couple of blocks away. I mean, they should be concerned as well. But I would think if you lived just next door to the house that was being brutalized, you would have at least as much, if not more, concern, because it's like right next to you. Anyway, so that's how I'm seeing it, and that's how I'm seeing the quandary. And I know this is generalization terms, but the United States needs to be a reliable partner, but Europe needs to be a reliable partner as well, and they need to be at least as concerned as we are, and actually, I would say more concerned with what is going on in their immediate neighborhood, rather than deferring just to us or primarily to us on the other side of the pond. So it's not like they're not doing anything, they're doing a lot. But in my mind, they should be doing more than us. And if we're about the same size, and if
they're bigger,
are they bigger than us? Population
population-wise, for sure.
Population
About
and economy, because it also takes economy. But
for
yeah,
sure, but
so, yeah. So if indeed, and I don't know, I don't have the numbers, but if indeed the United States is the biggest contributor to supporting Ukraine, I have a problem with that. I have no problem with us being a huge contributor. I do have a problem if Europe isn't at least an equal contributor, but in my mind, they should be at least slightly more of a contributor. Now, there are some nations, the Baltics and a couple of Scandinavian nations that I think on a per citizen measure are doing more. And I might throw Poland. I think Poland you can throw in that category as well. But there's other European nations that aren't pulling the same amount of weight. I don't know. What do you think, James?
I think that absolutely. This is one of the things that rare things that I agree with Trump about, and that is this matter of burden sharing. And it's been I don't know when he said that first, quite a long time ago, and we thought that yeah, they're finally awake. They heard him this time, and they're paying attention. They're doing something, and maybe not. So it is troublesome, and I would think that because you guys are closer to the alligator, you would be more concerned. But it's something else that we just have to take account of in this war. And I think the other question I think that Europe has to ask itself is really how much does it love democracy? How much does it love its cozy life enough to defend it? Um, and I certainly understand, and I certainly resent the hell out of the debt that we've gone into in the United States. We have a very large economy, and we are, I think it's about one GDP in debt, and that's a lot of debt to take on as a nation. We shouldn't be anywhere near that, So it isn't too much, though, that we use it when we need it, and that is one of the things that's great about having good credit. And I would say the EU has good credit. And I would say that idea of doing the same as for COVID for defense is a great idea. So I'm hoping they get it together. And it'll be a sad state of affairs if there's no increase in this and Trump is elected, because I think then you'll be trying to negotiate with somebody who's intent on taking you over. So, and I think negotiations will fail, and you'll be looking for a Chamberlain. Uh, really, seriously, that is such a good reminder. I'm so glad that they brought up Chamberlain and reminded us that he wasn't as bad as it can get. Yes, he made a deal, and he gets a lot of mud slung at him post mortem, but he actually, yeah, he bought time, and he built the war economy and put them on. Would you say war footing? I guess you kind of would say a war footing, and that's pretty
Yeah.
amazing that he did that. So, well, Linda, I don't know. I don't know. We get a lot of Biden bashing about the limits, but there are other kinds of limits that apparently Europe has put on the game, and that is their budgets and their limits about what they're willing to do. And so yeah, there's more than one country here who's causing a problem for Ukrainians. All we hear about though is the Americans. So we could change the title too. And oh yeah, we have to change the title too to to the Europe bashing hour or something like that. I will not do that. That does not make a very friendly title, and I don't want to really isolate Europeans from this channel, so I won't do that. But I really do think there's a lot of questions about just how this will go in Europe, and if they're really serious about combating, or will they just cave into Moscow's plans? And yeah, I think it is really a true question. It isn't something that is just facetious. It really is the case that they could very well just kind of go, okay, whatever. And that would be a darn shame, because Europe, as I know it, and I don't know much of it, is a beautiful place, and lots of nice people there. And it would be a very big shame if it went back to, yeah, to the Russian style, and where they would not be, by the way, on top. They would be on the bottom for the, 99% of the people in Europe would be living at the bottom. I don't know how many decades it would take to get to having outhouses instead of indoor plumbing or anything like that. I think it might take a while to collapse that far, but there's just no pretty part of Russia or Russification, I guess. That's just not a pretty process. Anyways, well, we've done a fairly good job of probably isolating Europeans from talking to us, Linda. So we should probably change the title and the topic. And so, people, if you guys do want to talk about another thing, then please do come up. Anything to do with the past, couple hours with Thomas is fine. Anybody that wants to bring up another topic. Otherwise, we'll probably get into news and things like that. And Linda, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'm going to climb up the ladder and change the title, and hopefully I don't hit the wrong button on the way out.
Don't fall down, okay? Make sure you got your safety harness on.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, that's good. And I guess I want to clarify. I mean, this is not about bashing Europe at all, and it should not be about bashing the U.S. either. It is about encouraging people to belly up to the bar and take responsibility for doing their fair share and realizing lessons learned literally over the past century. So, and putting those lessons learned, hauling the history books out and talking to the grandparents and putting those lessons learned back front and center and say, how do we avoid the next catastrophe? What do we have to do? Because the opportunity costs of not doing the right thing beforehand are much, much worse than just trying to avoid responsibility and avoid paying the insurance fees, paying the expensive upkeep on your car, which will then means that your car is going to go south and you're going to have to replace it much, much sooner than you otherwise would have to. Even though you don't want to pay that upkeep on the car, it's too expensive. The alternative is worse. And that's the situation that we're in right now here, is how I see it anyway. Yes, it's expensive. However, the alternative is a whole lot more expensive, both in lives and futures and economics and the viability of the land, even not even talking about the infrastructure, but because the land is becoming so toxified, which is going to have a lot of repercussions, more than a couple of years, for decades. So, and I'm rattling on, and Fancy has his hand up. Fancy, what do you say?
On the previous point, I wanted to add, I think I agree with you that that Europe needs to basically catch up with defense spending. This is without a question the case. I think Poland is doing the job. If we look at Poland, they are maniacs at buying, but they know what the danger is if Ukraine falls. Then Poland is certainly next in the front line, and they're doing their fair share. They're learning from watching what's happening with restrictions on weapon systems. So they're actually buying South Korean, which I think was, I think some others disagree, but I think it was a smart move to just buy from there. I think European defense sector could benefit from orders from European governments. So I think that's where we surely need to step up. There is still a long way to go. I think when you talk about European countries, unfortunately, we're quite fragmented still. So if I talk about my quote unquote home country, certainly not the country for which my heart is beating, because that's Ukraine. But if I talk about Austria certainly, unfortunately, is a country like Hungary that I would count to the enemy camp. So there is that, right, that we have individual countries that unfortunately fall on the wrong side. But that's just part of this war that we have, that Russia is like it tries to divide the US along the party lines. Europe is easier to divide because each country is an individual battlefield that can be won or lost. So I would count Austria partially as lost, Hungary partially or fully lost, Slovakia maybe partially lost, and that's some other job that we have to do. Yeah, so I agree with you there. But on the level of financial aid, I think Europe has surpassed the United States in terms of total financial aids for sure. So while European Union does not deliver the weapons because we neglected our arms industry and our defense budgets for sure, at least we managed to um, outpass basically United States in terms of like spending for reconstruction for the other parts of Ukrainian economy. So while more should be happening, but at least Europe does the other side. And in face of the Trumpian danger, for sure we need to make sure that we change things. So to sleep further, I think it's not possible in Europe, because if Trump comes into power and Europe sleeps, then yeah, James, say bye bye to European holidays, because it will be getting quite uncomfortable here, especially when I think, should Ukraine fall in 8 or 10 years from now, we'll see our Ukrainian friends together with Russia fight against Europe. That's at least what I hear also from my Ukrainian friends here in Ukraine, who say, like, if we fall, then like what you see now in Donbass, where Russia is recruiting Ukrainian kids and teenagers to prepare for fight against Ukraine, that will happen all across Ukraine, and the enemy will be Europeans, from Poland to all the way west. So if we want to avoid this, we need to help Ukraine win. That's the only chance. If we fail, then we fail, and then it will be on Europeans. And I won't care, to be honest, because my personal end will be in Kiev. I will say I'll stay in Kiev and I'll see where it goes. So I'm happy to not see this, but others will have to deal with what's going on in Europe then.
Uh-oh, connection issues, host. Just in case base fails, please come back. It might not fail, but just in case, please come.
I'll try to come back if it fails. And I want to finalize, though, one thing is free. It's free to lift the restrictions and to change the policy. And I think that is fair to be criticized. So while I agree Europeans need to catch up in defense spending, I think to ease the restrictions or to release them on Ukraine, that's something that does not cost us an extra dollar or extra euro. That comes for free, and therefore it needs to happen. And we see, if we permit Ukraine to strike the staging points, the air bases, we have peaceful nights in Ukraine. Like, I think the last couple of nights in Ukraine, there's been no missiles. Like, is it a week already where we have no terror bombing? And just because Ukraine wiped out ammo storage and an airfield. And I think that needs to happen all across Russia, because that brings peace. It's so easy to bring peace to Ukraine, to wipe out the airbase. And we see it's working, because now there is no air raids, it's comfortable. And also Ukraine manages to restore energy. There's no blackout currently happening in Lviv. Also, I know in Kiev there is currently no big blackouts as it was before. So if Ukraine is permitted to strike, if Ukraine's hands are untied, which is for free, this is just a matter of policy and a matter of scare that we have in the West, in the US, in Europe. I know Germany is also part of it. If we remove these restrictions, quite fast, Ukraine will have an advantage like it has now. No missile attacks. Listen, like, there's nothing. It's amazing.
Thank you, Fancy. I do think it is time. Even if it is just to hit the closest airports, it'd be a huge improvement, would it not? And Thomas had a very scary description there of how how Ukraine, pardon me, how Russia is taking territory with these glide bombs, and it really is devastating. And it can be ended, and it shouldn't be that hard. I only wish that they had their own missiles, because this objection is not to hitting Russia; it is to use Western, non-Ukrainian weapons to do it. So I just wish there was this, this alternative. And I know that they're working on it. Even Zelensky has spoken about this, but time is of the essence, and I certainly appreciate that. I was intrigued by what Sersky has said, and his saying, we will win it, and I know how. Uh, is really intriguing, and I take it he is thinking that this is with this limitation in place. But in any case, you're absolutely right. This is the right thing to do. I, for a long time, and still am, trying to figure out if there's anything to this besides just the escalation management. And all I can come up with is Biden's own words at one point at the post NATO press conference, where he said that this is about efficiency, and well, yeah, basically efficiency of the use of these weapons. So, and that seems like an important issue, but not a paramount issue, because the paramount thing, I think, is to reduce the loss of life, because this is the critical element for Ukraine, and now it's especially troubling that they will probably go into a very cautious mode of fighting in terms of using up supplies at this point, because they do not know yet, the outcome of the election, and that means they have to plan for potentially a longer game without enough ammunition, which would very much hurt them. And so I think that they already are being hit by that. So, and I hope F-16s. I mean, the other thing that, after hearing Thomas speak today, and I guess we've heard it before about bringing in some pilots. That sounds like a great thing, and it would be another way to do this. And even if it was not lifting those restrictions, if they could fire the air-to-air missiles, not hit the airports but hit the planes, then that would be still a good thing. But I just don't see Biden moving on this. I don't see it. So I'm a little worried about that, and then I'm also worried that Paris is not going to be too far off of that. And I sure did appreciate the discussion that we had with Malcolm, where he said he's interested in having a position in her cabinet. And Dryfly spoke about this, and he talked about the kitchen cabinet, the people who advise the president but don't have an official role in the administration, and that might be where he ends up. Did you happen to hear that, Fancy?
I did not hear that. No. If I may add something else later, I would be happily adding something too, but not to that point.
No, go ahead then. I guess I'm done at this point. Thanks.
Yeah. So I agree with your point to Ukrainian own missile production, and I do know they are on it. Do I see two problems? One is we saw 8th of July when Russia hit not only a hospital but also Lukanievska, the area. If you look on Google Maps what it is, that was a defense production facility. So Russia, unfortunately, successfully manages here and there to hit production facilities that contribute to various military stuff. And I think, therefore, Ukraine first and foremost needs to defend its airspace, so it can have sustainable military production, number one. Number two, in order to have military production and industry, something else which Ukraine needs is energy infrastructure, which is stable. And unfortunately, that was pretty much hard hit by Russia. So in order to help Ukraine basically to build its own stuff. Air defense actually is essential. I do hope, because F-16 are a contribution, and because we heard that there is, I think, like 3 Patriot systems or 3 air defense systems at least coming in August, September, that the situation will be improving. And my hunch is, I'm not an expert in air defense, but my hunch is that F-16 are shifting the scale a bit. I think everything is contributing, like whatever Ukraine gets, like if it's just 1 plus Patriot missile, every tiny bit counts. And in the end, like if you sum it up, it makes a change, right? So everything that Ukraine is getting, I feel, is improving the situation, of course. But I think it needs a lot of improvement to allow Ukraine to basically get the upper hand again. Unfortunately, I'm personally scared about the stretch of the front line, which is huge for Ukrainian number of armed forces. So I hope they can manage. My personal wish list, if I could write some to Santa Claus, would be remove restrictions and help with European troops. To be honest, but I know sometimes Santa does not grant your wish, right?
I did see, I read something yesterday or the day before, I think it was the day before, where in Poland they're starting up some new training facilities that are aimed at both Ukrainian troops, in other words, so building new troops that are from consisting of Ukrainians and Polish and other Europeans who are invited to come in and go through training and basically be stood up as new, whatever the military terms are for whatever kind of group, team, however, whatever term is used for a group or a team. Anyway, to stand up, I think that's a really good thing. Another thing that I think we don't really talk about hardly at all, which I think is potentially really it could be yet another level. It's not going to do, need the magic bullets that's going to fix everything. But, like you said, Fancy, everything is additive, right? If it makes a little bit of difference, well, doing a lot of things, all of which make a little bit of difference, that adds up. And one of the things, there are still international corporations that are doing business in Russia. And so they are a source of funding for Russia. And if we lean on those corporations, from all over the world, if enough people call, write, boycott their products, make it be known that you're boycotting their products. These are huge corporations, like Unilever is the first one that comes to mind. And then there's a snack company that I think Cadbury is one of the brand names, but it has a bunch of brand names. So it's the parent company of a lot of different brand names, but Unilever has a bunch of different brand names. But I think if there's kind of like a CC program, right, where you get everybody to call and you put enough pressure on them and you tell them that you usually buy this product and this product and this product and you're not going to buy it anymore. You're going to buy this other product instead, even though you don't like it as well. But there are more important things than, your favorite dish soap. You'll take your second favorite dish soap instead, or whatever. I would think that could make a difference if there's enough pressure applied, because these corporations basically are feeding revenue into Russia. And then the same thing with regard to nations that are still at the tit of Russia with regard to their oil and gas. What are they doing in order to become energy independent? Where should they be getting their oil and gas from instead? I think Norway is a pretty good supplier. To what extent they can build out, I don't know. That would be a question for a Norwegian who actually has the requisite knowledge. But there's other sources of energy other than just fossil fuels. And to what extent are those alternative sources of energy being built up on a war footing? In other words, with urgency at this time, because that needs to happen in order to totally sever any dependence whatsoever. The West of the Western world is going to have to sever any dependency on anything coming out of Russia, period. You know, we don't have to bomb them into oblivion if we disable them and we totally sever any dependency on them. And that certainly starts with not giving them any money and, you know, saying we will start throttling even our own energy use if necessary in order to cut back or totally disable any dependency on Russian oil and gas, period. We are willing to throttle our own energy use while we're building alternative energy facilities in order to make that happen. Because again, opportunity cost. The alternative is a war, an existential war with Russia. Because if they were able to defeat Ukraine, you know, Fancy, you're exactly right. They will conscript the Ukrainian people. They will commandeer the finances, the land, the technology, the infrastructure, everything that they can get their hands on, the knowledge base, right? They'll commandeer all of that and use it against their next target. So they'll increase their military and their military capacity, and they'll use it on their next target. Probably starting with Moldova, maybe then with the Baltics again. Who knows where else? Poland? I don't know. Romania? I mean, the list goes on. Who might be their next target? But if Ukraine doesn't win, Ukraine will be usurped into being part of the Russian military operation. And so the problem gets bigger. So whatever we have to do and the Europeans have to do pales in comparison to the alternative, the opportunity cost, which is another full out existential war with Russia. Anyway, James, were you going to say something?
I did want to jump in and say I don't even think we have to curtail our energy use. We don't have to throttle it because there is enough supply in the world. As long as things don't go badly in the Middle East, I think it'll be fine that way. And we don't want our economies to slow down because we don't want to be hit economically. But I think that the critical thing here is that we really don't know. We hear bad things from Russia, but they lie. And what we do know is that the weapon situation, I think, is the critical variable. The quicker destruction of Russian forces and especially Russian air equipment is just critical to really curtail what the worst of the damage that's happening to Ukraine and its ability to fight the war. And those salients that they're cutting into the territory really does stretch lines incredibly. So I certainly share your perspective there, Fancy. It's a good insight. So I'm looking for us to change how we're doing it. I just don't see them changing. I just don't know what to do. A pressure campaign seems like a good thing, but I think he's dead. Biden is dead set against, changing these criteria. What changed his mind was Kharkiv was being, closed in on. They were coming up to the edge and, getting close to being able to attack the second city of Ukraine. And I think that is a terrifying thing. But it ought not be that big a thing that would set off the alarm bells. There's so many other places that are getting destroyed, it seems as if we should be, able to say, hey, we should change these because it's for the good of Ukraine. And I do appreciate what's been going on within the theater, and that means Ukraine proper, including Crimea and Donbass. I do appreciate how well they've been attacking. They have been using some of the equipment, and I'm just hoping that they'll also be prepared when it's time to go on offensive if they can. But so I appreciate that the very best thing would be releasing these restrictions, because then the other air bases, the Morovosk, please say that for me, Fancy, when I'm done. That one looks like it's been thoroughly struck now. We need that to happen everywhere in Russia. Every airbase that can deliver those glide bombs needs the same kind of treatment. And we really should be calling the president. I called twice now to essentially say lift the restrictions, but that's a drip drop in a bucket, in a bathtub or a swimming pool, really. And to change his mind would take a lot more effort. And at this point in his administration, perhaps he would be willing to do so, but he's not afraid of what anybody in the U.S. government would do. He's afraid about what Russia would do in reaction to that. And what we've seen is that some things have blown up in the United States that shouldn't, and I think that's the sort of thing he's really worried about. We've got Louisiana with many oil refineries down there, and I suspect that's one of the things that he is most worried about, because that would cause a huge problem for the U.S. economy. And that would sink Harris's run, and then we'd get a Trump. And then, well, I don't need to go any further, Fancy.
Yeah, so the airbase is Morozovsk airbase. If I read that correctly, Morozovsk. But yeah, so I agree with your perception that I think it's unlikely that something will change in the foreign policy, because I think the problem is extremely deeply rooted. The hope which I have is that there is other nations that are scared enough of Ukrainian failure. Poland, Baltics, Czech Republic, maybe. Certainly Scandinavian countries understand it. Finland might be scared of Ukrainian failure, and that they're scared enough. And I think, honestly, like, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm not a military expert. So I'm just a Ukraine lover, and therefore turned into some aware observer of different things, and working with defense tech because I love the topic and I hope I can help Ukraine somehow to win, right? So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But I think the only option really that I see is that some nations in NATO say, screw it, we do what we can to help Ukraine win, regardless of what the United States or maybe even Germany say, regardless of Article 5. We don't need Article 5 to trigger if Russia fires back at us. We form some independent group that goes and helps and says, we waive our right on Article 5. We don't need it. We just need to go in because everyone else is too slow to agree. That's the only chance, I think, that there is for nations to step up the game to help Ukraine. Like when, for instance, Poles see the situation is getting dire for Ukraine. Unfortunately, I think as long as Ukraine seems like they're hanging in there, it won't happen, So I think everything that wakes us up, it was the same in World War II, right? it required Pearl Harbor to wake up the United States to step in. It requires always huge catastrophes for us to wake up and change, because we like to stay in comfort. As long as we see what we do is good enough to work, then probably it's going to stay at the good enough level, with all its bad consequences. I mean, it's the same, if you allow me to make this tiny segue in climate change topics, right? As long as the catastrophe doesn't cause fires and floods that devastate ourselves, good enough is good enough, right? And I think it's the same with everything where humanity is involved. So the only chance I see is that nations that are more directly affected by what's happening in Ukraine, they wake up earlier and make an independent move. And I think the itch is there of some. That's why, as you said, Poland is educating or like setting up some training centers. Why the Baltics are spending as much as they can, from their budgets, GDP. So there is evidence of nations doing as much as they really can, because you can see that they're scared. And I just hope that these nations will become enough and unite enough to make a change. And with that, I wish you a good night, a really cool conversation, and Slava Ukraini.
Rom Slava. Thank you so much for coming up, Fancy. It's great to talk to you. It's so much more interesting the more people we have in the discussion. And so have a good evening. Stay safe where you are, and say hello to everybody. Tell them that at least some people out here in the West are very concerned about Ukraine. And you're not the only one that loves Ukraine. And I've never been there, but it seems like a great country. Looking forward to going. So take care. And thanks again for coming.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's Slavic Ukraine. With regard to separate agreements, and I've lost track of all of the different ones, but here over the past couple of months, Zelensky has been making independent joint agreements with different nations. I think Poland was one, and I think the Baltics were others, and I've lost track of who else. But these independent, just because a nation happens to belong to NATO does not give up their independent nation status, and they can form an agreement with whoever. NATO cannot say, I'm your parent and you can't do this unless you get my permission. That doesn't work that way. I could see where maybe there would have to be some signed agreement with regard to Article 5. In other words, if you're going to do this, then we're not going to cover you as NATO, right? But nevertheless, that's different from saying we don't allow you to do this. That's unacceptable. But yeah, I'm with Fancy in that I'm hoping that there are other agreements of a coalition of the willing of other nations that will emerge rapidly to start doing some things that haven't been done yet. And I mean, it's like, why aren't the Gripens there yet? Right? And I know there was some complication with regard to the F-16s, and I don't understand all the in and outs. And I am not fully convinced that the rationale why the Gripens aren't there yet in theater is a technological or a logistics or whatever actual problem. That may indeed be the case. I personally am not convinced of that. I could be totally wrong. But I keep wondering, so the S-16s are there now. Why aren't the Gripens there as well? Because they were on track to have been there a couple months ago now, 2-3 months ago now, and they're not there yet. And then there was all this talk about the French Mirages, and I haven't been hearing much about them lately, but they were relatively close to being made available as well. Where are they? I don't know. Is there a legitimate reason why they're not there? I don't know, but I have questions.
Well, it looks like we've got somebody else here who's all out of bubble gum, but has questions or comments for us. And welcome up, Cumbrian NAFO fella. Appreciate that. Or do you say NAFO?
I would say NAFO. Thank you. Thank you for your time. What I would say is, with regards to the aid that is being provided to Ukraine, I believe there's been quite a bit of a misconception about what we're handing over to them, and because everybody wants everything now. You know, I want everything now. I want them to have F-35s and all that shit. You know, but you've got to realize there's got to be some training in these systems and these platforms which are given to Ukraine. Now, what we're seeing here is it's been a slow walk, and you know, it's don't give them tanks, don't give them HIMARS, don't give them jets, and we're getting there. And however painful it might be, I think in the slow walk to it, there is a point to it. You know, you can't just say, here's an F-16 fighter, you know, go on and drop bombs on orcs. It doesn't work like that. You know, you've got to have everything behind them. And I can't really explain to the casual person why it's been so slow, but anybody who's in the know knows why it is. And there's nowhere back for the Russians. You know, what's happening now is the end of Russia. And I'm not being like a dreamer. I'm not I'm not being casual about it, but it's the end of them. Because what you see going back in the history of the last 20 years is the Americans, the British, blah 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 blah. They've went in there and they've tried to do regime change, but the age of a major power, well, not so much in Russia's case, they're a bag of shit, but in the age of major powers going and trying to change things in someone else's country, it's gone. It's gone. And I realise that I'm not being quite eloquent at the moment because I'm quite passionate about this. But you have to realise that, like, what would happen if Western aid stopped? Would Ukrainian resistance stop? Nah, not at all. It would just be more messy. You know, it would go to more insurgency based, and they're on a hiding to nothing. But Putin can't go back. If he goes back, he's lost, and if he's lost, he's done. So he'll throw more meat and more of his like misbegotten citizens to the wire for no reason. They've lost. They can't win the war. I mean, that's obvious. If they wanted to win the war, they'd have won it in the first 3 weeks, decapitate the regime, as it were, and then crack on. But they haven't done it, and they've lost. And the only thing that's ever going to come from this war is going to be tears and blood for the Russians. I mean, I'll end this now, but please forgive me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for speaking.
Thank you so much for coming up to speak. This goes so much better when we've got new voices in. And I believe this is the first time I've heard you speak. So I appreciate you coming up. And I also appreciate what you're saying about this is a difficult thing to introduce new weapon systems into a country. And I think that for me, the convincing argument is, well, first of all, just my background is all in the medical field, but I know even with much smaller, much less complex equipment, it still takes a long time to get these things implemented. Just software changes takes months and months to get things organized, make sure it fits. And this is a big deal, especially the adaptation of the NATO equipment, NATO standards. So I do think it really is difficult for them to do this. I know that they will master it, and they'll probably teach us things along the way. But I think it really is a big challenge. I think the technology challenges are enough to say that's the root cause. Bringing in another system. The other important thing for me is there are there are supply issues, and with the supply issues come constrained um, chains for training. And we did hear that some of that from Thomas earlier about, if you get a plane and there's a short run of them that's available, then you aren't going to find that many places to get training for people. So I get it. And I really appreciate that. And the death of Russia, I'm loving it. And I loved Timothy Snyder's little 6 or 8 minute answer about what does what does the defeat of Russia look like? And he talks about what it would look like. And it would be pretty calm, is what he said. They'd go back home defeated. We'd be happy, and then life would carry on after that. And I think that could, in fact, be the case, Cumbrian NAFO fella. I don't know exactly how hard they would take it, but I think that they would get over it pretty quickly and not drop any bombs on us, because I don't think that they want the aftermath of that. So I wish that they would ease up on that escalation management thing. But Cumbrian, I also, well, go ahead.
Please may I say that the Soviet Union was a prisoner of people. That's what it was. It was a way to enslave loads of different people from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, and they still believe to this day that they belong to them. That's why Ukraine's happening. But I believe that once all this shit's done and these scruffs are finished, man, that there's not even going to be a Russia what they recognise anymore, because wherever St. Petersburg boys and the Moscow boys, they're using these poor ethnic people, and they're dragging them, and because they have fuck all, pardon my French, they have nothing. They have nothing, the poor people, and they're dragging them to war for money. And where the Soviet Union was a prisoner for people and they all ended up liberated, I do believe that the Russian Federation will end the same way. Thank you.
Hey, I have a question. Cumbrian as in Scotland, because is that actually a Scottish accent I'm hearing, or because I've been wrong before?
No, sorry, love. I'm from the north of England. I'm from the northwest of England. It's the most north and western county, of England.
Okay, I associate Cumbrian, that word, with Scotland, but okay. So there are other. I don't know how often you come here, but there are a few north of Northerners. Is that the right word? North of England. Yeah. So anyway, so some of your fellows are here on a frequent basis. Yes, so you would recognize some of the accents. But anyway, with regard to Russia, from where I sit, I view it as really a sick, an mentally unhealthy society, and that has been for a very long time. And so sometimes when you're dealing with a person or a group that are mentally unwell and abusive, psychopathic, first thing you have to do is protect yourself from them and protect those that you love from them. That's number one. And then number two, if there are things that can be done to help them grow out of their mental illness, then that's a good thing to do as well. But first thing is you have to protect yourself and your family. And I've known people that have been in that situation, immediate situation. And yeah. Anyway, so I pontificated enough on that. I'm wondering, um, I know that there are some Western military industrial complex companies, corporations that from various countries, from the US, from Germany, and I don't know who else, that have established working relationships, and some have even established facilities in Ukraine. And even though I'm a peacenik, I'm not stupid about it, or at least I try not to be, because um, being made dead because of because you're not protecting yourself, you're not defending yourself against an aggressor. That's not peace. That's not peace. So anyway, so even though I have problems of abuse, monetary abuse by, in general, that's gone on for, well, let's just say a very, very long time with military suppliers, that doesn't mean that they're not needed. And so at this point in time, given the stakes, I'm really hoping that there has been developing some very close relationships, working relationships in weapons suppliers with Ukraine, and probably with Ukrainian friends and suppliers like the Baltic states and the Nordics, etc. Yeah, because if Ukraine can get the missiles that they need, I don't care if they make them in Ukraine or whether they're shipped from Finland or Poland or from wherever, as long as they are provided with the wherewithal, the additional wherewithal that they need in order to beat back the aggressor. Because not beating back the aggressor is not a viable option, and it will lead to catastrophe, a catastrophic war. Anyway, what do you think?
Go ahead, Cumbrian fella.
I totally agree with the past speaker. I'll keep it brief. Is that if the future comes from where some big bad lad decides that they can nobble some part of the entire part of someone's country, I think we're in for a really bad time. So, but it was more eloquently put by the previous speaker. Thank you.
Thomas and Axel both have a brilliant way of talking about these things, and both have deep understanding about the situation on your continent. Well, it's not your continent exactly, is it? But the one next door to where you live, that continent. And you guys are still, I think, part of that community nonetheless.
Well,
so,
many years ago, they used to be connected.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's before my time.
Yeah, even my time.
Yes. Well, anyways, so I think that we can only we'll talk about this some more, but I think that the question still remains is how do you do more at this point? And we kind of see the goal as being, changing restrictions. Sersky says he's got a plan and he knows how they're going to win. And so I'm encouraged by that, and I guess it is with those, even with those restrictions in place. So I'm not completely hopeless about the situation, but I would sure love to find a way to improve it, and if it means building more factories inside of Ukraine and giving them the recipe, so to speak, the design specifications for some of the cluster munitions, then that would be a fantastic thing as well, because Ukraine has not signed that treaty. So, and that sounds like just the ticket from what Axel and Thomas were saying, and and I've heard that before, that they're just one of the best weapons for taking out airfields, because you get, what is it? I forget how many pellets there are in those, but quite a few little pellets, and just a couple of those can damage an aircraft enough to keep it on the ground, and that would be just the ticket, I think. So I hope everybody out there in Europe is also, weighing where they are and looking at their defense spending and deciding that, yeah, it's good to be rich, but it's better to be free and a little bit poorer than it is to be rich. And I think that freedom is one of the greatest riches. So, yeah, so I hope people get there with that. But yeah, I put this title up, "What Will Wake Sleeping People," because I wanted to highlight this idea that maybe there's some amount of sleeping, and I'm not sure that's necessarily so, Cumbrian fella. But that was sort of my take on it. What do you think?
Please may I say, James, that Europeans have farmed their security out to the United States for far, far too long, and it's a bit of a loss for Europe, where we have to rely on you guys. And are we gonna not rely on the world's military and economic superpower? Of course we're gonna. It makes sense in a warped kind of way, but Europeans need to, like, if we want to be secure, we need to take care of our own security and be, what's the word? We need to be. I can't think of a word, but we need to take care of our own security and not rely on the US. And the US are always going to be there for us, depending on whatever administration you may have. You're always going to be there for us, because you've learned the lesson of the last two world wars. You're not stupid, but we need to be self-sufficient, and we need to not rely on the United States as much. And that's it, really. Europe should take care of ourselves. We shouldn't rely so much on the US.
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, the U.S. Well, unless the election goes the wrong way, which could be a very bad thing, because if someone gets into office who likes authoritarians and is buddies with the Putins of the world, that could be very bad. And then at that point in time, the U.S. could be extremely unreliable. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think, it tends to be couched as if, well, it's either internal spending on nice, fluffy things, cozy things, that make people happy, or guns, right? So kind of but guns are butter kind of a thing. Well, that's the wrong framing in my book, because let's just say there's a lot of income imbalance, and the US epitomizes that, but my presumption is there's a whole lot in Europe as well. So it does not have to mean that if you're going to increase the percentage of your increased taxes in order to pay for better defense, which is desperately needed, doubling and or tripling the amount of money going into defense, there is no excuse whatsoever that needs to come out of healthcare for people, or schooling for people, or old age, so that people don't die in the street of old age because there's nowhere for them to go. That's not fluff. That's basic. And when there are corporations and oligarchs raking in the amount, the percentage of the GDP, the percentage of the amount of revenue that is floating around in the economy, and a few people or a few organizations, but organizations, corporations are owned by people, and some very, very large shareholders owning very large percentages of corporations. When they are raking in most of the wealth and simultaneously not paying their fair share of taxes, that's where the increase in taxes needs to be aimed. In after World War, either during and or I know immediately after World War II, the highest U.S. tax bracket was somewhere around 90%. It might have been even higher than that. Might have been closer to 95%. I don't know for sure. I was very, 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 very young. Or as my dad, during World War II, as my dad liked to say, a twinkle in his eye. But yeah, now there are really wealthy people who are paying less federal income tax than the teachers that are teaching their grade school kids, or the nurses that are staffing the hospitals where they're going to get their Botox treatment or whatever, right? I'm purposely being facetious here, but let's just say are not paying their fair share. I mean, when I was young, there was still something called a luxury tax, and that went away. I think sometime when I was in my 20s, as I recall. But luxury tax, and I'm not sure when that was instituted, but I think it was part of the needing to haul in money for the war effort. So luxury tax literally was a tax on things that were considered luxury. So yachts were considered, were taxed very, very heavily because you don't need a yacht to live. If it's a fishing boat, it's a different deal. If that's how you're making your living, that's not a yacht. But yachts, just to play, have a toy that like rich people like their toys. Jewelry carried a hefty luxury tax. Even luggage carried a hefty luxury tax. And I want to see, like, if I recall correctly, I think luggage even carried a 20% luxury tax. So you figure, if you go and buy $100 suitcase, $20 of that, well, or you'd add $20 to that, to your total bill, because you'd have to pay luxury tax on, on top of whatever the price tag was. And that went away. But I think that whether or not that went into force during World War II, I'm not sure. But I know it went away when I was, a young adult. But there is no luxury tax anymore. Why not? And is there a luxury tax in Europe? There are European.
Let's ask Cumbria.
Pardon?
I say, let's ask Cumbria.
There you go, Cumbria. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
What,
is there a luxury tax?
What I think is you were bang on the money. But what I'll say is that people always go on to say migrants have a bane of our lives, where reality people need to really look at the billionaires, and that's where the money goes. It's obscene that people can have £1 billion and yet people in the West blame poor people who pick strawberries for all of our problems. It's disgusting, man.
Yeah, and that's a theme that is being hammered, at least I don't know how much in Europe, but that's a theme that's being hammered in the US. Everything is the immigrants' fault. And all of this money that's, how much money it's costing in order to support schools and Social Security can't be afforded in Medicare. So in other words, health care for people who are getting Medicare and Medicaid. So people getting Medicaid who have serious conditions and don't have private insurance. They want to do away with that. They want to do away with Medicare for that kicks in for the elderly, because we made the choice many decades ago that healthcare is tied to employment. So it is expected that if you're going to have healthcare, that you need to get that through your employment. No, that disconnect is a false connection. That needs to be disconnected. So there are a lot of people, and this is part of a particular campaign right now. They want to do away with either diminish significantly or do away with Social Security, which is a separate tax that people started paying into as a separate tax towards the Social Security Trust Fund. As soon as they started working and getting an income, they were packing money into their own account, Social Security account, and that is what was built over the decades, and that's what is being drawn now. Now they want to get rid of that, and they want to get rid of Medicare. So, I mean, it used to be that when you get old, you were totally dependent on your family, and if you didn't have family to take care of you, you died in the street. So Social Security came in, I think it was in the, I forget when it was, I think it was in the mid 30s or something like that, whenever it came in. And then Medicare came in, I forget when that came about, but anyway, that's cured all of that. But there are people that want to take that away and yet continue to cut taxes on the people who are multimillionaires and multi-billionaires, and cut taxes on any corporations. Yeah, no, I mean, that's upside down and it's inhumane. But anyway, Cumbria, you have something to say.
It chills me, love, like the American Medicare system. And I'll just say why. Like my lad, he'd smashed his foot off the side of a bench the other day, and I took him to the hospital, and within 30 minutes, they went and they x-rayed his foot, and he was out. And I took him, and it didn't cost me a penny, not a penny. And it's really strange to think that people would have to pay for Medicare. I mean, I had a bother with my knee. I had Baker's knee, as they call it, and I went it morning, and he operated on it, and I was out the next day. You know, I was out the next day, and it's really strange that people worry about Medicare. I don't know, but it's that's the NHS. I think the NHS in Britain is the greatest thing about my country. You know, go and see your doctor, say you're all right, as it were, go and get an operation. That's it. It's done. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking rubbish. Sorry.
That's okay. You know, these are fascinating topics. Of course, we got to time to Ukraine once in a while, but they are fascinating, and it speaks to something about that balance between the defense budget and what we have to spend on the rest of our life. And I agree about the oligarchy, etc. I think that the thing is that the proportion of taxes that we bring in from the people, not at the top of the pyramid, really should be proportionate with what services they receive, especially those kind of ones that we're talking about, the health and education, those things, and infrastructure to a certain degree. We should expect that the taxes are steep enough, and honestly, you guys have pretty high taxes, I understand, where you are, Cumbrian, relative to us. So we need to think about this as, people. Well, first you have to have a living wage, right, to be able to pay for all of those services at the lower level, and we don't necessarily have that. Although things have gotten better. And partly it's the shortage of labor that has done that. And actually, wages have gone increased above the inflation that's gone on in our country. So, but let's try to wrap this up, and let's try to get back to Ukraine and defense. Okay, but I don't mind going for longer on this. I know it's an important topic, and it really does demonstrate that tension that we have about living well, and in the defense case, just living, frankly. Um, Go ahead, Cumbria.
It's not so much about living well. What I would say, Paul, I would say that I think it's in the duty of every modern country to provide healthcare for the country. And we pay it via something called national insurance, and you pay it out of your wages. When you get paid, you pay national insurance. And it's just such a simple thing. I don't even understand why it's not a thing for everybody, really.
Yeah, I agree with you, and yeah, we do need to change subjects, but nevertheless, but it does come down to taxes and being and having enough taxes coming in, and where you get that tax money from in order to be able to afford to have the defenses that you need in order to live. And if you are not making enough money to have to be eating decent food and have a decent roof over your head, or be able to have your kids go to a decent school, um, while other people are, I mean, I don't have a problem. I have no problem with rich people. I have a problem with obscenely rich people who don't want to pay their fair share, right? So I have no problem at all with rich people, and none whatsoever. But we have a problem with obscenely rich people who are doing everything that they can, pulling every loophole to hide every penny that they can so that it can't be taxed, so that it can be hidden. And so and that is not the way to run a country. That's not the way to run a country, period. That's not a country that is, um, that's a mob. Anyway, Cumbria.
I have to say, I love, like, the primary concern of any government in any part of the world really is to ensure the health of its citizens, and like we have it with the National Health Service, and the idea, man, that like people may not get treatment because they don't have enough money, it just boggles my mind.
Well, we do have certain parts of our healthcare system, emergency systems. Anybody that comes in with an emergency has to be treated. But beyond that, it is a pretty tough place to get services. And I do appreciate the nationalization of healthcare. We're so far from that. Basically, it's almost all privately run and for profit. There is a number of not-for-profit companies that are out there that do fine work and try to minimize costs, but there's a whole lot of profit. And then there is the insurance businesses that provide, well, really are the gatekeeper for services. And that takes another little stack of profit off the top. So, anyways, we're getting far from Ukraine, but I'll finish my point. It means that there's a lot of profit taking in the process when it really should be all going to the end user, the citizen. So I sure appreciate the way that that many countries do business and make sure that care is just given out. But it does, it really does stretch things. I think it's well, there's no good solutions, is what I'd say. And I just don't see us changing anytime soon. But let's try to wrap it and get back to Ukraine. But go ahead, Cumbrian.
I'm just going to say, please forgive me for going off topic. I do apologize. Thank you.
Not a pro. You, me, and Linda all off topic a little bit, but it does demonstrate this important tension between defense and all the other things that we need to live well. Oh, and please go ahead with any comment you had about this, because we can still talk, but I don't want to talk about it, all night. So anyways, I do think it is of interest, and I do think that the health, wealth, and happiness of the citizenry ought to be the government's business. And I don't mean by happiness that they're going to get you better movies to watch or anything like that. I really mean that people have a chance to live in a free country primarily. That's one of the key factors for me for freedom, but also that they're not oppressed and, otherwise are treated fairly and equally. Again, kind of the secret sauce for happiness, I think, but part of it anyways. And opportunity, certainly.
Going back on topic, it's something which has been something quite interesting to me as of late, is the amount of Russians who have been topping themselves. It's like they've been killing themselves. No, this is being picked up on drones, but how many of these guys are killing themselves rather than continuing the fight? And we already know about the Russian manpower issue. They're all coming from the ethnic spots, like from the far east. But these guys would rather kill themselves than seek medical help. And furthermore, I've seen a video of these guys holding someone on like a stretcher and just dropping them like they're a sack of potatoes. What type of culture would do this type of thing? And I think we all know what the answer to that is, but they'll persist, won't they, till the bitter end.
I think, in addition to that, I mean, I've seen there's been video evidence of these Russian guys. Like, I'm thinking of one particular disturbing video where their buddy was injured and wasn't able to keep up walking, and so they just turned around and shot him. And then there was another video where there were a string of guys that were walking, and one of them was obviously must have been, he wasn't able to keep up, was injured or whatever. And so the guy behind just came and shoved him to the ground and walked on. This is mental illness, and to the degree this is prevalent, I have no way of knowing, but I know that there are these videos that are emerging, and there's tales, stories that are emerging, but there's also circumstantial evidence of what has been happening in Ukraine. This is not going to be an easy fix. This isn't somebody who just, there's always going to be some psychopaths in any group whatsoever, any society. There's always going to be. It's just the way it is, right? But if that is prevalent, there's something else that's been going on, and probably going on for a very long period of time. And some of the stories that have been told here in this space are such that this has been going on for a very long time. And some other stuff that I've read as well. So you look at some history books and that there is a culture there that, again, when you are at risk of being annihilated by a sociopath, first priority is save yourself and save your loved ones. Second priority, or second choice, second endeavor, right, might, if they're a relative, right, or a neighbor or whatever, right, or a colleague, you might have a second priority, which is to do something to save them. But that would be second. First thing is save yourself and save your loved ones, period. And Ukrainians are in that position right now. They need to save themselves, and they need the greater community around them to help them save themselves. And that's our social responsibility. Just like if we were walking down the sidewalk and we saw some guy that just jumped on a young girl or a young boy, young kid or whatever, and started beating them, there's social responsibility to intervene somehow. That might mean direct intervention, or that might be, if you're not able to do direct intervention, that might mean, calling 911 and getting the cops there, right? If you're not able to stop it yourself. But there is a social responsibility, and we in the West have a social responsibility to intervene, period. It's not being responsible to just sit by and watch and say, oh, nothing we can do, not my problem. Yeah, no, that's not grown-up behavior. So whatever has to happen, and if we have to raise taxes, even if it's raising taxes on everybody all around the Western world to help intervene, yes, tax the uber wealthy. They need to contribute. But even if it means a little more taxes, where maybe you're not going to be able to afford to go out to your really fancy meal like you like to go out on every Saturday night. Well, I think that's a pretty good trade-off, helping your neighbor stay alive. So anyway, but there was something else I was going to say now too, but I can't remember what it was. Anyway.
Well, let's go to Civil Squares and hear what he has to say. Welcome, Civil Squares. Are you in an airport today?
No, I'm actually I'm home in Bucharest. This is a topic that's sort of I would say the focus of my life, actually. And as an American living in Romania, I have to have some self-honesty and realize how brainwashed I was when I moved here 6 years ago. I bought into the lie. Oh, we can't meet our NATO obligation of 4% because we have to, politically there was the movement for taxes in countries like Italy, France, Belgium, Germany. And how is it that poor Romania, 6 years ago, Romania was one of the only countries in Europe that was meeting its NATO obligation and had full insurance. So, it's, I think culturally, Western Europe has been confronted with a lack of self-honesty since the beginning of the war. They were ill-prepared. And yet here in Romania, less than 30 miles from me, the largest NATO Air Force base in all of Europe, is being completed. So how is it possible that a poor country could keep its NATO obligations and have damn good insurance? And I don't really talk personally, on a deep person, but I will right now. I pulled a guy out of a burning building on December 23rd, and I had some difficulty swallowing, and I went to the emergency room, and they said, "Oh, you have a tumor in your esophagus." And I had great doctors, and it wasn't cancer, and they got it out. So, this, fire that I pulled this guy out of this building, it actually, in the long run, was a blessing. But it got me to realize, by being in the hospital system here in Romania, sure, the hospitals are not as modern. They don't have, all the bells and whistles, but the doctors are damn good. And they meet their NATO obligations, and they've been full tilt prepared to help Ukraine. Someday I hope that I have the ability to, write something about the amazing people of Romania and what I've witnessed here. So, things, for me, I this is going to sound, probably might irk some people, but for me, the blessing of this war was to see a side of humanity that I was completely unaware of. And, so I think this is a really important topic, because it, without, I don't know, back at Fordham, they would, I think it was Aristotle, society is the individual writ large. That if society does not take care of its people, as we just heard, you're going to have mental illness. And if you don't have the common sense to do the minimum to protect yourself, well, you're going to not be prepared when you're invaded. Thank God Romania was, and they had an infrastructure with their electricity that when Odessa went out of electricity, right across the Danube River, they had barges pulling electrical wires. All of these things are interconnected. But I think it just has to do with, as Linda was saying, this whole notion of how is it that people get mentally ill? What are the stressors? And people need to feel safe. And ironically, one of the Eurostats that came out today, Bucharest is now it's rated as the safest large city in Europe. And, again, I grew up, oh, Romania, it's dangerous, it's poor, it's this country, if you go online and just put the following question into Google: what country in the world has the highest rate of home ownership? First is Singapore, second is Romania. So when they take these poverty statistics, they don't include that. So that's, there's, again, self-honesty of each country. So this is a topic, that I could, and being on the medical side of things, in Ukraine, I have seen the stressors, people who I know who are really, really integrated, strong people are starting to get, I'm not going to say come undone, but I do think that this awareness that we have to be there. And I like the analogy of our neighbor, of someone walking down the street. Because that's, these Ukrainians, whether you're in New York or in Romania, and Ukraine's just across the Danube, we're all neighbors. And I like that approach that Linda always seems to bring into the equation. We are neighbors. We are people trying to just live our lives. And so, wow, that's the longest I've ever talked. Sorry about that.
You're nothing, man. We got Will Teal on our team, and he can go on. Well, anyways, he could put you to sleep if he wasn't so darned interesting. He could talk forever. But yeah, no, that was not long-winded at all. Thank you, Simple Squares. That is much appreciated, and it's a good reminder about the essence of what health, wealth, and happiness is. And there is nothing like having your own home, in my opinion. It's such a feeling of security. And I think that's one of the things that's gone wrong in the United States is that with the tax cuts, we had a lot of people who were had billions of dollars and they had to put it into something real, and they bought up tons and tons of real estate, and now we've got more renters than ever, and it's a sad situation. And the cost of housing across our country has gone up. Part of that is COVID, that work from anywhere situation. So it's a bit of a problem. So thank you very much for that. Well, hands. Cumbrian, I believe you were next, and then Jorge is next. Unless, Linda, you want to talk.
See, what that chap said there before was bang on. You know, he hit all the right notes. But what you're seeing in the UK at the moment, if any of you are taking care of the news, it's Farage and his UKIP. But it's changed UKIP from a different thing. It's not UKIP anymore. Now it's Reform. And he's like burning our cities, you know. And where's he getting paid from? Where's he getting paid from? And I'm gonna shut my gob. Where's he getting paid from?
Thanks,
Cumbrian. I think it's more than just being paid. I think there's money is one thing, but also power is another drug of choice. So it could be either or both. So if you are feeling empowered because you're hanging out with other people who you consider powerful, by powerful, my definition in this context would be powerful because you are preeminent over others. You have control. You have the capability to suppress others. So if you are powerful in that way, that is one drug. Money is another drug, and it could be one or the other or both. And people like Farage and a whole bunch of others. My suspicion, don't know. My suspicion is it's both. He's hanging out with a lot of other dominator types, and he likes dominator types. That's his people. And so hanging out with other dominators makes him feel like a dominator, meaning of higher stature and qualified to subjugate other people and to talk down to other people and feel superior to other people. Money does the same kind of a thing. But I wish I were a shrink. In my next life, I'm going to be a shrink. How's that sound, James? Anyway, that's my 2 cents. George, is it George? Have you your hand up?
Jorge, Linda.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I am language deficient, but go ahead.
No worries. Good evening, James. I just want to put a little slight interjection into what we are actually seeing from both our governments and our populations. Linda, you and I, we are from very close generations, I would gather, where we had the thoughts of, nations coming together to fight against the common evil, World War II, World War I, we grew up with people that knew all of those things. And at this point, the generations now are somewhat removed from a generation that knew that. And so they did not learn all the lessons that we learned from the generation prior to us. We still had grandparents and parents that lived through those times. And what we have now is generations that, at least in countries of the West, I'm not going to say the same for Eastern nations, but at least from the countries of the West, we're looking at a generation that is all about me and mine. And that has a lot to do with the economies that they have grown up in. They've grown up in recessions and, the COVID, the downturns of the economies in the 90s. After the 90s or, the late 80s, their parents had to deal with these situations. And so we're looking at a generation that grew up with those events in mind, and they seem to have a problem helping neighbors, even localized. They'll go up for a cause, but when it comes to personal monies and things of that nature, through taxation, etc., they're a little bit more hesitant because they're still trying to get theirs. They're living in mom's basement because they can't afford. And so I think that these are the things that we're facing when we're trying to build the support that we need. And the politicians are now kowtowing to that because there's some of the largest voters out there at this point. The baby boomers are, they're dying off, and so the generation, Gen Xers and millennials, they are making up the majority of the voting population if they get out to vote. And so this is what we're looking at and what we're also fighting, because what are they reached by? They're reached by social media. And who is, some of the biggest villains in social media? The Chinese and the Russians. They lead they seem to have these programs where they run, these subversive type programmings, oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't have to pay for this, you shouldn't have to pay for that, that type of thing. And so just an interjection of what I think we may be also facing when trying to get the support we need for Ukraine.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's not a sharp cut, as far as separating generations and that, but in large part, I think you're right. Yeah, there is. I mean, yeah, the generation that I grew up with had a different. My parents went through the Depression. They lost their house in the Depression. They were the lucky ones. Dad worked one day a week. He was able to keep his job. So he was able to get food on the table. A lot of the other people around weren't that lucky. So that was a real big learning experience. And that experience basically crafted their life and impressed my brothers and me. And my grandparents were all immigrants, and they had their own lives, and they came here for a reason, and it wasn't an opportunity to have fun. It was an opportunity to be able to live, to be able to get a job and have a roof over their head and a little bit of stability and hopefully have a family. That's the reason that they came here. Jorge,
Yeah, yeah.
do I?
No, I was just
Do I
going to say you're correct in that, in what you're saying. And then the only thing I have to say is the last thing I want to say is we need to learn to appeal in this age. There has to be. We have to find a way to appeal to them, to let them. They don't know what the dangers are. They don't realize it. But we need. There has to be something that we can do to bring their buy-in to this, because if they don't, they're going to find out real quick what not doing something that would do. And that's the end of what I want to say.
Just out of curiosity, Jorge, am I sensing some Midwest?
Straight Southern.
Say again?
Straight Southern.
Southern?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I was better at language than I'm even worse than I thought.
I've traveled a bit, and so my accent is kind of a hodgepodge. There are words that come in from all over the place.
Okay. Cumbria. What you got? You got more, Cumbria.
What we need to do is stand up to dictators and show them that we will smash them if they start any shit with us. And it's all don't make them angry. Don't make them angry. Don't push them on. No, fuck them. Fuck dictators. What we should do is we should slap them because we're powerful, and we shouldn't be scared of them. Should we? Should we be scared of these people? Should we be scared of Putin? He's a weak little man. Should we be scared of King Jong-un? He's a weak little man. And all these dictators, they're just little boys with small penis envy. We should slap them, man, slap them. Because whoever, they're just people who put their own people down. And does Putin care about how many people's died in Ukraine? How many people he sent to the slaughterhouse? He's not bothered. You know, but we really need to realize this. He's not bothered how many people he sends to die, as long as he's all eater. Just, you know, and the West sit and wring their hands. We sit and wring our hands like little washcloths and say, "Oh, don't upset them. Fuck them, man." The West needs to grow a pair of bollocks and slap them as hard as possible until they realise that invading the neighbours is not a good idea. Because this is the thing. Sorry if I'm going off on one, but this is the thing. Putin will never go westward. Putin will never go westwards. He'll never go to Poland, and he'll never go to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. He'll go southwards if we allow him to take Ukraine. He'll go to Tajikistan and Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan and all them lot, because he's got that little bit of a thing where he says, "Oh, it's not part of the West, not part of the West sphere of influence," and that's what he'll do. And we'll just let him until we grow our bollocks. You know, the West could slap him so quickly. We're cowards. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, I'll just say courage and leave that field open to those who don't naturally grow bollocks. Anyways, I think it's a good point you're making, that I guess we should be tying this authoritarian style to the dilemma that we have internal to each of our own nations, because I do think they're tied together. I think that the oligarchy, let's call it that, um, they do survive well when the people are divided, when the majority is divided up, and that is what I see. Is we have very many divisions that don't need to be there, and they are encouraged, and we overlook. We're encouraged to look at identity issues rather than policy issues, and that really hurts us. And it is a good thing when we can say recognize the need of every nation to be secure, and that means having partnerships. And this is not new ideas. These are things that they knew back when they wrote the UN Charter, and it's demonstrated in Chapter 7, Article 51, that provides for the common defense. And it is under that law that we're providing aid to Ukraine. And so, and part of their struggle has been the oligarchy in their country. And now some people have talked about interoperability as their favorite word. Well, my favorite word right now is de-oligarchization, and that was one of the things that Ukraine actually took a hand in, and started, actually made some good progress in it. And the idea was, especially for these mega companies or mega wealthy people, to separate their business interests from the outsized influence that they had by owning media companies. And Elon, are you listening? Anyways, so this is a thing that we need to keep concentrating on, is that we cannot have dictators who think that they have a sphere of influence in which they can do anything that they want, because I can think of somebody in my country who is thinking that way, and he's talked about invading Mexico and firing into Mexico, and yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea. There's better ways to end the fentanyl problem
Oh,
than
and
that.
doing away with voting too. Yeah.
Oh well, yes, there is that. Just this time, anyways. Let's not go there, Linda. But yeah, no, it's a real risk to democracy. So I think it is good to recognize that international peace and peace amongst ourselves, amongst all us common citizens, they're tied together because they have a lot to do with each other ultimately. And so defending Ukraine is sometimes blocked by this selfish interest that we have as individuals. We are encouraged, in fact, to be first about ourselves, take care of our country first, without thinking through the logic of having common defense agreements where we're taking care of ourselves when we take care of other nations. And that, to me, is one of the greatest secrets here. It's not a secret, though, but it's the secret sauce that makes these bilateral not defense, security agreements really work for Ukraine. They are now tied to at least 23, I think now, and that's independent of any other groups. This is just individual nations, and it helps every single one of those countries to have Ukraine at their back. Not that they can do much, Ukraine, at this point, but after the war, oh boy, they're going to be quite a player in the world, I believe, especially in the defense world. But I'm starting to go on. I could be the new Will Teal. Anyways, sorry, Will. Anyway, Cumbria.
I love before we go to Cumbria, because you triggered something. I'm thinking, maybe it's time around the world, the Western world anyway, and Ukraine might be a leader in this idea of a Magna Carta 2.0, and or a declaration of de-oligarchization, if I pronounced that correctly, given your pronunciation. What do you think about that, James?
You did fine. You did fine. The Magna Carta, we don't need. That's too old. Now we need to. It's got to be a better name than that. But no,
oligarchization. That has a certain ring to it, right? Declaration of de-oligarchization. It has a real ring to it. It's That's poetic, right? I mean, there could be a song with that title, don't you? Don't you think?
I can't wait to hear your musical, the de-oligarchization. De-oligarchization or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea, but I apologize for that attempt at it. Anyways, Cumbrian fellow, save me from singing.
I'll keep it brief. What we need to do is we need to stop saying, for as long as it takes, what we need to do is to say till we beat these bastards and smash them back to their own borders. See? That's it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would use the term put them back in their box as opposed to smash them. And I have reasons for saying that, but that's beside the point. But they certainly need to be put back in their box. Yeah.
Or at least their cube or the plastic bag, or I'm sorry. Anyways,
Playpen, their cage,
yeah.
whatever. Yeah, playpen.
Well, I wasn't going
I'm good with playpen. Yeah.
When you say box and a person, well, I have a certain idea about exactly what that is, especially when you're talking about Russia. So yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
I thought you were making the boxed wine reference, but that's another issue.
Oh no, I would never talk about a box of wine with you. Boxed wine. I would never ever do that. Anyway, Cumbria.
See, the thing is with these lot, with the Russians as they are, people think it's Putin, but it's not Putin. It's his lot. It's his people, and they're kind of all behind. Yeah, they kind of have it in their heads where they're gonna go and carry on, and all the people are gonna wear their shitty Russian flags and like agree with them. But what needs to happen is they need to be beaten so badly that they never come back, because if a win in Ukraine, it's not Poland. People say it's Poland. They're talking shit, man. You know, they're talking bollocks. It's going to be Georgia, and then it'll be Kazakhstan, and all of these other Soviet satellites that they had in the past. It's bullshit, man. They're not going to take on NATO, because the only thing that keeps that fucking dying shaky bastard alive is NATO, because he knows that NATO will kick his ass, man. Well, he's not going to start on NATO, is he? He's not at all. But he'll go for the weak targets after Ukraine, Georgia. He's already nobbled a bit of Georgia, hasn't he? And then the rest of the Soviet countries, and he's got this thing in his mind that he's going to create his own empire. But he fought that. That's what he fought, didn't he? But what's actually happened is Ukraine is slapping him all over the place, and Ukraine will keep on slapping him all over the place, dependent on Western support or not. You know, fuck Putin and fuck Russia.
You know, that's a really good point. I think you're right. I think the next targets might very well be Georgia and Kazakhstan, et cetera, non-NATO nations. So, yeah. And
well, they did already take a bite out of Georgia.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, that's true. And he's trying to do the same thing in Africa, so that might be another target area. But Georgia's closer to home, and Kazakhstan, etc. But anyway, yeah.
But I'm saying, Olaf, that's who he's going to go for next. He's not going to, while he'll test NATO and, you know, drop drones in Romania and that, it's all plausible deniability, innit? You know, he's going to, oh, well, we didn't mean to do this, we were just meaning to kill Ukrainians. We didn't mean to kill, like, Romanians, you know. Oh, blah, 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 because he's a little shithouse. What he'll do is, man, he'll go and he'll divide the nations next to him. Georgia will be next if it's not Ukraine, and he'll take all of them, because South Ossetia and Abkhazia is he? So, forgive my ignorance, but they're the next ones, aren't they? If it's not after Ukraine, it will be them.
Yeah, you could. That makes sense. You could very well be right. Yep. Yep. Yep.
All right. Well, so let's talk about Ukraine a little bit tonight because that's what we're here for. And one of the things that we like to do is bring up a little bit of news. And first, I would ask you, Cumbrian fella, is there any news from England related to Ukraine tonight? Do you know of any?
Most of the news now in my country is related to these far right cunts basically carrying themselves on and burning our cities up. But as far as Ukraine goes, you know, there's lads here listening. I can see P-Wox here, and we'll just support Ukraine as much as we can. That's all it is. But with the far right in our country, it's all Farage and Tommy Robinson and all these scruffs. But I'm not going to talk about that. It's not Ukraine. I'm awfully sorry. Sorry.
No, well, I think there is important ties because I know that the U.S. election and the outcome of it have quite a stake for Ukraine. I mean, they really, really could stand to lose a lot if they lose America as an ally. So, I believe we don't need to delve into the details of all these things, but sometimes the review of them help give a greater understanding of Ukraine's place in the world and what really are its greatest risks. And I think it's absolutely true that the greatest risk that Ukraine has is the loss of allies in this fight, and America in particular, but not only, because it is a matter that they could be doing many more things, or we all could be doing many more things than we are. But if we start to cut out allies, if we lose them because somebody on the far left or far right takes over a country essentially, then Ukraine is endangered by that much more. And I don't think that they're getting enough aid as is, so I'd hate to see them lose what aid they have.
And
So I think it's important.
with my domestic issues, James, what I would say it's kind of not what I'm here for as being part of NATO. I'm here for Ukraine, and I'll boost fellas because the fellas are just amazing. I'm sure you're aware of the fellas. I'll boost fellas and I'll donate and I'll do whatever I can to help Ukraine. That's what I'm here for. Nothing else. No Israel, no fucking Nigel bastard Farage, because he's just a scruff and a spook. He can kiss my ass. I'm here for Ukraine, and that's what I believe that the vast majority of NATO here are here for. I'm there for. I'm proud to say I'm there for, and I'll just crack on and do NATO shit, man. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yeah, NATO is the thing. I have a dog face, but I do not have a Shiba Inu face, which I probably should get a facelift to get that corrected. But I really, I'm really still liking my dog face that I have because anyways, he's close to my face, at least, let's put it that way. Yes, and NATO is fantastic in terms of the information war as well. There's no other citizen group like this that I can think of that's so effective in changing the information space.
And what you find is though as well, James, is like say with NATO, you have all these different guys. I mean, you have the guys who just shut the fuck up pardon my French, and donate. And you have the guys that go out and bonk, and you have the guys who do this and the guys who do that. Like I'd like to think I'm kind of a mix of all of them, but the money that we've raised and the good that we do, it's fantastic, man. It's citizen. What is the word? Citizen what? Sorry.
Citizen gunfighter? No, that is the one of the
you
funding.
see the difficulty right there, James.
We are citizens on patrol, if you like. We're citizens who care, but we are definitely information warriors. That's one of the things I think we could call ourselves.
Yep.
And because we are about shaping the information space as best we can
Nef-
to help Ukraine.
The whole thing with NEFO is one of the finest things that's ever happened. Like, and I don't mean to like blow my own trumpet. I mean, I'm an NEFO boy. But like, it's one of the best things that's ever happened because they've come out and these multi-million-pound bot farms that the orcs come out with, we've come out, and we're just make them look like a pack of dicks. It's brilliant, man. Just by posting stupid dog memes and having stupid dog avatars. It's fantastic, man. I mean, they come out and we know the bots. We can see the bots coming and all of that. But we're just a pack of brain damaged cartoon dogs, and they can't beat us. It's just people power, man.
Yes, sir. I agree. We're doing good. Well, this brain damaged dog has a news story that someone recommended to me. So I'm going to go read this quickly. Let me make sure it's a quick read first.
Well, while you're,
it's a quick read.
It is. Okay, go ahead, because I have a couple of things actually.
Oh, go ahead then. I can wait.
Oh, okay, maybe you can read them while I'm spieling, because mine will be pretty fast. A couple of things. And this was just posted on the Twitter machine a couple of hours ago. This is in the Donetsk region, and this is sad. So this is not a happy story. About 80% of the forest in that region has been destroyed in the Holy Mountains. So obviously that's the name of the mountains. The damage is estimated at 16 billion hronovnas. I have no idea how many dollars that is. The Ministry of Environment reports about 9,500 hectares of the forest of the national park were burned by fire. Another 10,000 hectares need to be examined and defused for explosive objects. There were 48 plants and 50 animals from the Ukrainian Red Book, whatever that is. Might be like rare species or whatever. 129 objects of archaeology. That's a real loss. And one of the three Orthodox lavras, I have no idea what that is. It says the Holy Assumption Lavra. So I don't know what that is, but my presumption is this would have been a fire that could have been put out had the Russians not been in the area. And it didn't say whether or not the Russians started this fire, either on purpose or accidentally. But that would be my guess, but only my guess. But so this is a piece of sad news. And then one other thing that I found that is indirectly Ukraine. This was posted by the Kiev Independent 4 hours ago. So this is related, although it's indirect. German politicians are demanding an EU-wide response after Hungary simplified entry requirements for Russian and Belarusian citizens in July. German news outlet Bild reported on August 3rd, so yesterday. So yeah, I've heard rumblings of this. So yeah, Hungary is not being a responsible citizen. Let's just put it that way, put it mildly. But yeah, this is a real risk because once Russians and bad actor Russians get into Hungary, Russians and Belarusians, the bad actors get in there, it's much easier for them to go then from Hungary to other European nations. So it needs to be shut down. Yeah. The EU needs to slap Hungary's hands. So anyway, so that's what I have right now. James, you want to go with your news articles?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point because the rest of Europe is starting to close its doors, and here they are throwing them open. And we have seen and heard about the the spies that have been coming in recently, and some of them have been deported back to Russia. And so it really is a real security issue. And these things don't go boom by themselves. Some of the factories that have exploded, the was it BASF? I don't know. I forget the name of the plant in Germany. But yeah, these things are real. It's a risky thing. So, anyways, I do have this story up. And this was recommended by somebody in the back room because, well, I'll read it. It's from The Guardian. And the title is a polarization engine, how social media has created a perfect storm for UK's far-right riots. Algorithms that send the most outrageous comments viral and a chain reaction of anger and disinformation made the riots that followed the Southport killing inevitable. This is by Carol Caldwell-Wallet, if you know that person. So
Yeah, she's a
1990.
pretty good source. Yeah,
Okay.
Cadwallader.
Okay. So anyway, the 1996 Dunblane massacre and the outcry that followed are held up in the U.S. as a textbook example of how an act of terror mobilized a country to demand effective gun regulation. The atrocity in which 16 children and their teacher were killed provoked a wave of national revulsion within weeks, led to 750,000 people signing a petition demanding a change in the law. Within a year and a half, new legislation had outlawed the ownership of handguns. Almost 30 years on, the horrific violence visited on a dance class in Southport had. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, I had to just take care of this. So we're getting some feedback from your open mic, Cumbria. If you could keep that mic closed, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate it. Anyways, almost 30 years on, horrific violence visited, sparked a very different reaction. A reaction that shocked many in Britain this week, but which experts in domestic extremism, and especially those who look at the intersection of violence and technology, say is all too depressingly familiar. And in this, our new age of algorithmic outrage, depressingly inevitable. Uh, Quote, we have already had radicalization, but in the past, leaders would be the bridge and bring people together, said MriyaReport, the Filipino journalist and trenchant tech critic who won the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize. That is impossible to do now because what used to be what used to radicalize extremists and terrorists is now radicalizing the public because the information ecosystem is designed that way. For Ressa, everything about the violence that erupted in Southport streets and then in towns across the country, fueled by wild rumors on social media and anti immigrant rhetoric, was deeply familiar. there's always been propaganda and there's always been violence. What's brought violence mainstream is social media. The US Capitol attack on January 6th is a perfect example. People would have been able to find each other, wouldn't have been able to find each other if social media didn't cluster them together and isolate them to incite them further. The biggest difference between the Dunblane massacre in 1996 and what is now wholesale transformation in the way we communicate in our in our instant information environment, informed by algorithms that send the most shocking, outrageous, or emotional comments viral. Social media is designed to do the exact opposite of bringing unity. It is a polarization engine. And quote, it feels like it was only a matter of time before we saw something like this in the UK, said Julia Ebner. And the leader, uh, the leader of the Violent Extremism Lab at the Center for the Study of Social Cohesion at Oxford University. This alternative information ecosystem is fueling these narratives. We saw it in Germany in 2018 Chemnitz riots, which which this strongly reminded me of. And this was a quote. I'm sorry, I didn't say quote. And we saw it in the U.S. with the January 6th insurrection. You see this chain reaction in these alternative new channels where disinformation can quickly spread so quickly and can mobilize people to take to the streets, who are then prone to using violence because there's this anger and these really deep emotions that are, of course, being amplified. And then from these alternative outlets, it's carried on to X or onto, X, Twitter, that is, or onto the mainstream social media platform. So, wait, this is a mainstream. It's not a mainstream platform anyway. Sorry, digression. This alternative information ecosystem, which includes Telegram, BitChute, Parler, and Gab, flows often invisibly between the mainstream media uh, or even social media landscape. It has proved to be a breeding ground for the far right, conspiracy, and extremist ideologies that this week collided and mobilized people onto the streets. Politicians have to stop saying the real world as opposed to the online world, Ressa said. How many times do we have to say it? It's the same thing. And there's a picture of the riot results here. And I'm going to just take a break here in reading just to see. I see you've got your hand up, and I wondered if you wanted to comment on this article at this point in the article.
What happened in the UK, lah? Right, Michael Ryan back in Hungerford, back in the was it in the 80s? I can't mind. In the 80s, they went out and killed people with a semi-automatic weapon. Banned, right out, banned. They were gone, and that cunt who killed all them babbies in Dublin. Handguns, did that, banned. You know, they were gone. But like in America, it's like Sandy Hook, for instance. Like this guy killed all them people, and they're still allowed to have these weapons. Why? I don't get it. Why does anyone need to have these weapons after they've killed these babbies? It's mental, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm not even going to get into that. I'll just finish reading the article as quickly as I can here. For Jacob Davey, the director of the Policy and Research for Counter Hate at the Institute for Strategic Dialogue in London, said it was, quote, a perfect storm with a rising far right in the UK, emboldened by recent mass demonstrations And far right figures such as Tommy Robinson replatformed on X, well, measures to hold hate in check are rolled back. And indeed, I think that is the case, as we're getting bad players back on the platform and less real control about hate speech. The issue is that although academic researchers and policymakers increasingly understand the problem, almost nothing has been done to address it. And indeed, it is very hard, isn't it? And every year that this doesn't get fixed, no real laws are put into place against social media. So it gets significantly worse, says Ressa. And I'll remind you what Soviet leader Yuri Andropov said. He said, disinformatia, or disinformation, is like cocaine. I guess that's that. Yeah. Well, anyways, I wouldn't know about that. But you take it once or twice, you're okay. But if you take it all the time, you become an addict. You become a changed man
Please,
or
please,
woman.
please, please allow me to interrupt you. I do beg your pardon. But like, see when the law was, see when it was coming to the constitution to like have firearms, it was like, you shoot that boy, you're waiting like like a minute till you can load that boy again. It wasn't covered to cover assault weapons or automatic pistols. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I don't get why people can be allowed such things, because I live in the United Kingdom and I'm not allowed to have a gun. And do you know what the thing is? I don't want one. I don't want one. I don't want to shoot a gun. I don't want guns anywhere near my people. But why is it a thing where people can have assault weapons and kill people? Furthermore, is why is nothing done against people who do such things? I don't get it. I don't get it, man.
Well, I have thoughts on that issue, but that would be too much off topic. But anyway.
All right, I will tear through the rest of this, and then we can talk. Okay. And so here we go again. Yet, although the UK authorities in theory understand these threats, in 2021, the head of MI5, Ken McCollum, described far right extremism as the greatest domestic terror threat facing Britain. The fundamental technological issues have not been addressed. 7 years after the FBI and US Congress commenced investigation into the weaponization of social media by the Russian state, investigations that were ignored or ridiculed by a large section of the British right-wing media, the Daily Mail ran a shocker or a shocked banner headline this week about a single suspicious account on X or Twitter with pardon me, with signs that may be based in Russia, spreading false information. Although it is likely that this was only one very small part of the picture, and there is still little acknowledgement that that what we are witnessing is part of a global phenomena, rising populism and authoritarianism, underpinned by deep-rooted structural changes in communication. Nor is it fully understood, according to Ebner, how deep the similarities are with what is playing out in other countries. It is very, very similar across the world and in different countries with the rise in far right politics. No other movement has been able to have their ideology amplified in the same way. The far right is really tapping into those
Yeah,
really powerful emotions.
you're
Let me
very eloquent, but I don't understand why anybody would want a gun. And that's what I don't get in my country. I don't understand why
well,
anybody would want a gun.
I hear you. I hear you, but I think they're making a different point here, and a very important point, and that is about the information, because it is often the information, if you will, that pulls the trigger, just as it is the emotions of the person who's carrying the gun that drives this. And what we've seen also in Britain is quite a surprising number of knife attacks. So even if you take all the guns away, it doesn't stop the killing necessarily. So there is a very important theme that I want to get through, because this is really about the information war, this article. So let me get through this, Cumbrian
No,
fellow.
you're right.
Thank you.
You're right. You're right. Go ahead, please.
Alrighty then. So, tapping into really powerful emotions. In terms of algorithmically powerful emotions, anger, outrage, fear, even surprise. And actually, what we see, and this is, I think this is Ressa again saying this, it's such a long quote, I'm not sure. Anyways, what we see, there's a sense of collective learning in the far right community across lots of different countries. And a lot of it has to do with creating these alternative information ecosystems and then using them to be able to respond or react to something immediately. The question is what Keir Starmer will do. Ebner points to the fact that this is no longer about dark corners of the internet. Politicians are among those who have been radicalized. They now say things that they would not have said previously and use dog whistles to the far right, flirting with conspiracy myths that used to be belong to the fringe far right movements, he said. And civil liberties groups such as Big Brother Watch fear that some of Starmer's solutions, including a pledge to increase facial recognition systems, involves creating further tech-fueled harms. Ravi Nayak is the from the law firm AWO. I have no idea what that is. Which specializes in bringing claims against technology companies, said that there are many steps that could be taken, such as enforcement of the Information Commissioner's office to limit data use. I don't know about that. Or police taking action over incitement to violence. Now, there's a winner. But those actions are after the fact, said Naik. The issues are too vast to deal with on the whim of a new prime minister. These are deep and entrenched questions of power, and they won't be solved in the midst of a crisis or by knee-jerk reactions.
I beg your pardon for the interruption.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
No,
You're gonna
good.
have to let me finish. Yeah, you're gonna have to let me finish. Okay, I'm almost done. We need a real and grown-up conversation about digital technology and the future we all want. So there we have it. That was it. A couple more seconds, I would have been done without an interruption there, Cumbrian. Anyways, you had something to say. You can go ahead, Cumbrian.
You're no doubt a learned person.
Linda, you muted us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I was trying to let somebody up. It's a Twitter thing.
It happens. It happens. It's easy to get your finger on there. That's why I also hit the avatar button rather than the that other button. Anyways, sorry, Cumbrian, about that. This happens. Technical glitches, fat thumbs, those kind of things happen.
No,
Go
it's
ahead,
cool,
Cumbrian.
mate. As I said, what I was going to say, you're obviously a learned person. You're not a dickhead.
Oh, I can be.
Well, I can be as well, man. Don't worry about it. But what needs to happen, like in America, is not my business. Really, it's not. I mean, in the UK, we've had our gun crime, and it gets dealt with like quite quickly. We had somewhere in my own county. Derek Bird went around, and he was a taxi driver, and he went around and shot a shitload of people, and they dealt with it. Like, but yeah, I don't understand why anyone would need a gun. When Bird had a gun, I don't understand why he needed it. You know, why does anybody need a gun? Like, if you're in the army or you're a copper, yeah, that's cool. Have a gun, but if you're not, I don't get it, man. I don't get why anybody would need a gun, and that's my thing. Duh.
Well, our Supreme Court, identified this as an issue. They defined certain terms in our Constitution as being individuals having a right to, carry arms, and so that's essentially why is the legal decision making that was made, and we're so far along. Yeah, we're so far along in this that I don't even think much about it anymore. And honestly, in some cases, it's like everybody else has got a gun. Shouldn't I get one too?
May I just interrupt you for 1 second? I'm awfully sorry for being so impolite. But what I'll say is like, say when the Constitution was wrote, it took about fucking 2 minutes to load a gun. It was an AR-15. Like, I think it's mental living in the UK why anybody can have an assault weapon. But that's just me. I'm not passing judgment. That's just me. Thank you.
I getcha. I appreciate it. We're so far past that. I just look at taking common sense gun precautions, such as getting rid of AR-15s, for example. That is one of the things where I would like to draw the line at, but we're not here to talk about that. The reason we brought up that story really is because this is about the information war, and it shows how nation states like Russia can actually influence us through the internet and whip up our citizens with certain sets of buzzwords and hate words and spreading false rumors, etc. And this does then affect us and affects Ukraine directly. We were also talking the other night about this very topic of how things can you can get people to fight against each other. So Britain on Britain violence is something that Russia likes to see. Frankly, they love it in the United States too. If we can fight American on American, isn't it nice if your enemies kill each other? Yes, it is, and that's how I think Russia. How they look at it, and this is how they play it. So it's an important topic for us to talk about. This is just a good case study in it, in something that went pretty awry, I would say. So, but we've got another hand. Yay,
Yeah,
Mary!
well,
Hello, welcome.
yeah,
Go
wait,
ahead, Marta.
Mary, hi. Let me just say, if I could, because I'm about to be switched. So let me just say one thing with regard to this information warfare business, and then I'll quietly slide down the banister and make room for my co-host replacement. But this, James, you probably know, this whole information warfare, psychological warfare, et cetera, lots and lots and lots of terms, has been an area that I've been doing deep dive research in for months now. And this is a very large area, and this is not accidental. And there's a reason why it works. There's a reason why there are different public opinions that have been manufactured. It's because there are people manufacturing public opinions, which show up in polls, which show up in choices, assumptions, repetitive words, trigger words, narratives, framings, stories, myths, etc. And bad actors have been exploiting this. This methodology has been around for a century, literally a century, and it has been exploited by bad actors. It started to be exploited. It started out just for selling foodstuffs and cigarettes and stuff like that, right? So it started out for marketing purposes, but it's a basic science and involves psychology and sociology and culture and neuroscience and linguistics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it is employed, but has been employed by a lot of people, including Joseph Goebbels during World War II. And it's still being employed by multiple bad actors, including bad actors in China and Russia. And I would say of the bad actors, if you put them in a room, that I would make bet that the biggest elephant in the room would be Russia. The second biggest elephant would be China. That would be my choices. And who knows whether I'm right, but I would bet that I'm right. And it can be countered. It can be countered. Now, but it means using this, being fully conversant in these social sciences and using those social sciences in order to counter this messaging. And if we choose not to do that, it's kind of like being in the middle of the gunfight and choosing not to have a gun. If you're unable to get out of the gunfight, then you're going to be made unalive, right? And this is kind of the same thing. This is a gunfight that's going on, and we need to bring a gun to this gunfight. And so we need to much more attention in applied research, applied technology, and news, true journalism, not this fake journalism that's been contaminating the airways now for a couple of decades. But no, this is a real thing. Public opinion, and that includes culture. In other words, what we tend to think of as cultural norms can be manipulated and has been manipulated. And there are cases and times where it evolves naturally to be, better or worse, some of which, I would argue has happened in Russia. But it also can be deliberately manipulated to be better or worse. And there are bad actors who are intent on manipulating our public opinion, our ways of thought, our assumptions, the language that we use, the narratives and the mythologies that we use, the framings how we tend to frame things, is being manipulated. And we need to be aware of that and cognizant of it. And really, when we hear something that sounds like it's antisocial, we need to ask, where's that coming from? And who's benefiting from that? And quite frankly, the bad actors, one of the benefits that they're aiming to do is to drive wedges in their competitor nations. So to the degree that they can cause people to hate one another, to look down on one another, to fight amongst themselves, either verbally or physically, to stratify themselves, etc., etc. That works to the degree that they're successful. That works to the benefit of the bad actors, and we need to be aware of that. So this whole gun thing is a part of that. There's a reason, right? And some of it goes back to in the United States. Part of it goes back to our founding and the myths regarding our founding. And those myths have been used for nefarious purposes, and it has trickled up in unfortunately in our Supreme Court. And a bad take was taken with regard to the meaning of one of our amendments, which has nothing to do with historical significance, even though it was couched as such. But that's a whole other issue to get into. But there's a reason why everybody thinks they should be walking around like John Wayne and carrying these big automatic weapons around their back and have these long guns in their belt and blah, blah. There's a reason for that. And a lot of that reason doesn't just come from the movies, doesn't just come from our mythology from 250 years ago. A lot of it is coming from the messaging that's coming from a lot of bad actors because they found a crack and they're driving wedges into those cracks in order to crack our society and other societies around the world. Other societies are going to have their own cracks. And so these bad actors are going to be driving narrative wedges into those cracks in order to divide those societies. So anyway, that's the end of what I'm going to say right now. And I'm going to slide down the banister and magically my replacement is going to come up and occupy my hot seat. Been great, James, and
Yep.
thanks. Have a good evening, you guys.
Hey, have a great evening, Linda. Thank you very much. And let's just go right on to you, Mary.
Thanks, James. Not to start an argument with anybody, but the Constitution does give the right to bear arms. You can disagree with what right that is. And one of the first things that most dictatorships do is to take away people's rights to bear arms and take away people's weapons. So, anyways, just throwing that out there. And when you say you don't know why people need guns, obviously you've never come face to face with a bear in the middle of the night when you're walking out on your front porch or had to rescue your dog from a coyote. So, anyways, just pointing that out as well. Thanks, guys. Thanks, James.
Yeah, yeah, thanks. I think there really are use cases for guns. That's why, for me, I'm more worried about these, automatic rifles or semi-automatic rifles that really are designed for the war space. I don't think we need those. Long guns are fine. Hunting, things like that. Pistols, fine. Personal defense. I'm not so sure that we need to have AR-15s out there. But they're legal right now, so what are we going to do? I'm more concerned about who gets access to them. The fact that some people who absolutely should not have them any longer still has a gun. That's troubling, although that can be weaponized too. So, and I do appreciate the fact that, yes, weapons are tools of resistance, and there can be bad governments. And go to Venezuela if you're not sure about that right now, because they probably right now could use about 20,000 guns and about 1 million rounds of ammo because they've got issues down there. So I appreciate very much what you're saying. I appreciate it very much. But go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that was one of the things that they did, and we talked about that the other night back in, and I don't remember the exact year. I think it was like 2012. Is they made it illegal to own guns and went around and collected the weapons and made it to where only government officials could have guns and everything else. So, but yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page. Like, I don't understand why people need bump stocks. I don't understand why people need these other modifications for their weapons. But yeah, so I think we're kind of on the same page there, James. But anyways, I hope everyone's having a great night, and thanks, everyone.
Hey, thank you very much, Mary, for coming up to speak and sharing your opinion with us. It's much valued, and it makes the conversation a lot more interesting the more voices we get in here. But let me say, Prince Heather, welcome.
Locked and loaded and ready to go.
Well, there we go then. Yes, anyways.
Poor James. James, you so weren't expecting that. But no.
I'm not expecting necessarily anything because I never know what'll come.
Yeah, it's like, okay, but then again, this is Heather. You never know what you're going to get. And that's just a reality, I suppose. Oh, that's just funny, though. But yeah, good evening, everybody. And I'll be here with you till the end of my day. I'll be with you until August 5th comes along on the west coast of the United States. I hope you are all doing well tonight, and we will see how we do. And you know, if we want to get the gun debate back to Ukraine, I don't know how the gun debate started. Quite honestly, I was
Well,
I was doing some other stuff.
let me reel it back in.
Okay.
If I may, uh, Cumbrian, Linda, and I got into conversation about some issues around defense and health and things like this. Then we got into a story from the UK about the goings on, and a little bit of rioting over there, and how it was really driven by social media platforms where kind of hate messages and false narratives, flat out lies were being shared, and that drove people to essentially to violence. And so that is an important topic for us because we have also seen the like of that, and it was something tied to our enemies in particular because there were ties back to Russia in the case of that story. So that's how we got there, was via the common enemy, Russia. But and Cumbrian has come up and been talking with us for a while. I don't know if you know him well, but we were getting into this conversation about the need for guns and personal self-defense, and that balance between you know what are the limits for that. So, and it obviously it can work under a lot of different paradigms, but we're not really focused on that. And we've been slowly swinging it back toward Ukraine since we started talking about some of the other
Well,
topics. Anyways,
there is
and
actually a very interesting connection between guns in the United States and guns in Ukraine. Did you know that there is an MP in Ukraine who has been working to try to get guns, confiscated guns from different police departments, and put them into the hands of Ukrainian citizens, hoping that there will be a gun in every home. So that is an interesting twist where he has gotten guns from police departments in Florida, and they are starting to distribute them to people in Ukraine. So with the thought that if this ever happens again, every single home in Ukraine has a gun.
I kind of like it. That's not what I thought you were going to go for, but I like it a lot. I think that's a
Are
great
we?
idea.
My question is: are we setting them up to be like the United States?
What's wrong with that?
Now, me, gun owner, I wasn't kidding when I said locked and loaded. Okay, I seriously was not kidding. When I sit out in the garage with the garage door open in the evenings and late at night, I have a loaded weapon next to me because I've had shootings in my neighborhood, and it's just smart, right? But I also think of all of the mass shootings we have, right? I think of the mass shootings we have at malls. I think of the mass shootings that we have in other place in schools, and I think of oh crap, domestic violence being an issue, and having all of those guns in homes can end up causing a problem. And so, you know, I just, you know, that's what I mean when I say, are we setting them up to be like the United States, James?
Oh, there's that. Yes, I agree. I mean, I understand, but yeah, well, there's that risk, I guess. And this is one of the things where I think, again, information is so important. What we've seen with some of the mass shooters that they have been inspired by things that they've seen on the internet, and there are a lot of copycats in that regard. So, yeah, it's absolutely a real risk. But I think responsible gun ownership is possible, and as has been pointed out by Mary, there's a good reason to be able to protect yourself even from your government.
Oh yeah,
Although,
no, I agree.
you know, when they said,
you know, I can,
yeah,
I could tell you all about the day in 2016 when I decided to buy my first pistol.
Well, we don't have to go there, but if you want to tell us, I could barely stop you. No, wait, I've got a
No,
gun. No, I don't.
no,
But I
no.
wouldn't stop you with
Anyway,
that.
we can.
I mute you. Can I mute
No,
you?
you can't.
No, I can't.
We can mute them. You can't mute me.
Well,
So yeah. Anyway.
there we are. Anyway.
Yes.
But seriously, folks, we've got hands. Let's go to hands. I don't know who is next.
I think it was me. I'll try to be quick. With regard to guns, there's a difference between being a gun owner, you know, in order if you live in a place that has bears or wherever, that's one thing, right? But basically, there's a difference between owning a gun for personal reasons, either whether it's if you live in a dangerous neighborhood, personal defense, etc., versus having a gun because you are prone, you have a desire and or are being set up to be part of an insurrection. Big difference. And part of the problem is, when we just looking at the U.S., and I'll make this really short, the U.S. that amendment did not speak to personal, guns for personal use, which everybody back then, I shouldn't say everybody, a whole lot of people had guns for personal use because they lived out in the woods and there were bears, et cetera, et cetera. That wasn't addressed. What was addressed was militia. Now, militia has a certain meaning. George Washington used militia. These are state regulated militia back then when this was written up. State founded and regulated militia. Big difference. Now, the ones that had guns and that were using them for rebellious purposes, for insurrection purposes, George Washington was one that it was either once or twice, I want to say it was twice, actually brought on multiple state militias for the purpose of putting down the insurrectionists. So a lot of these guys like to bandy about the word militia. No, they're insurrectionists. If they're out there just, intimidating people and, blah, 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 that's insurrection. Militia is different. They've co-opted the term militia, but they're not militia. George Washington used militia. They were state militia. And the closest we have right now, as soon as the National Guard was stood up, the term militia and the idea of the militia went away. It was replaced by the National Guard. So, but the word militia is a misuse of the way that it was construed in that decision here a decade or so ago, because it was conflating the terms. Anyway, militia is not a bunch of guys, slinging AK-47s around their back and running around intimidating people and shooting cops, et cetera, et cetera. No, that's an insurrection. And George Washington put down insurrectionists. So big difference. But if you have a gun in your home, I mean, my husband had a gun. My husband, when he died, I sold him to a gun shop because I didn't want him, but he had a couple of guns. I didn't have a problem with that. He wasn't using them. But anyway, so other than he went hunting a few times. Anyway, but that's it. So I have a real problem.
Yeah, this is the funny the gun that I load up every night is the gun that I haven't even had the chance to take to the firing range yet. So it's never been fired. It's funny. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's just the
And
way
you're
it
not
is.
making an insurrection to go.
No.
Yeah, to go shoot
No.
people you don't like, et cetera, et cetera.
No. If somebody tries to come into my garage, they'll see it. So
Yeah.
but I never want to shoot it. And you know what? If you want to make me jump through more hoops in order to be able to have my gun, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm happy to do that. That's what I think this. Anyway, we don't need to get into the gun debate even more, James, do we?
We do not, because it really doesn't impact Ukraine.
No, but it is.
So I don't
I
think we
I
need to have
I
it.
do think it is very interesting, though, that Ukraine is working. I understand their reasoning on working to arm um, every household. I totally understand it, because flying pickles in jars aren't gonna, take down a tank. Well, and neither will a gun, but that's still not the point. Um, so anyway, um, I just remember people lining up to receive weapons at the beginning of the full scale invasion. And I believe what ended up happening is they ran out of weapons, not people. And I'd hate to see that happen again. Isn't it Finland where pretty much every household has a gun? And they're supposed to, keep it there, keep it safe. And and they go to practice very regularly. And that's just the way life is. So anyway, James, I have got just
Yeah.
a ton of things that we could talk about. I don't know if you had a specific direction that you wanted to go, but we could go
Well,
ahead.
I wanted
Because
to
I
just go ahead and
literally
speak.
am here. It's 10 minutes to 6 basically my time, and I am here till midnight. So go on.
Well, you go easy then. I got some energy here and I'm not up so long. So let me go at it. All this talk of shooting and guns has got me going. So I went right to the Defense Ukraine account, scrolled down, and I found the numbers of the losses of Russian occupiers in Ukraine. And as of today, there are a total of 582,910 eliminated personnel, of which 1,150 were eliminated in the last day. So tanks, 5 destroyed. The armored combat vehicles, 17. Artillery, 59. That's a good number. Let's see here. Multiple launch rocket systems, 3. Air defense systems, 3. UAVs, 41. I'm sorry to see those numbers get so high. Cruise missiles, 2. Vehicles and fuel tanks, 80. That's really solid number there, and 11 special equipment. And so that is the numbers for the day. But the hours, when it's this account, comes with a quote of the day, which I am very partial to reading because I'm always interested in hearing what's going on. Now, speaking of our early days of our nation and the Constitution and whatnot, I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. So there we have that. The numbers of the day. So yeah, like I say, that is something I always like to do. I'm sure you look at those every day or listen to them when Mockers does them, and I certainly appreciate that. And of course, we've seen a number of things happen. The Morozorsk airfield, especially, was one of the things that's still a big news story, where more destruction was rained down on that in Russia, and the warehouse went boom. There was lots of secondary going off again, and it was rumored to have been started with a grass fire or something like that, but maybe not. Anyways, and it looks like maybe other things were destroyed. The runway was further damaged. So that was another big thing going on today. And then I will go on to news stories, and there's always a lot of news. The Olympics have drawn to a close, I believe. And I think this is the last day.
I don't think so. I think there's another week. I don't know how long, because I think it just started last
Oh,
weekend.
that's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Well, all I know is that they're still at 3 medals. I believe a gold, a bronze, a silver.
No,
So
they've got to be
doing
at more
okay
than
there.
that, because they got that many today.
Do
Yeah.
they?
They got that many today.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they got two they got two
I looked
medals.
this morning.
They got for sure they got 2 medals in high jump and a medal in hammer throw today.
Far out. That's awesome. Well, obviously, I didn't do my homework in the right places then. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. So yeah. Then never mind. You know what I did notice though about the numbers of these medals is that the AIN categories that takes in Belarus and Russian participants in this, and the Apple News aggregator left that out of the list of countries and the list of medals. I found that very interesting that they purposefully decided to remove that. I think that was well, in one aspect, I thought, well, okay, they don't get shown, but on the other hand, they're getting to do it, but they're being hidden, and so there's no outrage against them. So I thought that's not cool. So anyway, let's see here.
Okay, let me give you the correct counts here, okay?
Okay.
2 gold for
Okay.
Ukraine. They are in 17th place. They have received 2 gold, 1 silver, 3 bronze for a total of 6 medals in the Olympics. So yes, because my feed has been just filled with Olympics for the last 2 days. Because they got that fencing gold medal yesterday, which was really, really hot news. And then today, the woman who broke the high jump world record, not all that long ago, won the gold medal. It's the Ukraine's first individual gold medal in Paris, and then her teammate won the bronze in the same competition. So that was pretty cool. I've also read, I believe it's in boxing. I think it's in boxing that that the guy one of the Ukrainians is in the final. So he's either going to get a gold or a silver medal. He's guaranteed silver at this point. So that's good. Some of their gymnasts didn't do as well as they were hoping. But yeah, so you know who follows the Olympics really, really closely is Iona. So if you wait until about, I don't know, 10 p.m. Pacific time in the United States, that's usually when Iona starts showing up, which is 5, 7, 8, probably around 9 a.m. Kyiv time, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. So let's see here. Okay. Russian TikTok bot network targeting Ukraine's mobilization efforts. There have been 41,000 posts, 10 million views in 1 week. And so Russia is really taking a swing at this mobilization effort. And of course, it's a very negative take on it. But it just shows the information war is going on. And, Ukraine is on the defensive this time. Earlier this week, they had done a distributed denial of service attack on many services inside of Russia. So I wouldn't say this is tit for tat or anything like this, but they're going at it still. And of course, Russians want to stop mobilization of Ukraine's armed forces because, they would like to have fewer soldiers to combat because, wouldn't that be nice for them if they just had less to fight? So, anyways, so Kyiv independent. Mali breaks diplomatic ties with Ukraine. And here I thought we were getting along so well. What with the recent, I don't know, what do you want to call that? Tangle? Let's say just tangle with some Mali people and Wagner people, and that left a lot of Wagner people dead, and perhaps that was the issue. So the transitional, I lost my place. Sorry. The transitional government of Mali announced that they were breaking off diplomatic ties because of events. So kind of sad news there, but I don't know what the transitional government means in this case, and we'll find that out. I've been tracking that, and what I do know though is that yeah, the fellas have a long reach, and so do the special forces of Ukraine, because yeah, they may have well been involved in that. So no doubt they had an interest in it. Let's see here, Fritz. Is there any particular topic you want to talk about, like F-16s or anything like that? And oh, by the way, did you get to listen to Thomas Tyner today?
No, I didn't. Hang on a sec. No, I was
Well,
in
no
a
worries.
meeting, and then on phone calls, so I did not have the opportunity to listen to Thomas today. So I would be interested if you were and had some things from that you would like to share, especially about the F-16s, because you know that's one thing that I woke up today is they're now officially there, but we've sort of known they're there for a couple of days, and I'm sure they're not going to tell us how they're going to use them, but they are there, and they're pretty, aren't they?
They are indeed, and they look good with all the armament sticking out. So they talked. Well, there's a bit of a conversation about what kind of kit was provided, and Thomas Tyner's take on what was provided is that these are excellent planes that are very well equipped with modern gear and with all of the right kinds of armament to make them ideal for a defensive role. And of course, that's not a surprise given that that's one of the things that, especially air defense, that Ukraine was looking for, and that America wanted them to stay sort of on the defensive. And so the role primarily is, at least for now, just pretty much to survive. Taking down the glide bombers would be one of the ideal things, but that may not be coming so quickly because that would expose them, and there's still such a disadvantage to Ukraine in the air war that they may have to be very careful. Now, Thomas got into a very kind of close retelling of how Russia is advancing when they do advance, and he puts it down to basically one thing, and that is these glide bombs, where, of course, they're used in civilian targets, but they're also used right on the front line or the zero line, where if you get hit with one of these, if you're anywhere near it, you're going to be at least stunned, if not killed outright by the shockwave, or just blown to bits. And that in the subsequent destruction of that, it leaves a gap in the line, and then the Russians flood into that and take up, relatively small piece of territory, but when they're doing it as often as they are, it really lets them advance. Even though it's a creeping pace, it is successfully taking a lot of land of Ukraine. Now, we had some other comments about F-16s, and it gets too technical for me to even try to store the data about the kind of armament, but there was discussion about how they can also carry larger weapons, but they're unlikely to be dropping anything on the front lines like bombs, and nor will they be, pardon me, nor will they be, doing close air support. And though, you know how it goes, every once in a while, A-10s has to come up again as a topic, and that came up again. Also, there was a little bit of discussion again about some of the other alternative aircraft and why they weren't coming. And there was a rehash. You probably have heard this a couple times about just the primary reason for the slow pace is, in fact, the preparation of the pilots, and in particular, the hurdle of speaking more or less perfect English in order to fly these planes, because everything is in English and all the systems nothing's in Ukrainian, and that's not going to change anytime soon, especially since they are now tied in uh, pretty much with the Link 16 system, which is the NATO standard. And that means that there's perhaps some interoperability. We're not quite sure what information is getting shared, how and where, but we know information gets shared through that system. Another talking point, well, there was a couple others. Beefeater asked some questions about the say-do gap, as we've called it, like what have people promised versus what has been delivered, and that led to a fairly long discussion about just where they were with that and how things were going, and then that led. And by the way, the United States actually, according to Beefeater, said that the United States was in the best position of all of Ukraine's allies in that regard in terms of providing aid that was promised. And the biggest difference between that and what's happened in other countries is that the production capacity of most of the other nations is small or has gotten smaller lately, and it's not so easy to spin up factories, to create what is needed, whereas the United States has surplus on hand, and therefore it's much easier to get things going. Unfortunately, there was also discussion about how many of the gaps in terms of production capacity still haven't been closed, and then it led to a fairly long discussion about, pardon me, about just what is it going to take for Europe to sort of wake up. Because, well, my question to him led into this, and that was I read General Milley's comment, and I don't know if you've heard it, Prince, but he had made a comment about, and this was on 60 Minutes, if you saw it, maybe you did. Pardon me. But the point is that sorry, I'm trying to get somewhere. Anyways, he said that if Russia wins or if Ukraine loses, then nations will have to increase their defense budgets and perhaps even double them, and that the likelihood of a conflict between great powers would, or in the next 10 to 15 years, would increase substantially. And so it's sort of a pay me now or pay me later situation. And I also asked if there was a, a person, a military leader in Europe who really has the same kind of credentials that Milley has, and whether or not this is something that's going to, or is it an accurate statement? And he thought it was accurate. He didn't get deeply into that, but we went through quite a conversation about the European situation vis-a-vis the ability to ramp up and where people are. And unfortunately, sort of the alarm bells haven't gone off. There hasn't been the 9/11 or the Pearl Harbor that has spurred people. So people are still reluctant. And unfortunately, even people like Peter Pavel, who of course is a military guy that went into the presidency or prime minister, I forget which. Anyways, either one, both a political and military leader who could ideally uh, be a leader that would be equivalent to Milley, who could sort of announce the need for increased defense spending. And basically, the answer was no, there really isn't anybody, because people don't really go to other countries to find leadership about military issues. They're listening to within their own countries, and in particular, they sort of picked at Germany, and sort of it's very, yeah, they don't want to be militaristic. They don't want to do this. And it was just hard to see when many countries would realize the need for this. And yeah, it was not forthcoming. Okay, now this is the case. I came in about a half an hour early, so I didn't catch anything at the front end of that. I do. Well, one more thing was just the kind of a good exposition on why not the other planes. Why aren't we seeing all the other planes come in? So anyway, it was good talk, and he talked about his cat as well.
Everybody gets concerned about Thomas's cat, and I don't even know how long he ended up staying, because I think I ended up on another phone call. So yeah, but that's all good. I'm glad that it went well. It's always good to hear Thomas on the space. Always glad when he can join us, and you know, it would be nice to give them. I've said this for a long time, and I hate saying it because, you know, our immediate inclination is to give them everything, give them everything now, give them everything now, pile it in. Okay, but if we pile it into Ukraine and they don't have the logistics or the people, then it's useless. It's going to get destroyed, right? Russians will find it and destroy it. So I think there's had to be this balance that we don't like. And I don't blame us for not liking it, because it's not fun. But you know, if you threw, I hear Will all the time saying, you know, give them 1,000 Bradleys, and I don't disagree with give them 1,000 Bradleys. But if you showed up at the Polish border tomorrow with 1,000 Bradleys for Ukraine and drove them all in, would they have the logistic capability to move those Bradleys into positions where they need to be in order to be utilized in the best way? That, you know, it would you can allocate the 1,000 Bradleys, but that's going to take months to get those all in there, and that's not all on the U.S. and their ability to move Bradleys. That's partially also on the ability of Ukraine to move logistics. You know, they've got a big, huge war that they're running, and that's a lot of logistics. And so, you know, it would take time for that stuff to be able to filter in. So, Linda, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. However, from my mind, there's no reason that 1,000 Bradleys and on and on and on, all kinds of stuff, can't be parked in Poland. I mean, build some temporary shelters, whatever it takes, right? Shelter them in Poland so that they're ready to go. So that in Ukraine, then when they need a dozen Bradleys, they can say, Alexa, send me a dozen Bradleys. Deliver them as soon as you can to XYZ town, blah, 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 wherever. As opposed to not having them ready in a place like Poland or Romania or wherever. And then, oh, okay, yeah, so we'll get you a dozen Bradleys. Well, okay, we're gonna have to change the spark plugs. Oh, well, it needs a new transmission, and they need new paint jobs. So that'll take a month or 3, and then it'll take a couple of months to get them transported on the ship. And yeah, we can probably get you a dozen in, you know, maybe 6 months, maybe 8, as opposed to less than a day if they were parked in Poland. So that's what I take issue with. So I understand the logistics problem, but I think the people who are not dealing with the logistics problem, in other words, the Ukrainians themselves, other people are proposing what Ukraine should be doing in order to solve its logistics problem. And they're standing back and they're making decisions for them and deciding, oh, well, you can't handle this and we're not going to give it to you because you can't handle it. And you can't handle this other thing yet. So we're not going to give it to you then. And whereas the people on the ground are the who actually have the need should be deciding whether or not they can handle it or not. And I think one point is the shortage of ammunition, right? I mean, why, and I still have a problem with this, why wasn't tons of ammunition stored, rather than getting trapped in the US or wherever, right? Why wasn't it on the other side of the Polish border, Romanian border, wherever, ready to be delivered within hours? And it wasn't. And how many Ukrainians died because whoever was, oh, well, we know better than the Ukrainians. So we're going to hold up and we won't send it until we think they're ready. I'm sorry, that makes me angry. And now I'll shut up.
Well, that wasn't a decision so much as a forced choice by certain members of Congress that held up that aid for that long. Otherwise, we have been supplying stuff to Ukraine continuously, more or less. Not all at once, but continuous is not a bad way to go. I do not like to eat the whole turkey at once. One bite at a time will do for me, although I don't actually eat turkey. So anyway, and of course, you know what else, Prince Heather, we talked about? Oh, yes, of course, restrictions. The restrictions and the Biden administration who are worried about nuclear blah blah blahs. So that also was a thing. So, anyways,
What did Thomas have to say about the
yeah.
restrictions? Do you recall?
Basically foolish, I would say. Didn't like them. Thought they were. It was the wrong way to handle Russia. And yeah, I don't know, Linda. You probably have a better, because I think you were there through the whole thing, and I was not.
No, I wasn't there through the whole thing, but I did get bits and pieces of it. But actually, Dryfly had some really interesting things to say. I think it was after Tyner was gone, but he had a pretty balanced take with regard to being being on a knife edge, where on one hand you want them to have everything that they want and need. On the other hand, the risk of an unstable sociopath dictator making a decision that could be World War III. And so, how do you walk that fence? And you do that by being really cognizant of both extremes and not being sucked into both extremes. And I can't repeat what he said, but I thought it was a pretty balanced way, and brought up some real question. I think there is no fast 100% solution, and Dry5 was bringing that to bear, right? And he wasn't necessarily disagreeing with Tyner or Axel or anybody. He was just saying it's a complicated problem, and it's not simple, and it's not just everything all at once everywhere. Even though, regardless of what I just said earlier, but what I personally just said a few minutes ago was storm in Poland, right? And then you can disperse them from there as they're ready and as needed. But anyway, but Dryfly actually had some really smart things to say, and was trying to thread the needle between not doing enough and doing too much, and giving them everything that they need in a way that they can win, but not sending a signal that is going to trigger um, the sociopath who's going to press the red button. And anyway, I don't know if Fly is listening or not. If he is, come on up and explain better, Dry Fly. I don't see him in the listeners, but anyway, he had a really realistic take on it, and it was he. I don't know. He was trying to thread the needle, and he wasn't disagreeing with Tyner or anything, from at least from my take of what he was saying. But yeah, it's a problem. But when there's when there's this kind of a destructive weapon on the line, and not only is there a sociopath, at the wheel, but there's also, these are complicated systems and mistakes happen, and we know of past mistakes. The Cuban Missile Crisis was one where actually it was a Soviet sailor who stopped the launch of a nuclear weapon off the coast of, I don't know, Florida or Cuba or wherever, because he detected that this didn't ring right. I think this was a mistake, and he was right. And then there's been multiple, there's been at least one more that Dryfly was talking about, and I think there's been multiple other ones where people who are looking at this and said, "Oh, those numbers don't ring right. That doesn't add up." And he hesitated rather than just, "Oh, it says push the button, I'm going to push the button." Rather than doing that, they inserted brain and found out that the signals were wrong for whatever reason. So, yeah, it's complicated, and there's a lot at stake. Yeah, so a lot of wisdom needs to be brought to bear, and I think this is where I think, as far as the next administration, well, let's say, assuming, and this is a big assumption, assuming that Harris wins the election, the people that she has around her is going to have to be carefully picked, and including, she's a legal whiz, but she's not a military expert, and she's not a military strategy expert, and she's not a expert in psychology and sociology and psychopathy, and yada yada yada. And that expertise needs to be in her inner circle, and whether by someone, whether that expertise is supplied by someone that has military experience like Mark Kelly or Pete Buttigieg or Malcolm Nance or others, of that genre, and whether they are officially on a cabinet, in other words, heads of departments, or whether they are in a more, I don't want to say informal role, but anyway, but they need to be in the mix, because that expertise and that way of thinking and that recognition of how things can go wrong, and the whole being on a knife edge thing and what to be careful of, I think needs to be part of the mix. So anyway, and I've talked too long.
That's okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read a story. This is Ukrainian HUR reveals operational details to down a Russian Tu-22M3 bomber. Now, this is a little bit ago, but it was just came out. And so the details of the operation to destroy a Russian Tu-22M3 strategic bomber conducted on April 19th, when the Tu-22M3 was destroyed 300 kilometers from the front and crushed in, it says crushed, it does say crashed in Russia's Stavropol Krai, were released by the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, or HUR, on August 4th. The plane had tail number 11 and belonged to the 52nd Heavy Bomber Regiment, Military Unit 33310, Shaikovka Air Base, Kaluga Oblast, Russia, which in turn, is part of the 22nd Guards Heavy Bomber Division of the Long Range Aviation Command of the Russian Aerospace Forces. HUR reported that during its last flight on April 19th, 2024, the Tu-22M3 took off from the North Caucasus airfield or airbase Mozdok and headed to Khrushchevskaya, a village in the Russian Krasnodar Krai region, to launch a Kh-22 missile at the territory of Ukraine. The plane was hit at a distance of 308 kilometers, quite far away indeed. Chief, pardon me, yeah, Chief of the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine, Krylo Budanov, told the BBC, "Let's just say that the long work is paying off. This is the first downing of a long-range aircraft in the war." Ukraine's military intelligence identified 4 war criminals from the crew of the downed Russian Tu-22M3 bomber. All of them managed to eject, but only one survived. Commander of the ship, Kolesnikov, Sergei Anatolievich, Deputy Squadron Commander for Military and Political Work, Major. Personnel number. Oh, we don't need this. We don't need quite this much detail. Their personnel. Do you guys need to know the personnel?
No, I
number?
do not need to know their personnel number.
I didn't think so. I will continue then without as much detail. The navigator, the assistant ship's commander, and the navigator operator of the air squadron. So there we go. And it just so that you get some idea about the depth of description. They include, of course, the name of the person, where they're from, what rank they are, their personnel number, and in this case, divorced, no children. So, I mean, way, way more than we need to know. So, HR noted that the full profiles of these pilots and detailed descriptions of their crimes can be found on the Book of Executioners of the Ukraine People portal, which I had not known about that portal. They also published a video with details of the operation on downing the Russian Tu-22. The video showed some footage of the plane crashing with the right engine on fire. That's cool. It is noted that after launching Kh-22 missiles near Khrushchevskaya village at a peaceful Ukrainian city, near, sorry, anyways. In particular, along the Dnepr, the Tu-22 turned around and flew in the opposite direction, but one of them, with the tail number 11, crashed near the village of Bohomolov. This is a record distance from the front line where a Russian bomber went down. It became the largest loss of any cannot speak today, enemy aircraft in the air during the entire war, and its downing was the greatest success of the armed forces. The video also included a commentary by the head of the Defense Intelligence Unit, Krylo Budanov, who noted that the Tu-22 was hit by the same means as the Russian A-50 flying radar in January of 2024. And for those of you who didn't know, both of these were cases where they had penetrated into enemy territory, and they just waited, and in the one case, a week to take the shot. So he said that. He said this was about stalking them and then just laying in wait. And so this was a tremendous shoot down. So anyways, so the video reports, now we could have just watched the video, except we don't do that here. We talk. The video reports that the assistant commander died because he fell into a lake after ejecting and drowning, and the second navigator crashed on the ground after ejecting. So, anyways, there we go. That's the story.
I
Oh,
love how they're able to go, as Budanov says, deeper and deeper.
yes, deeper and deeper is the way to go into Russia when you want to destroy their economy and their military. It's a great thing. I love it, and they are getting deeper and deeper into it too. So, deeper and deeper is apparently the right direction for Ukraine, as well as getting better and better, and more and more peaceful.
Well,
Anyway.
when you read this, and then you look at the fact that they struck Alina this last week, you know, Ukraine is doing an amazing job hitting Russia inside of Russia. I mean, this thing was hitting Kaluga. I mean, right? And where is Kaluga? Kaluga is almost to Moscow. I mean, you know, trust me, I've looked at that Kaluga on the map more than enough, because, well, not just because I like saying it, but because of where it is. You know, if things are happening in Kaluga, they're on the way to Moscow typically, right?
Yes, yeah, very close. Yeah, and by the way, I want a car horn like Kaluga. Anyway,
Well, you know, I don't know. There may be customizable car horns that you can figure out to say Kaluga. So yeah,
there probably are.
yeah.
I don't need it. Anyways, and I would probably I'd probably get shut down before it was able to order it. The executive might say no. Anyways, yeah, I have more important things to take care of. Anyways, because I can do that myself. Let's see what else we got here. Well, we got more news. I'm trying to decide among stories. And by the way, Prince, did you hear the story that I read about the violence? I think you did hear that about the violence in the UK.
I
back
didn't
to
read.
Russia.
I didn't necessarily read the story, but if you want the news of the absurd parts of it, I can definitely help provide that, because Mockers definitely supplies me with that directly. You know, don't mess with police dogs in the UK. They will bite your ass. Literally, they will bite your ass and not let go. I laughed my butt off with that one.
But your butt didn't get bit off. That's good. Laughing your ass off.
Yeah,
is one
but
thing, getting bit off.
his butt definitely ended up with some tooth marks in the cheeks. Definitely some tooth marks in the cheeks on that one. And my understanding is when the guy appeared in court the next day, he cried like a baby. It makes me laugh.
Well, you know, it's one thing to fuck around, and it's another to find out. And it's often quite sad when you find out. So I am encouraged that some people got the find out part done.
Well,
It's reassuring to know.
Evidently, in Blackpool, Mockers was telling us about what was going on in Blackpool this weekend. Did you hear about that? No, because they weren't protests. But evidently, every weekend, Blackpool, England holds a punk rebellion weekend. And, well, the fascists and the skinheads showed up to the punk rebellion weekend, and the punk people hate the fascists. They're very anti-fascist, and there were a lot of fights, and there were throwing of things, and the police came in. It was like a medieval war scene where the horses come flying through the middle of the battle and start to break it up. But what was very interesting to observe in this is that the punks kept going and breaking up the fights, and then when it was all over, they were going up to like the business owners to see if there was any property damage and how much it was, so that they could pay for it. And they were out there with brooms to clean up after themselves. Yeah. So evidently having a punk rebellion in your town square is not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, but that there are definitely some bad things going on in Britain as far as the protests and the battles that are happening there with lighting things on fire. I'm like, oh, they took lessons from Portland. But seriously, but the thing is that they're all responding to Russian propaganda, right?
Yes, they are. That is at least part of it. Of course, there are some inherent feelings, but the sense is, I think, from the article that I read out, was that the experts feel that this does not happen without the social media aspect. You do not get people rioting in the streets, and especially at such a short interlude between messaging and action in the streets. So people went right out and wasted no time in being violent was part of the issue here. So it is troubling to hear how people can, I guess, easily fall into this. It's not surprising, but it's unsettling to me that people can seemingly get their switch flipped, I guess is what you could say.
It's not hard to do.
Well,
It's really not hard to do. So yeah, I'm just saying. I'm looking through some of my stories that I have sitting here. And I know some of these are a little bit old, but boy howdy, some of them are pretty good. But you know the one that I've been wanting to talk about, James? Did you read the Alex Motel article in The Hill?
I did not.
Yeah. And this is, of course, looking at Russia and Putin's motives. And I'm going to say hockey, hockey, hockey very quickly. And if Martin is listening, I'm sure he will come up because Martin has tweeted this, and Martin sent me the article this morning, which I appreciate. Martin sends me articles all the time, and he's a good Canadian. He's a very good Canadian. So this is about the prisoner exchange, but it brings a good light onto it. Now, do people know who Alexander Motel is?
He's a historian, and he's famous. He's in New York, and he's written a number of books. That's what I know.
Yes, and he is Ukrainian also, I believe. Yeah. So his article it's an opinion piece in The Hill. Because I know this because the views expressed by the contributor are their own and not the view of The Hill. 3 reasons Putin agreed to the prisoner exchange, which I think is very interesting. Of course, the exchange is good news, but it may be a bit too soon to open a second bottle of champagne, he says. The question that should be on everyone's mind is why would Russia's dictatorial president agree to the deal? Basically, what's in it for him? What's in it for him? So let's listen to what this educated man has to say about what's in it for him. You can pretty much exclude any hint of humanitarian concern, right? Because Putin is known for killing political opponents, not for saving them. He'll happily kill Chechens, Georgians, Ukrainians, and Russians. In short, anyone who gets in the way of his imperial dreams. So knock humanitarian off of the list, which I don't think many people would think of. It's also unpersuasive that he desperately wanted to save Vladimir Krasikov, a security service assassin sentenced to life in Germany for killing a Georgian man who had fought for Chechnya, or 7 other imprisoned Russian spies. Sure, getting them out of jail was nice, but Putin is not a sentimentalist. He does not shed tears over agents who get caught, and it's highly unlikely that any of these 8 failures would be rewarded with cushy jobs in the Putin regime. After all, they got caught, right? How could he can't lift them up for doing good when they got caught? They failed at their mission, basically, because part of their mission was to not get caught. So if you
True.
huh? Yeah,
True.
I think this is a pretty interesting article. So if humanitarianism and sympathy are out the window, what's left? According to Alex Motel, there are 3 things left. For starters, Putin shows yet again he can arrest, detain, and kill with impunity. But he also showed that he can free with impunity. In other words, Putin is the law. What he wants, what he says, is how it is. What he wants, how he says, what he wants, what he says goes, is the way Alex words it. The message is intended for Russians. They know it anyway. And especially those naive Westerners who think that the war with Ukraine can be ended without full acceptance of Putin's terms. See, Putin also demonstrated that arresting Americans and other Westerners on trumped up charges of espionage, or anything else for that matter, works like a charm. He put a few journalists in prison, starved them a bit, beat them for effect, and Washington will do just about anything to have them freed. Although many nations refuse to negotiate with terrorists, the massive prisoner exchange demonstrated clearly that the West is willing to negotiate with Russia's terrorist in chief. Starting to think of these people as hostages instead of prisoners.
Prisoners, yeah.
Yeah, and this then leads back to what we were talking about Friday night too. The refusal to negotiate rests on oh boy, can I not read or something? Persuasive logic. If you let the terrorists know they can bargain successfully, you are simply encouraging them to engage in more terrorism in the future. According to this logic, Putin will continue imprisoning Americans and demanding concessions. Perhaps the release of imprisoned Russian spies, perhaps changes in policies. The Americans or the Germans or Canadians or Israelis or Italians, on and on and on, need not be prominent journalists, random tourists, backpacking students, and the like will do. Just absolutely anybody would do. Finally, more important than getting the 8 failed spies back is what the exchange involved, saying good riddance to 2 democratic activists imprisoned under atrocious conditions, Vladimir Kara-Murza and Ilya Yashin. The death of Alexei Navalny in prison backfired. Instead of demoralizing Russians, it galvanized them, with the result that tens of thousands braved security cameras and attended Navalny's funeral. The death of Kara-Murza and Yashin, whether deliberate or through neglect, would have had a similar effect. Who needs 3 martyrs when one is already causing so much trouble? Better to get rid of them in a time-honored manner of the KGB, which expelled dissident novelist Alexander Solzhenitsyn in 1974, on the assumption that that as emergent activities, they have little influence on the events of Putin's realm. Basically, so to summarize this, the festivities in the West today are likely to produce a hangover tomorrow, a failure on the battlefield, Putin outwitted the West at the negotiating table. Proponents of peace negotiations with Putin may want to think twice about their ability to drive a harder bargain. So that is his analysis. In his 3 reasons, Putin agreed to the prisoner exchange, and it's a very interesting thought and a very interesting way to look at it, right?
It is. After I heard those 3 guys talking after they had been released about letting up on sanctions, Russians are being burdened with these sanctions. Why can't you just sanction Putin? I was like, oh boy. I mean, did we really? Oh man. I don't, I don't think sanctions work that way. I think what we want to do, we're not killing the Russians. We're just sanctioning them so that they feel the pressure, and that pressure has to be across the whole of society, or it doesn't completely do what we'd like it to do. So I felt like a little bit of this was an insertion attack too, and so it was just that part really frustrated me. But overall, I mean, the guys that were sent back, the killers and whatnot, that was the same thing about what was his name, Bout, I think, that Ms. Griner was exchanged for, and so they get a thug back. It's a thug that is now well known, identified, and if he comes back over in any Western area, he's probably going to get picked up. And then, maybe they'll do it again, or maybe they'll learn to start dropping them somewhere in the ocean. I don't know about that. That's probably illegal, but yeah, it troubled me that for all of the goodwill that went into it, and for the rescue of the people who really were in desperate straits for no good reason at all. That is heartwarming to see them come home. That's worth it. That's worth a little bit of, well, I guess what he got in exchange was this boost back home. Well, so what? He got a boost back home. Doesn't change the outcome of the war in any way. And that is the real politic part of this is, did it help the war? Did it hurt the war? And I think in the long run, showing once again that democracies can be flexible and work to save people from bad situations like that is basically a good thing. So I think there were some gains for sure, just in the I don't know, the whole presentation of it, but in the substance of it, these people are free where once they were captive, and that's pretty damn good. So I take it that way. But yeah, I hated to hear them talk about remove the sanctions. He's up. Forget it. No.
Yeah, I don't know if you listen to. Hang on just a second. I need a drink. I don't know if you listened to Understanding Genocide on Friday or not. Did you?
I heard bits.
You heard bits.
Yeah, I did not hear the whole thing.
We took it down Gina took us down
distracted.
an unexpected path. I'll say that. How's that for an answer? Because what we actually talked about was hostage diplomacy. And we talked about it in reference to the prisoners that were freed the day before. Because realistically, even just reading that article that I just read through, they sound more like hostages than prisoners, right? This sounds more like gangs exchanging people that they've kidnapped or that they're holding hostage in order to try to benefit something for themselves, right? And if you look at it, what James?
Definitely.
Yeah. I kept on defaulting to thinking about them as the Iranian hostages that Carter couldn't bring home and Reagan did, right? and wanting to avoid that, whole possibility in the future. Um, but that's really how you sort of have to look at these. But then there are also like 1,300 other political prisoners left in Russia. And so it's interesting. Now, I do have to say there's one exception to the people that were brought home from Russia in my mind. Also, I do have to say this. Before I even get into hostage diplomacy, I am very glad that Oleg Orlov was brought back, was freed. Now, who is Oleg Orlov? I haven't actually heard an interview or anything with him since he has been freed. And
we also call him
what? Oh.
Never mind.
No, don't. You know why I don't? Because Ukrainians have a great deal of love and respect for him. And how do I know that? Because what's that, James?
I said
Oh, yeah. When the Center for Civil Liberties and Alexandra Medvedchuk's organization won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022, that Nobel Peace Prize was shared. And I always thought, well, how could they make Ukraine share this with a Russian organization and a Belarusian organization? Because that's just not right to have that happen. And when we had Alexandra on and had the opportunity to talk to her, it changed our minds. Nancy's and mine's for sure, and Gina's, yes. And it changed our minds. It changed our entire viewpoint on it. Because Alexandra shared with us how important working with Memorial, which was the organization in Russia that received it's a human rights organization in Russia, was a human rights organization. It's been ordered to be disbanded in Russia, that was actually doing really good work. And when Alexandra was on with us also, she shared with us that of the leaders of the Nobel Peace Prize, of the organizations that won the Nobel Peace Prize, she was the only one that was not in prison. The Belarusian leader of that organization was in prison, and Oleg Orlov, the leader of Memorial, the Russian organization, was in prison. And so Oleg Orlov was freed. And I sent Alexandra a message, and I haven't even shared this with the whole space yet. I've shared this with Nancy and Gina privately, and just said, hey, now that Oleg is free, can you just give me your thoughts very, very briefly, because we heard you speak very highly of him and really appreciate him and Memorial and the work that they have done. And yes, I am sitting here praising a Russian organization because they did good work, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But Alexandra and I exchanged a couple of messages, and she sent me a message back in the end that said, I'm glad that our friend and colleague, human rights defender Oleg Orlov, is free. We worked a lot together with him for the release of Ukrainian citizens imprisoned in Russian prisons after the aggression. And she's talking about going all the way back to 2014 there. So, which leads me to another thing that I have heard her say in an interview very recently. I heard that she was asked, how often do you work with human rights defenders in Russia? And she said, before the full-scale invasion, it was like once a week, but now it's every day. So there are still human rights defenders in Russia that they are working with every day, which I think is just something that's very interesting to point out. And of course, it's interesting to hear that too. It really did it made me and Nancy and Gina give our heads a wobble about how we were feeling about them about a Ukrainian organization sharing that Nobel Peace Prize with a Russian and a Belarusian organization. So just thought I'd add that before sort of diving into my the next thing, because we've sort of established that going through Alex's article, they sound like hostages. So then let's talk about hostage diplomacy very briefly, and what is that about? Dan, how are you, Queen Dan the Martha Man? I haven't seen you forever. Where have you been?
Oh, I missed yesterday. I've been in bed for a couple of days. Sick. I'm
jealous.
Right. Not really. Anyways, I just wanted to say thank Martin for that article, because I did read that. My first take, I'm glad the hostages, I want to call them, that the journalists and all those other people that came back. I don't care how they got them back. I'm glad they got them back and everything. But my first thought was it was political, or it was on Putin's part, because where are the children? Where are the children, and where are the rest of the prisoners of war that he hasn't accounted for? So yeah, that was my first thought. It left me with a little sour pit in my stomach, the whole thing. But I'm glad for the people that are home with their families.
Yeah, no, and that's right, and that's actually sort of where I go then with the Ukrainian prisoners of war and with the kids. That's exactly where I go. They aren't prisoners; they're hostages, right? In a lot of ways, and that's one way that we can look at it, and so we have these international hostages or prisoners that are being political prisoners and people that are being detained for stupid reasons, right? And then we have these children who have been taken, and James, I'm sorry, I sort of took over, and I'm just sort of going down some things that I've wanted to talk about for a few days, but just haven't had the opportunity to. So if y'all don't want to hear me talk about this stuff, you come up and distract me and ask me something else.
Go for it.
Because it's going to get ugly. So hostage, this is from an abstract of an article by Beatrice Lau. It is called Hostage Diplomacy, a contemporary state practice outside the reach of international law. And it's posed as a question. It is in, I believe, the Georgetown Review. It is Georgetown Journal of International Law. It is available for free. If you look on Nancy's timeline, you will see the pinned tweet for the Understanding Genocide segment. And there is a link to the Georgetown place where you can download this entire 56-page article on hostage diplomacy, which I actually haven't read. The abstract is where I need to go with this at this point, because I haven't had time to read all 56 pages. Where am I? There I am. Hostage diplomacy loosely describes a phenomenon. Let me like magnify this a little bit. There we go. Describes a phenomenon where states detain foreign nationals under the guise of national law as a mean to coerce the foreign policy of another state. The practice violates human rights of the individual victim and the right of the sovereign states to decide their affairs free from any coercive interference. However, hostage diplomacy currently seems to be operating in a legal lacuna for two reasons. First, the practice is mischaracterized as if it was a form of diplomacy, which detracts stakeholders from recognizing its true nature, an act of state-to-state hostage taking. Second, the convoluted design of the operation renders such determination difficult. The human pawn may have the function of a hostage. However, he or she is officially a prisoner, convicted and sentenced according to the domestic legal system of the detaining state. Without a proper framework to pierce the veil and qualify the situation as a state-to-state hostage taking, states may have limited legal avenues to sanction the issue without being perceived as ironically trespassing on a sovereign matter of the pertaining state. So you're sort of getting the idea here. What this is looking like, is more like freaking taking hostages and holding them in order to get something you want out of the other state. And that's exactly what happened here, right? I've taken all of these people hostage, and did anybody have any delusion that that's exactly what Putin was doing when he took Brittany Griner or Evan Gershkovich or Paul Whelan?
Oh,
Did anybody think that Putin was doing anything other than holding them so that he could trade them for something he wanted? There's never a doubt there. So what is it that Putin is, the prisoners of war seem a little bit different, but really in the long run, are they? Are they different? I'm not so sure. And then it comes down to, the kids. And I think people have avoided talking about this because I haven't heard this talked about on the space. And it's been several days and I haven't talked about it on the space. We didn't even talk about it on Friday night on the space. But it's been out there since the end of the month, since July 31st. Perhaps it was even July 30th. There is a video that was posted on Telegram, I believe, of a woman. It was let me just read what Bring Kids Back UA said about it, and then we'll move on to a United 24 article. Raise your hand if you know which video I'm talking about. Yeah, you haven't figured. Okay, you guys don't know yet. Okay, because it's a horrid video. It's a horrid video. Yesterday, a video spread across social media showing a Russian woman named Ilya admitting to beating a Ukrainian child that she adopted from Mariupol. According to the footage, the woman, in a state of intoxication, harbors hatred towards the child and demands that the child be taken away. Otherwise, she will continue to abuse her. The direct quote says, "I have been beating her throughout the war and will continue to do so." The video with her confession was published actually on July 28th on a Russian Telegram channel. And it's just encouraging people to share the video to reveal the reality of how Russia is kidnapping Ukrainian children and the horrific conditions that they are living under. I have read the subtitles of this 1 minute and 54-second video. The woman gives her address. The woman calls her derogatory names that we have gotten used to hearing about Ukrainian children, or about Ukrainians. What we hear Russians say in a derogatory way towards Ukrainians. The United 24 article, and I think just about everybody has written an article on this, but I saved the United 24 article. So, a resident of Surgunt in the, oh man, Kanti Mansi Autonomous Okrug of the Taiman region of Russia has admitted to regularly beating a Ukrainian girl who lives with her. This information was reported by Ukrainian public human rights organization Zimna, based on a video published on the Russian Telegram channels. According to the footage, the woman harbors hatred towards the child, referring to her as Kokolushka, a derogatory term used to describe Ukrainians, and demanding that child be taken away. Otherwise, she will continue to abuse her. I have been beating her throughout the war and will continue to do so. The video's caption states, the girl is from MriyaReport and the woman adopted her. So a woman sitting in social media in a state of intoxication, that's exactly what I just read. She clearly hates the child and incites hostility. The video was published on Telegram on the 28th, but as of now, neither Maria Lvova-Belova or the Russian presidential commissioner for human rights, nor Ludmila Nozamova, the regional children's ombudsman, have commented on the abuse of the deported child. There have been no comments from other officials or children's protective services. According to Katerina Rashivka, a lawyer from the Regional Human Rights Center, what Russian woman said is part of a broader issue involving high-ranking Russian officials and the forcible transfer of Ukrainian children into Russian families. The expert also noted that the autonomous region Orkhag was not previously been mentioned in public rhetoric of the high-ranking Russian officials as a region where Ukrainian children were transferred to Russian families. However, in April 2024, news emerged about the intention of local residents to adopt 52 children from the temporarily occupied Donetsk and Luhansk region. As we know, according to the National Information Bureau, where there are currently, I think I'm gonna go with 23,546 children are known to have been deported to Russia. So far, approximately 800 children have been returned to Ukraine. Contact has been established with 2,357 children. The whereabouts of the remaining 20,000 children approximately are not known. As we know, those numbers are grossly off, and we really have no clue exactly how many are there. Ukraine's official number is way low at 23,546. I don't even have to look it up. It's been that forever. And Russia claims 730,000 last I looked. So what is the real number of kids that have been taken to Russia? Not a freaking clue. But to know that some of them are in conditions like that pisses me off. That child is a victim. That child has been taken and is being held hostage. Ukraine would like to take care of that child, but they're not being. The child's been kidnapped. How many more of her are out there? How many more like her are out there? The stories we've heard from kids that have been returned can be atrocious. And I've probably way knocked our numbers down. People are going, boy, I don't want to listen to this. It's a hard thing to listen to. It's a hard thing to talk about. It's a hard thing to witness. It's been a lot of really hard things to witness recently, right? And I'm just sort of going on and on here because you guys got to come up and ask me stuff. Otherwise, next thing I'm going to talk about is even uglier. How can it be uglier? It can be uglier because I saw the unedited picture before anybody warned me. You know what picture I'm talking about, James? Poor James. I'm like, James is like, geez, Heather, what are you doing to me? Yeah. So I've been thinking about that kid a whole lot. And then we have the statement from the ombudsman about the picture that's great. But a photo has been posted online that appears to show a body of a Ukrainian prisoner. I won't go into the details. The article does. He has been parts of him have been removed and arranged into a certain position. Dmitry Lubinets, Ukraine's human rights commissioner, has urgently appealed to the International Committee of the Red Cross, which makes me freaking laugh, and the United Nations. Oh, like they're going to do something, as well as Ukrainian law enforcement. Yeah, you know, they will probably be the ones who do something. In light of the photographs circulating online that appear to show a Ukrainian prisoner who's been tortured and killed by Russian occupiers. This isn't just a violation of the Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war. It's an absolutely monstrous act. I'll go farther than that. It's a freaking evil act. And I can't believe I just didn't say the word I really wanted to say. I would like to note that the international humanitarian law stipulates that prisoners of war may not be tortured, abused, or killed. Lubinets stressed that as long as prisoners of war are held by an enemy state, it is the state that is responsible for their treatment. Therefore, responsibility for the torture and murder must be borne on the Russian Federation, not just the Russian soldiers who committed it. Lubinets also said that by circulating photos and videos like this on social media and committing such acts of torture, Russia wants to intimidate the people of Ukraine, both civilian and those fighting in its armed forces. Intimidate, provoke, I don't know which one, but both of them are working for me. I'm not intimidated. I'm more provoked to anger if you can't hear it. The Red Cross. James, what do you think the Red Cross will do about this? Either I've been talking to myself or everybody's going, God, please don't mess with Heather tonight. She's in a mood.
No,
She's going to tell us bad things.
I can hear you, but can you hear
Yep.
me? Yeah, I can hear you, Heather, but a connection issue thing came up a few minutes ago.
Oh, crap.
So yeah, I don't know what that is. Well,
I didn't see a host connection, but I wasn't looking at my phone either. Okay. James, are you there? Well, he actually also might have like gone away too. He might have made a trip thinking that I was on a roll, and I sort of kind of was.
that's okay. It was a good roll.
Well, here's
The whole
where
thing,
we go with the reality of this, okay? Where Dimitri,
yeah, the whole thing disgusts
yeah,
me. Yeah,
here's where we go with this. And we won't spend all night talking about this. I have a list of things to talk about, but these few things have been niggling at me for days, and you're the lucky person who listened tonight to get to hear them. I have read report after report, actually from the UN and other organizations. The International Red Cross, their response was, well, we've asked repeatedly for them to let us in to see the prisoners, and they won't let us in. Do you really think when they blew up Novakahovka, the Red Cross said, let us come over to that side, please, so that we can help. Russia said, no, you cannot come over here and help. You are not allowed to come over here and help. You are not allowed to see the prisoners of war that we are holding. Don't even try with the kids. The UN, who also has a responsibility to be able to inspect these places, who write regular reports on what is happening with the prisons and the prisoners, also not allowed access. That wouldn't have helped this guy, I don't think. But my point is, Russia is not cooperating or communicating with the International Red Cross to let them come in for the things that they're supposed to be doing. What makes anybody think the International Red Cross is going to be able to do something about what happened to this prisoner of war who was dismembered and had his limbs posed and was posted all over the internet? And like I said, avoid seeing the picture if you can. It's a nasty one. We've seen some awful things. I see awful things with this war every day. But this one ranks up there with some of the worst. Anyway, I don't know what they think the Red Cross will be able to do. I don't know what they think the UN will be able to do. What I do know is somebody needs to be held responsible for that. And you know what? I don't care. It does. You know what? It does not need to be the soldiers. I mean, yes, of course, the soldiers who did it should be held responsible. Yes. But you know who needs to be ultimately held responsible? Some little wizzly guy named Putler, who lives in the Kremlin and has ordered and has said that Ukraine does not exist and their people do not exist. And they need to be eradicated from the world. Did he say that? Yeah, he did. He said that. I can't remember what year that essay came out, that big, huge letter. I have it on my desktop. I'm just not going to pull it up. But you know what I'm guessing is going to happen this week? I would bet, I'm not a betting person. I have no money to make bets. Raise your hand if you think that there's going to be a UN Security Council meeting this weekend, because there are F-16s in Ukraine now. Raise your hand if you think that's going to happen. I'm pretty sure that Russia's going to throw a temper tantrum over this one again. But will it matter? No, not really. And what it'll be is a meeting where Russia spouts a bunch of lies and everybody says, Russia, you're lying. And then they go on. Because to bring any kind of emotion would just get knocked down, because Russia has the veto power. So I think perhaps I got a little bit of that out of my head and out of my brain. And it was intense, and I apologize for it being intense. But it's things that need to be said. There are things that need to be heard. And there are things that I haven't heard talked about on the space. They may have been talked about on the space when I'm not on, which is fine. But I needed those things to be out there. And you make that connection from the prisoners that were released, from the prisoners that were exchanged between Russia and 7 other countries, 7 countries in the West. There were 7 countries involved in that. That's huge. That would have taken months to figure out. They really don't seem like prisoners, do they? They really seem like hostages. So what is hostage diplomacy? And then my wondering, why Shouldn't these children be considered hostages? Should these prisoners of war be considered hostages? Are they all just pawns or bargaining chips? And that's disgusting. So what is it we can do about it? In the long run, I have no answer. I am not a diplomat. I am not a person that makes policy. What can I do about it? I just did it. Made sure all of you listening and anybody who might be listening on YouTube, hi, bud, heard it. Anybody who goes back and listens to YouTube heard it. And maybe you'll be able to tell somebody else that it happened. And we can bring more awareness. I said this Friday night on Understanding Genocide when we were talking about the entire structure of international law, the Geneva Convention, the UN. It needs to be torn down and rebuilt. And that is not actually an idea that I've had. It's something that we heard Alexander Medvedchuk say. And the more and more I think about it, the more and more things happen, the more and more I think she's right. And in the end, somebody said, are we just screaming at the wind, or what is it that we can do? And in the long run, what I said, what I can do is what I do, and is what I do every single day. I get up, I feed the birds, I get my coffee, and I sit down right here and I start to go through hundreds of messages that came in overnight. Then I start to put reports out for people in the MriyaReport group. And then I start to check, then I remember to check messages on Twitter. And then I start to go through Twitter timelines. And then I try to make sure that there are people to fill these seats 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then there are other things that I do on the back end for MriyaReport. And I feed the birds. And I take maybe an hour for myself and eat something. Then I co-host for 5 hours. 2 hours a couple of nights this week, which is going to be a nice break. And then I take about 3 hours to multitask and split time between doing some things for myself and doing things for MriyaReport until it's sometime between 3 and 4:30 in the morning. And then I fall into bed and I do it all over again. That's what I'm trying to do. And I am going to go into the other thing that we can do. And right now, what we're doing is a fundraiser for citizen gunfighters, which is helping our friend Ben make a movie happening in Ukraine, what has happened in Ukraine. Why is that important? Why are we raising money to help somebody make a movie? How is that helping Ukraine? There's a good question. And number one, well, they go to Ukraine to do the filming. So that feeds into the Ukrainian economy, which is a good thing. But additionally, the camera people, the fixers, the sound, those are all Ukrainians, some of whom are having a hard time finding jobs and having a hard time finding employment. And Ben hires those people with the money that we're going to raise, rents the equipment with the money that we're going to raise, which then goes into supporting Ukrainians on the ground in Ukraine. Realistically ends up going back into the Ukrainian economy. which needs help too right now. So I don't think that's a bad thing. That's a very humanitarian thing to do, is to help to be able to employ Ukrainians during a time when it's hard for them to find jobs. And then it helps the soldiers on the front line. Well, how on earth does it help soldiers on the front line? Some of the video, some of the stuff that they put in the cam, some of the footage, soldiers on the front line cannot receive money. Soldiers on the front line can receive humanitarian aid. And so that's what happens with the money. Hemostatic gauze. GoPro cameras. All those little kinds of things that the guys need to help make their jobs, their survivability with the medical aid for sure. Dave, don't even say the words.
I don't have to.
Totally. Yeah, see. And so that's where the money goes. So if fundraising last night, and I want to thank everybody who helped. I think I put a Willabuster to shame.
Why use a few words when a few paragraphs will do?
I don't think that was even a few paragraphs. I think that was a few pages.
Yeah.
A couple of about 3 or 4 chapters, perhaps. But nobody came up. Everybody come up and tell me I'm awful. Do something. Tell me I'm awful. Tell me Russia's awful. Tell me why it makes you mad. Come tell me why it makes you mad. Tell me what you think we can do about it. We can talk about it. We can make sure other people know about it. We can tell our congressmen. We can tell our lawmakers. Dan, go ahead.
Well, that was going to be my thought. But stop beating yourself up, because everything you said, I've been thinking for the last 3 days too. I was listening, but I wasn't on the space, and yeah. So everything you said, yeah, that's probably why I was ill. That was making me even sicker. Yeah, it's terrible. All of it's terrible. And yes, I was going to say, call the White House, send emails, representatives, definitely. I can talk to them again. I'm sure they're sick of me by now, but hopefully not. But yeah, everything you said, yeah. And yeah, even after this war is done, there's going to be a lot of work to do. So don't beat yourself up, Prince. You said everything that needed to be said.
I don't know if I can say, there have been times, and I've said this repeatedly. I've said this repeatedly. When it comes to the genocide in Ukraine, I feel like my country is making me complicit. I feel like my country is making me complicit in the genocide, and it pisses me off. So yeah. Hey, James, where'd you go, man?
I don't know. Where'd I go?
I don't know, man, because I was like, hey, James, I got done like preaching. I mean, it's Sunday. I went to church. I went and had a sermon right there.
Well, I don't know where I went.
Yeah. Did I put you to sleep? He's pleading the fifth. That did. Sorry. Sorry,
I'll
James.
just say maybe. Yeah. No. Yes.
And then when you got kicked out of the co-host, the change in sound woke you up, didn't it?
I don't know exactly what woke me up, but I'm awake again.
Okay.
Sorry about
Well,
that.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I really just sort of went off. And I covered everything from the prisoner exchange to hostage diplomacy to the way Ukrainian children who have been adopted are being treated, to the prisoner who was mutilated. And I mean, look at that. I don't need to go back into it.
No, don't go back.
Just my last point.
Well,
my last point would be, look at the difference in the prisoners, the hostages that were returned to the West, and Ukrainian prisoners of war. Look at the difference.
Gotcha.
Huge difference. That was the last place. That was the one thing that I thought that I really left out. So, hi, Dave.
Well,
did you get Dave just got some payback for making fun of me.
Yes, I did. So, hope you're happy about that.
Anytime. So, what were you going to say, James? I apologize.
I was going to say thank you for jumping in there, though, to co-host and everything. So I appreciate that.
Yes, and I sent you a message to see if you could help me out for something tomorrow. But if you can't, that's fine. I'll figure it out. Anyway,
I'll have a look. All right, bye.
Bye. Thank you. All right. So, Dave, how are you been?
Well, I've been busy, but doing okay. So I'm
Busy but okay work.
busy, but okay. Busy, lots of work. Work is good. And I've been reading up on. Well, I also have not been able to find my get my MriyaReport account work, so I don't have access to your notes still. So if there's anything you want to talk about tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, I do want to talk about this, but this is not really. Let me just find you really quick, because God knows, having 50 messages, you end up like 3 pages away. I had 50 messages. If I only had 50 messages, I would throw a party. Well, I sent you something on bionics. I sent you something that's in Ukrainian, but I can't remember what that one was about.
I saw the bionics one and the let's see, the Ukrainian
the epidemiologist
yes,
situation in Crimea.
Crimea.
Those are a couple of good ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got those two that you sent me.
Yes. Oh, here's what
and
I found
the
today.
spine. No, okay.
I found this one today. What to do when you have been bitten by a poisonous spider? Put out by the Ukrainian Ministry of Health. I didn't realize that they had tarantulas in Ukraine.
Yeah, tarantulas aren't really that poisonous, though.
I know, but they have other poisonous ones, and they pointed it out. Tarantula bites aren't anything to write home about, but they have this other one that looks like a black widow, but I don't think it is. Oh, and we have to talk about surstrumming. Have you seen the surstrumming stuff?
Which surströmming stuff?
It
Do
has
we
been
need to
used.
get Jenny up here?
Oh, we talked about it with Jenny a little bit last night, but
Or
and
Yenny,
if she wakes
sorry.
up, Jenny, whatever. And if she wakes up, it's now being used as a biological weapon in Ukraine.
Well, I can imagine. I mean, it is a biological weapon.
Yes. Did you ever get some?
I have not gotten any yet. It's too expensive. Nobody wants to ship it to me.
Because it's illegal on some airplanes.
I can see why,
Yeah.
or smell why.
But the no, but
Surströmming dropped from drones.
yes,
Hmm.
surströmming dropped from drones. They have rigged it up with a charge. Could you imagine?
Oh boy, stink bomb extraordinaire.
Yes, and Yenny would not tell us how to get the smell out. So yeah, so those are a few things that I've gotten pulled out. Epidemiologicals. Oh, this one. Did I send you the one about the this one? This one I think is rather interesting. Everybody's going, well, what is it? We're going to talk about it? Yeah, we're going to talk about it, but I need to actually, James, can you help to make conversation for about 10 minutes so I can go put the birds to bed? That's the problem
I
with
could
me
do that.
starting so early. So
Yes, I could do that.
I'm gonna hand off Dave to you and James for a couple of minutes here while I go and close the blinds and stuff for the birds so that they can go to sleep in peace and quiet. And yeah, because it's time. They're in there making all kinds of noise. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Well,
so I'll be back.
as you've heard, Russell it's also time for Russell to do things too.
Well, but oh, yay! That child has like, yeah, you can set your clock by him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. All right. So I will. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Napo, how are you?
Hey, James. I'm doing well. Just trying to sort through all these links that Heather just sent me.
Excellent. Yep. Well, last I heard, I fell deeply asleep, and that was good. I got a break. I wasn't planning on it, but I sat down on the couch and faded away somehow. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we were wondering because we were talking to you and getting no reply. At least the mic you didn't have the mic on, so you weren't snoring into the mic. That would be awkward.
It would have been the situation where you would have pulled the pin on me. You guys would have not the pin. That's the wrong one. Anyways, you probably
We
would
would
have
have,
dumped me.
yep, we would have pulled out the cane and yanked you off the stage.
That would be just inappropriate if I were making noises like that. So, no, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I also didn't babble in my sleep and I don't know, I don't know what kind of noises, but it's just as well. So,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. Anyway, I started to listen to the part about the hostage negotiations or the hostage diplomacy, and that's what did it to me. I think it was like a
oh,
bonk on the head.
well, we can. I just tweeted or retweeted the best meme ever of the surströmming cluster bomb. Check my feed. Can you imagine a surströmming cluster bomb? It's got a picture of the cluster bomb and then surströmming and then Russians throwing up.
Woof. That sounds horrible. No, I don't want it. I think it should be banned. Actually, much ado is made about cluster bombs and how good they are as weapons. and then all these European countries said, "Oh no, we have to ban cluster bombs." And now here's Thomas Tyner saying, "No, no, you want cluster bombs. They're the best thing ever." Well, so, he didn't quite say it that enthusiastically, but he did say yes, they're good. But Surströmmen, no, thanks. I'm gonna pass if I can.
Well, yeah, you probably would pass some things through your mouth if you smelled it.
Woof.
TKD, how are you doing?
I'm okay. It's good to hear y'all. I was busy today, but it's good to hear y'all's voices again. And Dave, you just mentioned that Prince Heather had sent you a whole bunch of links, and you were stepping through them to figure out what you could do with them. And I happened to be looking at my phone here, and right above your little fella image there, I see one white dot and 4 gray dots, and that means that we only have 5 items in the nest. And so, since Prince Heather has given you those links, I suppose it couldn't hurt
I
if
still
you
can
put
hear
one of
you.
I know you still can hear me.
We can pack the nest.
Exactly, exactly, right. So that way, whatever she wants to talk about when when she comes back, we're prepared. After it, besides, she gave it to you.
Exactly. Yep. I don't know, how many things can you fit in the nest? That's a good question.
Don't try. Last time
I've
somebody
A
tried
lot.
that, they crashed the space.
I've seen it get at least up to 14.
Oh, that's nothing. I mean, we got up to 23, but no, we did have a spammer, a nest spammer, who went all out. It was in the hundreds.
Okay, well, the surstrumming bomb is going to go up there.
That's fair.
Yep.
Pictures of surstrumming, not nearly as obnoxious as a bucket of them, a bucket of it. A bucket would be good if you get it close to your nose, because you might need a bucket.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need a bucket. So
I got to get me some of that, Dave.
yeah.
Christmas is coming. I got a big family.
Well, as I've asked for before, that any Swedes out there that want to send me some, I've tried to order it, but they won't send it to me. Yes, TKD.
Yeah, I guess you tried to order it, they won't send it to you. Is that considered like hazmat or something? Um, I just realized seeing James here. James, with NAFO Dave up tonight, have we had a chance to talk about a little bit about the question that we got yesterday about the watermelons and what the options and steps are to make sure that that food is safe and then to decontaminate the soil? Because I think we were thinking NAFO Dave might be an interesting person to ask that. Although your thoughts, James, definitely bear repeating.
Well, that xylem is a pretty good filter for anything. The water uptake going through the xylem does filter quite a bit of material, up to 99.5% of any of the bacteria that may be in there. And that was quite something. And I thought almost assures that you're not going to get sick, although that really does depend on a lot of things. And we did talk about what was the best, maybe the best kind of plant for filtering contaminants out of the soil. And, hemp at least was one of the ones we talked about because it has such good depth penetration into the soil. It can pull out a lot of bad stuff. So, anyways, we were talking about you, NAFO Dave, because we thought, or we knew actually, that you would be a person who knows about such kinds of biological things as filtration via plants. And yeah, we figured that because a lot of sciencey stuff.
a lot of sciencey stuff. So, what exactly you mean? What kind of filtration are you filtering? Heavy metals, radioactivity? What?
That's actually
Yeah.
that actually I think is the question, because I don't think in the discussion yesterday it was clear what exactly we would be looking to filter, and that's why I was thought, okay, yeah, Dave would know as our like um cancer pathogens and contaminants expert. Um that would actually be the question to ask, right? Because yeah, we probably would be in some places concerned about radioactivity, but the context that where it came up was with the destruction that came after the Russians blew the Novakhovka Dam, right, and all of everything kind of flowing downstream. Do you want to add to that, James?
No, that was the essential thing, and there was some concern about the radioactive stuff. But there's so many different kinds of contaminants that could be in there, and I think one of the questions is just would a watermelon be safe to eat based on all this pollution? That question is open about whether or not it really is filtering all of the bad stuff out. And there's probably a length of years probably where they would say, oh yeah, by then it would be cleaned out. But we hadn't heard that. So I guess it's a good question to ask you because you know of such things. So
Well,
perhaps
if I
your
was a
expertise.
botanist, maybe I could be more informed, but I'm not a botanist, unfortunately, so I'm not sure what um, kind of things the plant would filter out. I do know that radioactivity and heavy metals can tend to concentrate in food items, fruit and stuff like that, because they don't get filtered out. So, as far as those kind of things, it would probably not be safe. But I don't know what kind of radioactivity or heavy metals would have been released from the dam, because I'm assuming they were um, checking the water, because upstream you have the Zaporizhia power plant and would be checking the water for uh, nuclear contamination anyway. As far as bacteria, that they'd be completely safe from bacteria. Viruses, biological stuff like that wouldn't make it through, but heavy metals and radioactivity would.
Well, then we cannot trust those watermelons, probably. No, but I guess I wasn't greatly concerned, anyways. One of the things that was pointed out was that in terms of a source of clean water for someone in Crimea, for example, would you rather have a watermelon or a mud puddle to get water from? And it was probably the case that the watermelon would be safer than sucking a mud puddle.
Yeah, definitely the watermelon, because it would at least not have the biological contaminations. But there are these wonderful inventions called water filters. You may have heard of them. They can filter most anything. So
I have heard of that. Yes, and this would be of concern in particular to Russians, and then we don't really care about their filtration needs.
mm-hmm. Yes,
Not
TKD.
that we don't care about people, but Russians.
Yeah. We would care about Russians if they were in Russia, but they're not. So we don't.
It's what happens when Russians come to Ukraine. They become bad Russians.
Yes, TKD.
Yeah, that was helpful, Dave, and it's interesting because I would assume I would think you're absolutely right that they would be monitoring radioactivity and things in the water upstream of the dam. But maybe some of the concerns that I personally would have about contamination would be the type of concerns that you would have after any major flood, right? Which is that once that dam blows and that wall of water comes through, how many, houses and garages and fuel tanks and facilities, how much of that stuff gets kind of overturned and spread out. So I think you have helped us, because really what the piece of the puzzle that I would like, that feel like I would want to know from you, is what are the contaminants that we should be, and the risks that we should be most worried about. But I think you've addressed that pretty well. And unless there's anything more you'd like to add, I would love to have an update on Alice and Russell.
Oh, well, Alice is sitting here sleeping next to me, because apparently I'm boring, and Russell is having fun. Not being very loud right now, but he's having fun. So it's a good thing that he's not being too loud. Otherwise, I'd have to sit here and mute my mic all the time. You do have a good point about the gas tanks and other things, all the cars that got caught up in the flood. I'm sure there was a lot of organics and things that were mixed into the water. And again, not being a botanist, I wouldn't know exactly if those would concentrate in the fruits or not, or if they get filtered out. If we have any botanists out there, please come up and talk to us about the physics of water filtration within plants.
Yeah, I don't know about that. What I am going to add to this
What about
conversation,
cactus? I mean, they probably have cactus in Crimea, don't they?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But I was just talking over you because we weren't ready for you to be back yet.
Oh, okay, then I'll leave.
No, go ahead.
I'm just kidding. The birds are now quiet. You know what? I figured out why they were hollering so bad. I'm so stupid. I left the TV on YouTube, watching YouTube, playing the space, and so the birds are hearing me through the TV and screaming like crazy, like, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" So yeah, they were screaming like mad when I was going on my little filibuster,
They
and
were ranting about your rant?
they were going on and on and on. And I couldn't figure out why. And then I walked in and I was like, why am I hearing Dave out of 2 ears instead of just one? And it was like, oh yeah, I left the TV on playing YouTube. That's why they heard me. They heard me totally go off. Poor birds.
You were hearing me in both ears because I live rent free in your head.
Please no. But yeah, but no, what I was going to say actually is I read an article about one of the concerns that is happening in Ukraine is there's a junkyard at Chernobyl. And because of the desperate need for cars and auto parts and things like that, people are sneaking into the exclusion zone and pulling cars out. So these cars that are contaminated in the exclusion zone and are supposed to stay there they're being pulled out and spreading small amounts of radiation throughout the they're infecting places. Not huge, but it's
fun.
It's a little,
it's
it's a little
bit
something.
But yeah, and it's going to it would be pretty localized. It would just contaminate whoever's working on the cars. So I mean, are these like classic car collectors that are going in there and getting these old cars?
I don't think so. I don't know. It's just, I was reading about that being a concern. I was like, okay, so that's one I didn't think of.
Well, maybe it's something that TKD did.
If it's something I did, I'm not aware of it. I just wanted to ask, was there a possibility, Heather, that your birds were saying hello to Bud and everyone on YouTube?
It could be. I mean, I could have, opened my mic while they were screaming because I went in there, because they were happy to see me. And then I gave them a peanut and shut out the lights and told them to have a nice night. And they were just like, what?
I mean, that's what I say when people give me peanuts and tell me have a good night too.
I gave them bites of my peanut butter sandwich earlier. So yeah, what more can you? No, I know what they wanted, but I didn't have time today. So yeah, they'll live. Anyway, but this is an interesting conversation, and I sort of butted right into it with the radioactive stuff. But there's a lot of things that are happening in Ukraine as far as disease and things like that. Unfortunately, most of them are affecting the Russians. Ukraine is in awful shape. There are some issues, I'm sure, but Dave, you keep an eye on that stuff for the most part, don't you? When you can.
Yeah, I do. Haven't seen any big news about diseases in Ukraine this week.
Well, that's a good thing. But there is news about diseases in Crimea, right?
Yes, Crimea River.
Crimea, that was a good song.
River. Hmm?
That was a good
Yes,
song.
it
And
was.
the surstrumming, the best way to open that is underwater.
Mm-hmm. Or not at all.
This is true. And Yenny knows the secret ingredient for getting the smell out of your hair and your clothes, but she's not telling you.
Oh, well, yeah, she's gonna. I wonder what the price is for her to tell me that.
I'm sure you could afford tomato juice.
Yes, probably could.
Don't you think that's the answer? Don't you think that's what the secret sauce is for getting it out of your hair?
Well, so there's the I don't know if it's a myth or urban legend of using tomato juice to eliminate skunk spray. I can say that's the truth.
Yeah, I have a friend
I've tried it.
I have a friend who works as a wildlife rehabber, and they occasionally have this problem when they take skunks in, and it's the juice.
Okay, because it didn't work for me. I got sprayed, and it's like, let's pour on all this tomato juice, and nope, still stunk.
Did you use V8 or tomato juice? There's a difference.
Tomato juice. I mean,
Then I don't know what to tell you.
oh, okay.
Next time, try tomatoes.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. It was. We have, being good farmers and growing up on a farm, we had bottled all our tomatoes, and so we had tons of quart jars of stewed tomatoes. It was just tomatoes and water and bottled, and so we dumped a whole bunch of those on me in the tub and rubbed it all over. It didn't do a thing.
Yeah, then I don't know.
Except waste some perfectly good tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. But what's happening in Ukraine, in Crimea, as far as epidemiological? Did I just say that right? Epidemiological.
You did. Yes. Well, it's. I think this is probably not a new thing for Crimea because you look through the history of Crimea and it's like one of the most contested pieces of ground in the world. People just keep fighting over this thing and moving in and moving out and moving in and moving out. It's like the hokey pokey going on in Crimea. You move the Tartars in, you move the Tartars out, you move the Russians in, and you shake it all about.
But it's not funny.
I know.
And I saw some poor idiot suggest that there could be a Russia-Ukrainian
Oh
shared
yeah, I saw
Crimea,
that.
and yeah, and
It's
that's
a
like,
shared
dude, I'd
Crimea.
never you.
Yeah, no way. Crimea is Ukraine. So sorry for the bit of dark humor, but really, even looking, for several centuries, it's been a contested piece of land, um, which is surprising because there's so little water there. Um, but what water is there. This is the epidemiological situation. Is because of all the people moving in and lack of sanitation and limited water supply. That means that's all a recipe for cholera, and that's what this epidemiologist has been saying is a very dangerous thing is going to be that is at risk here, and they are going to need better water supplies and water purifiers, etc., etc. So this was from June 1st to October 1st. They have a cholera monitoring system that showed a increase the spread of cholera to the present time. So maybe that's one reason why there's the Russians are not doing so well there, and that their airfields, they've got 5 airfields, and 2 of them have no airplanes on their airfields
Because they
as
got
of yesterday.
because they get bombed.
Because they get bombed. Maybe people are getting sick there too, so they can't staff them that well. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, could be. I don't know. But I do have another article that was from Radio Sabotage that I just sent you. Apologies.
Yes, I am just translating it.
Yeah, water is in short supply and unsafe for consumption. The occupied territories are drying up. Where do people look for water? So yeah.
Well, yeah, I've seen this story for a couple of weeks in Donetsk and other areas where in the occupied territories people are protesting because of the lack of water that Russia is able to supply to the occupants. It's almost like Russia doesn't have a very good supply chain going.
I wonder why that could be.
Yeah, maybe
Could it
because
be the railroad ferry?
yeah, it could be the railroad failure. Could be all of the oil refineries getting blown up, so there's no gas for the trucks to deliver them because they don't have railroad and ferry.
Could be so many different things. Well, and it could be that canal that got screwed up when the dam got busted. But you know what? That's I don't think that should be as much of a consideration because they didn't have that dam, they didn't have that canal for a long, long time. But this is all over the place.
Well, yeah, this isn't just in Crimea. This is it's also mentioning the groundwater. Groundwater has dropped. That could be definitely related to the COVID dam because you have this huge lake. It's going to leak water into the groundwater and aquifer systems below it. If it's no longer there, then that's going to dry up.
Yep, it is, and that's going to cause a big, huge problem for them. So yeah, one thing that's interesting is towards the end of this article, because they're all having problems with it, but towards the end of the towards the end of the article. Where am I going here? There we go. Chemist's advice on how to clean poor quality water. So how about that? I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his name. So how dangerous the use of low quality water can be for people's health. If you get some serious poisoning, it can be the last poisoning of your life. Well, you know, I keep track of all the poisonings in my life. How about you, Dave?
Well, I mean, maybe that's the thing in Russia. You have like a little scorecard. I've been poisoned 10 times.
Wonder if I'll survive the 11th. Anyway.
Yeah.
What could there be? What could be there? It could be dysentery, cholera. Oh, geez. Oh, E. coli. But they use the whole big word, E. coli.
Escherichia coli.
Yeah, that's the word. A bunch of
It's easy to say. Just say Escherichia.
Escherichia. Now I feel like I'm in the movie Greek, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. I don't know why. Escherichia. You know what it reminds me of is the word that it doesn't matter. When when they were on the when they were in the front yard having the big huge dinner when the in-laws came over for the first time, and they taught Ian to say, you know, everybody come in the house to eat, and what they actually taught him was, I have 3 balls.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah. just I don't know why it made me think of that.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you for that side
Yeah.
side note.
Yeah. Anytime.
Yes.
A bunch of causative agents or various intestinal infections are transmitted precisely through the water. That's just a huge pile, the whole spectrum, including deadly diseases. Therefore, raw water cannot be used under any circumstances. If you have any doubts about the quality of your water, remember that no jug filters that you have at home will filter it. The water may become visibly clean, but it will not remove germs and viruses, he explained. What about the magic straw thing? I thought the magic straw took care of everything.
Yeah, the magic straw will, but magic straw doesn't filter a whole lot. I think he's talking when he says jug filter. I think he's just talking about a just a very large pore filter that gets rid of dirt. And but
Gotcha.
I don't think he's talking about a water purifier that, like the straw or any number of water purifying systems that you can get.
Yes. So does really boiling the water for 10 minutes really kill everything in there? Is that really the
Yes.
best way to make it safe?
It's not the best way, but it's a good way. It's a cheap way. It's a way that usually sometimes it's the only way that you can do it because you can always boil water over a fire. But I can say from experience that boiled water does not taste the best, and so it doesn't. It would be tastier if you had a actual water purifier that you could run it through and then get rid of everything, and have a charcoal filter on it too to get rid of all the organics and things that could be in it, make it taste good. Or you can use chlorine tablets or iodine tablets. Those also don't make the water taste very good, but it's still at least safe to drink. But boiling water is the simplest and easiest probably for most, and the most accessible for people to do, because you just have to be able to start a fire. Whereas the other things, if you don't have the pills, it's not going to really do you much good.
What's interesting to me is that I think it was 3XR said that they were actually buying the big tablets to the big chlorine tablets for swimming pools and breaking them up, and having and giving those to people to like throw in a bucket of like 5 gallons of water. Just a little chunk of one of those big pool tablets would disinfect that water.
Yeah, that will work. Though it's not safe over time. The chlorine you will accumulate in your system if you drink it a lot. The same with the iodine. It's not good for long term. And also with the chlorine, it's highly recommended that you let it sit for a few hours or days to let the chlorine dissipate. So that it doesn't get in you as much. So if you have a big tank of the stuff and you put in one of those big tablets and then let it sit for a few days, then it's going to be fine. As long as you have several tanks that you can rotate through, so you're always purifying some.
That's a very interesting thought. I never thought about doing it that way, but it's still for smaller volumes, though. It's making sense that actually boiling it or having one of those straws is a for drinking water. I'd be fine with a straw.
Yeah, and if you're cooking borscht, then boiling is part of the cooking process, so you don't really need to treat it before you use it to cook. And that's a good way to get water in your system, is just eating a lot of food with high water content.
That's a good point.
Watermelon.
Such as a watermelon. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. Water is important, and they're really getting screwed for it in some areas of I don't know, like Mariupol is listed on here. What other areas are listed on here? Mariupol, I'm going up in reverse order now. Melitopol.
Well, I think this kind of also shoots down.
Zaporizhzhia.
This
Parts
shoots
of
down.
Zaporizhzhia.
Hello.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this shoots down the Russians' argument that they're liberating these areas because Ukraine was doing such a bad job, and they were horrible living conditions, and everything is so much better with Russia in control. And it's so much better that they can't even get fresh water.
That's crazy. Part of Kherson. Drink water only for money. Oh yeah. Yeah, groundwater dropping. That is a big, huge thing. So yeah, it's always Dave. And if you don't have water, you cannot live. Right?
No way. Really? Is water that important?
I've heard that said. I'm eating some ice right now, though.
Oh, okay.
That's like water.
It is. It is just like water. So at least you're alive because you're eating water.
Exactly. All right. You know what else? That there are. This was interesting to me, and I was really torn about how I felt about it. And I didn't send this one to you. I don't think. I might have. I don't know. Oh yeah, I did. The one about Germany. We know that there are a lot of people who fled Ukraine at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, right? And more than 1,600 doctors fled to Germany in the wake of Russia's full-scale aggression. And they've applied for permission to practice medicine in Germany. And 1,400 of them, over 2 years later, are still waiting for a response. Only 187 applicants have been approved so far, said the chair of the German Hospital Association, and noting that the situation is critical. Oh, yeah. The data is based on responses from 14 states, as the other two, Bremen and Hesse, provided incomplete data. The Ukrainians are not the only ones facing a long wait time to have their applications approved. It normally takes 15 months to 3 years from the time of application for doctors from non-EU countries to obtain a license. Wow. Extensive bureaucracy is paralyzing the process of recognizing doctors' qualifications, and stressed that what is needed is a real debureaucratization effort, said Suzanne Jona, head of the Marburger Bund Medical Association. Also said the bureaucratic barriers and understaffed federal state authorities were to blame. So yeah, according to official figures, over 800,000 of the more than 1 million Ukrainians in Germany are of working age, and about a quarter of them are employed. Last month, the leader of the Bavarian opposition CSU party of the Bundestag called for unemployed Ukrainian refugees to be deported from Germany, a move criticized by the federal coalition. Well, go figure. But you know what's interesting to me, though, Dave? What this immediately made me think of, and why I was really, really torn about this, Ukraine really needs doctors, right?
Yeah, exactly. They need all sorts of doctors.
Yeah.
So
It
why
just
are
be
they in Germany?
yeah, just because just because you're a doctor and you go back home to Ukraine doesn't mean that you have to go and be a doctor on the front line either, right?
Mm-hmm. And because of the catastrophic shortage of labor in the German health system, they could be working there on Ukrainian refugees that are coming into Germany. I'm sure that they probably are. Well, I know that they need a lot more Ukrainian speaking doctors in all the countries that Ukrainians are fleeing to, because not a lot of them. There aren't a lot of Ukrainian speaking doctors outside of Ukraine. I was just talking with a friend that lives in Germany earlier today about this. That there's a family of Ukrainian refugees that moved into their apartment building, and they're trying to set up lessons and things to help teach them German, because they just know Ukrainian and Russian, and some of they've got several kids, and one of them had an earache, and they were spent a long time trying to communicate what was going on with the kid, and what was wrong with it, and get a doctor that could do an examination and see if it was an ear infection or not. That could have been done really quickly if they had a Ukrainian speaking doctor.
Oh, absolutely. These are things that that definitely would help, wouldn't it? Boy, I'm telling you, it's you would think that there are some things that could be done. Evidently, I'm just gonna break some news here. I don't know how important it is, and I don't know that I can say anything other than what I read. is that the Japan's stock market is currently set to post the largest 2-day drop in its history, and the even larger drop than the Black Monday crash of 1987. Now South Korea has altered all sale orders as markets crash. Panic selling has arrived. So what is going on in Japan?
Japan's market is all going to surstrumming.
Japan's market is going to surstrumming? Yeah, okay. I get you. I get what you're saying there. Now you're trying to be a funny guy. You're trying to be a funny guy. It's my job to try to be funny, and it doesn't work most of the time, but you know.
Well, see, I don't try. I actually do.
I
That
see.
whole Yoda quote.
Yeah, yeah.
There is no try. Only do or do not.
There's no try. Yeah. And it is what time in? It is 11 a.m. Well, it's noon in Japan. So let's put out a bat signal and see if we can ask somebody if they have any clue what is happening in Japan.
Yeah, well, I have some friends from Japan, so I'll text them. But
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
back
But
to
yeah,
so
go ahead.
I've been seeing all sorts of F-16 videos. Have you been just soaking in the awe of seeing F-16s flying over Ukraine?
No.
No? Okay.
No, actually that has actually been sort of my response. It was like, and I even said that on Space the day that we found out that they were there. It's almost like a letdown. It's like I thought I'd be excited and happy and party and all of da 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 da, and it's just like, yeah, okay, so okay, F-16s are there finally. What took them so long? And that's been, I think, sort of pretty much the general tone of it. How did you all feel about F-16s finally showing up? I do know Lexicon went out and bought some prosecco and enjoyed that with her dinner, but that's about what I know. That sounded like the most raucous celebration I've heard of yet. Yeah, so I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that, other than they're there. And the thing is, Dave, is that and today they posted videos and pictures, and there was the official thing with President Zelensky and all that I didn't have time to listen to because of stuff, and so it's all great, videos and things like that, but realistically they have 10, I believe. They're not going to be able to do a whole lot with 10, and they're supposed to have a whole bunch by the end of the year, but okay, how long is that going to take? And and that's really where I'm at, I guess, is that in some places I don't. Yeah, you say they're going to be there's going to be, I can't remember how many, but there's going to be this many left in Ukraine at the end of the year, and what makes us believe that? You said that the F-16s were, I think they were supposed to be there in December last year, and here we are. They came the last day of freaking July.
Yeah. Maybe there's more than 10 there. We don't know.
They have said there are 10. So, I just.
Yeah, I think that they say lots of things that maybe they hedge their bets. But That's just me. Um, are you? Let's see. You're not talking to a muted guy. Nope. There's Lexicon. How are you doing, Lexicon?
I'm waiting for opportunities to buy more bubbly.
Did you buy more bubbly? Did you buy more
No,
bubbly for the prisoner exchange? You said you were going to.
No, actually, because then I watched their press conference, and then I've been participating in the discussion. Like, do these people who want to reform Russia have a notion of what's the worst thing their country is engaged in doing right now? That's what I've been writing again. And like, what is their country up to that bothers them? Well, they're taking a lot of money and building themselves castles. Oh, that's pretty bad. Is that the worst thing that they're up to right now? Well, I mean, in the first press conference, Ukraine got mentioned once. And then the guy whose name I know the least, he mentioned it a few more times. But anyway, and excellent Silicon Curtain with Sergei Sulemny and our very own Decoding Trolls. It was very good. And the conversation, oh yes, I got on here and vented a bit. Some person that calls themselves, I don't know, Yuri Ari or something, some character who looks deeply suspicious to me, got into arguing about how people should understand how deeply Ukrainians have disappointed Russian liberals who tried to support them and tried to be friends with them. And the Ukrainians didn't even appreciate them at all. And now their feelings are hurt. And so it's very March 2022 to ask these Russians to talk about Ukraine because their feelings have been hurt. And, you know, once you've melted the feelings of a fragile sugar cookie, like there's very little that's going to repair that, don't you know? So anyway, got a bit engaged in that discussion, but and that's a good one to have because I just cannot believe people. I mean, anyway, we've seen those conversations a lot, haven't we? People who want to be appreciated for their liberality, and they just don't understand why they're not being appreciated. But they don't seem to understand what's the most crucial thing that needs to happen for their country to start reforming. They do not get that. Like, their country needs to decide not to make Russia great again, but they need to make Russia ordinary again. If it ever let Russia be a country, go back and be Muscovy and then talk to us about your reforms. Anyway, you won't have a chance of any reforms until you let yourself become a normal country again, which means take all your goddamn troops home. Bring your boys home now, and then maybe somebody will listen to you. However, on the subject of the F-16s, I was much edified by the conversation with Thomas Tyner, and even though I missed all the middle of it and heard just basically the beginning, which was really on that, and bits at the end, but he did, I think, for those who stayed on the full time, I'm sure they got much soothed about, or, you know, he gave a very realistic, I don't know if you guys heard any of it, very realistic appreciation of how they've got to come in rather slowly. They will keep coming steadily in little pods until there will be a couple of squadrons. But what he showed mainly, what it sounded to me like, is the F-16s will close Ukraine's skies over the areas deep inside Ukraine. And therefore, the damage being done all over, you know, the West and the main territory, 80% of Ukraine, disgusting blowing up of electrical stations, electrical power, capacity of all sorts, that is going to come to a halt. What's still not resolved is dealing with right along the borders, because these F-16s, they got over the horizon viewing capacity, and they're going to be able to deal with more effectively, cost effectively, deal with all those sorts of cruise missiles and everything except the bloody ballistics, the Kinzhals, but that's what the Patriots are for. So they're going to start to change the scene. So we've still got a problem in Kherson and Kharkiv, where the front line is, where these two big cities are very close to sites of Russian launches of very heavy missiles and artillery. But it seems to me that Ukraine is systematically clearing out the air bases that continue to that do anything out of Crimea and that continue to harm Kherson, or I hope that would be the case. So over time, there will be more protection. If we don't get allowed to use stuff across the border into Russia, then Kharkiv is just doomed to get smashed at and smashed at and smashed at. But anyway, I will definitely try to listen to more of Tyner when it comes online, which is very fast these days when the recording becomes available. But then when I understand it thoroughly, and as the weeks and months go by, I will go back to drinking bubbly on any occasion. But I think we'll see more nights where none of the missiles are getting through. That's what I think is going to happen. And I think as we rebuild, as Ukraine rebuilds decentralized power of all sorts to cope with the coming winter, I think more and more F-16s will be in the skies to protect them. And so maybe that's one really big gray cloud that these F-16s will be able to lift. So in short, I think they're going to close the skies over the major mainland parts of Ukraine. And the big worry is still adequate air defense along the borders, for the big cities nearest to Russia. So don't know if anybody else got the same impression, but as I'm trying to go to sleep and I can't, and as I heard my name, then and as I thought of that lovely bubbly, I thought I would just tell you what my impression is. What do you think about my impressions?
I actually think you probably know about more about it than I do because I was busy with stuff today, and I have been the last few days. But that just really, it makes sense to me. And even if it helps to close the skies over Western Ukraine, that's going to be a big, huge deal. And as more come, maybe they can move farther east, and that would be a good thing too. I also read Zelensky today was talking again about floating the idea of working with other countries, say like Poland, to be able to shoot missiles down when they were in Ukraine, shoot missiles and things down in Ukraine. And I think that's still a very interesting idea. I don't know if it will ever fly, if it will ever happen, but I think it's a very, very interesting idea. I haven't had time to watch Silicon Curtain and or anything like that. And so yeah, I haven't gotten any of that perspective. Um and but I would like I just, I still felt a little bit of a letdown that, okay, they're here, yay. And we just sort of moved on. It is, I'm hearing and seeing good things about, the equipment that they've been sent with. And that's a good thing. But yeah, but I'm also not one who tracks the military stuff really, really closely. I'm the one who can go on the half an hour diatribe about the genocide and how it connects to the prisoner exchange and to other issues having to do with genociding Ukrainians. But F-16s, I'm like, yeah, they're here. Um, but that's that's just me. I don't know. Go ahead, Lexicon.
No, I think that's most of us. So that's why I think, I mean, I will try to go and listen to more of Thomas Heinerthon, because I think he probably helped us feel, maybe if we heard the full thing. So far as I was able to listen, he was helping me feel a bit better. So that was worthwhile, because the military stuff is darn hard to understand, but he was there specifically to help us understand the stuff that we don't. And then the other thing is not going to happen till next January. I think the other thing is Kamala Harris going to have more guts and more strategic
But I want this to end. And for this to end, Ukraine needs the F-16s, right? Because they want their territories back. That's when they win. That's when this ends, when they have their territories back. So to take the territories back, you need their support in order to lose fewer people and have traction and effectiveness in your activity. So yeah, and Nafo Devo, you sent me a link, and I read about that. So Nafo Devo sent me a link from Ukreform about a Romanian deep fake, right? What happened? Last year, Romania signed a decree saying that Romania will help Ukraine training pilots for Ukraine. We set up and made ready a base because you need some place to train them. There are planes coming from Norway and Finland, I think. I need to check. Anyway, the planes to train on were discussed, and some of them arrived. And then there was the question when the training starts. And since November last year, I haven't heard anything, right? So last week, I think, there was a statement. Actually, there wasn't a statement. It was something that circulated on Facebook here in Romania, which was a document supposedly issued by the Ministry of Defense here in Romania, talking about Ukraine and Ukrainian soldiers in a derogatory manner. And if you look on the website of the ministry, and if you read all the documents that were posted there, this document doesn't appear there. So that's one. Second, it contains a lot of expressions which are frequently used by Russian propaganda. It is purposefully vague. It has a copy-paste stamp, which is actually visible. It's copy-paste, so it's not that good. So there are a lot of things which are proving the document is fake. Nonetheless, it circulated, it escalated, it aimed to portray the Ukrainian soldiers, the Ukrainian pilots, in a very bad manner, right? There are websites and there are Romanian reporters who debunked this. Nonetheless, Ukraine took notice, right, of this. If it's in Ukreform, right, you don't want that. You don't want your neighbors to see how stupid some narratives are in our country. But there are some, and we discussed here in the space about propaganda and lies. in other countries, right? So basically that's a lie if you read something like this about the Ukrainian pilots. The truth is they didn't even start training. So the training is on hold. They didn't start yet. So the pilots who are now flying F-16s in Ukraine, they are not trained in Romania. They are trained in other countries, but not in Romania. And the ones who were supposed to be trained in Romania, I don't know where they are, but they are not in the air base in which they are supposed to be trained. So that's a typical stupid Romanian thing. And it's unfortunately true, but it makes the statement that circulated even more preposterous, because they talk about how the pilots behave when the pilots didn't actually, perform the training. So it's a lie on so many levels. But people actually don't fact check, and people actually take things at apparent value, right? And because you were talking about your elections, I will give you the simplest of examples. There was a piece of news yesterday on our TV that Kamala Harris refused a face-off with Trump. And the reaction of my father was, means she's afraid, right? That was his first reaction. And I was like, no, he wants it at Fox. That's not good. But his first reaction was judging, right? By the face of the fact. When someone says he or she doesn't want a face-off. So people do that really frequently, and it's really hard to you have to have a campaign, right, to fight this. And on Twitter you have these pretty little dogs, right, offering oof, oof. offering support. But on Facebook we don't. And usually on Facebook we are with friends, at least here in Romania, and very few of them do support Ukraine openly. And I know I've told you that in the past. So that's not helping. So the only thing that you can do is actually do what Ukraine does. Put up truthful information with proof. And just let it there to be read. Right? So not engaging, because engaging makes other people engage too, and you don't want that to fight online with your own friends on this. It's really hard. But what you can do is put out facts, right? This is what Ukraine has been doing for a lot of months now. They are putting up facts. They are not saying, Russia is bad. They do say that, but not officially. That's not the official narrative campaign. They come with facts. Russia did that. Russia did this. This is how they behave. This is how they treat our prisoners. This is how they treat our territories. This is how they blah, blah, blah. So I find that to be the most effective here. and just leave it to that. And people read, and some of them listen and search for forward, and some of them don't. But it's always a hit and miss. So I reevaluate many of my friendships in the past 2 years, but that's another thing. All right, I've talked a lot, and I actually don't have questions for today, so I'm sorry. I need to
That
drink my
can't be
coffee.
true.
You have to have questions. You must have questions.
I don't know. That's not fair, right? Why should I have always the questions? I want to have the answers. No, I'm joking.
Because you always come up and say, I have a question. And that's just
Yes. No, I
it's your
do.
thing. It's your thing.
It's my thing. I know. I was just joking. I was just messing with you. I do have a question. Where is Bernie Sanders?
I have no clue. I would assume somewhere on the east coast of the United States, but I'm not sure.
No, not physically.
Oh.
Why I don't see him supporting Kamala? Why is he not doing that?
You know what?
That
I haven't even noticed. I'm so busy paying attention to Ukraine. I'm not really paying as close attention to that kind of stuff as I normally would. I think that there.
I mean,
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm getting emails from Bernie Sanders supporting Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So there is that. The emails I'm getting. I haven't really been following what he's saying in public, but I'm getting lots of emails from him.
Right. I have another question, and this one you should be able to answer. You were talking about a big, and I saw something on Twitter. You were talking about a big swap of prisoners.
Yeah. Yes.
Is this true? Did they swap?
Oh, there was a few days ago. There was a big prisoner swap between let me go get my list. There were 7 countries involved. 7 countries in the West were involved. Now I have to pick which article I want to read or look at. So we have, let me go back to the beginning of this one. So there were 24 prisoners. You really didn't hear about this? 24 prisoners freed on.
I was really off for the past months. So
yeah, 24 prisoners were freed on Thursday in a multi-country exchange in Turkey, marking one of the broadest exchanges between Russia and the West in years. Here's what we know about this swap. 3 American citizens, Evan Gershkovich, Alsu Kurmashiva, and Paul Whelan. 6 other Western prisoners. I will tell you more in a minute. 4 political prisoners and human rights activists. 3 Russians with ties to Alexei Navalny. And then released by the West. And those were all released by Russia. And then released by the West were 8 prisoners, including Vadim Parashkov, who assassinated a Chechen separatist in Berlin. So
this is not about Ukraine. So what
it's not about Ukraine, but it is sort of about Ukraine. From I read an article out earlier tonight by Alexander Motel that was very, very good. Basically saying, let me find it again really quick because I know exactly where I have it. three reasons that Putin agreed to the prisoner exchange. You know, things like trying to make himself look reasonable. But and then I talked about hostage diplomacy, which is something that we talked about the other night. So it doesn't directly involve Ukraine, no, but it's, you know, it's still a big deal because of some of the people who were released, I think. You know, I always go to what do Ukrainians say, and about one of the people, Oleg Orlov, who was the head of the Russian Human Rights Organization Memorial. He was released, and I got a quote from Alexandra Medvedchuk about that, which of course she speaks very highly of him and has great respect for him, and that is something she shared with us when she was on the space. So she's very glad that he has been freed, and they worked together quite a bit to release Ukrainian citizens that were imprisoned in Russia after the aggression, going all the way back to 2014. So yeah, it basically it was like an exchange of hostages. And so now they'll just take more hostages from each other and do it again at some other point, or, you know, work on the other 1,300 political prisoners that Russia has still in their custody. Yeah, so yeah, I can send you a couple of things about it if you want. Yeah, Aaron Gershovich, American, also Kremlin, which I'm sorry, I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but she was a Russian American editor working for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and she lived in Prague for more than 2 decades with her husband and 2 daughters. She was arrested during a trip to Kazan, her hometown, about 500 miles east of Moscow, and she was so that's why she was in there and got arrested. Paul Whelan, who is a very well-known name of an American. Vladimir Karamuza, who has made statements since getting out that make people want to smack him, because he's saying things like sanctions that affect the people who should be sanctioned are the people like Vladimir Putin and the people around Vladimir Putin, not the everyday Russians. The everyday Russians shouldn't be punished by sanctions, and they are being punished by sanctions. So yeah, interesting. Young guy named Kevin Lick, German-born Russian high school student, was sentenced to 4 years in a penal colony in 2023 at the age of 18 on the charges of treason. He was basically sending photographs of Russian troop locations to a foreign state representative at the time of his crime. He was still a teenager in school. So yeah, Rico Krieger, go ahead. Somebody start.
That is treason.
What's that?
Like, well, that is treason. Like,
Oh no,
you
I
know,
know, I get it. He's 18 years old.
I know it doesn't matter. So the thing is like this. Uh, the thing is like this. Saying that the war in Ukraine is good or bad is just saying, and punishing someone for saying that is preposterous. But when your country is in a war and Russia is in a war, sending to foreign country, it doesn't matter to which, information about what Russia has, that is treason. So the thing is, Russia has broadened the treason name, the treason label for things that aren't properly treason. And we sometimes